Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Molotov goes under, so Jaber can stay posted here. Miles will find one. Stun goes down as well as Infinite, but Jaber pops up for 2 of his own. Nobody through CT, and there's some information heard through jungle.
Skulls expecting the faster play off the audio, drops the Molotov, the spray's good, keeps on cleaving as he slices his way through 3. Oh, this could get interesting. Bombardment from Natfly goes sprinting out through CT. 1 by 1, they give him opportunities to fight. Can he get the drop on him here? Wants to peek round on the left-hand side, lines up the headshot, gives him the lights-out play. Deep and on up. Wally goes out mid, but this is a far faster play from Liquid. They're playing right into their hands. Oh, they're going to be running straight into the Liquid squad, defending top banana. Bombardment comes out as the AK sprays down from Yukindar. He's looking for the headshot as well, but the MAC-10 overwhelms.
Wow, Infinite got so much ground there to be able to find that kill. Mouths on the back line, he's going to be able to take down one. Looks for the second, not good for it this time round.
It might just stick this, and it might just work. Oh, no! Through the smoke, Cypher's one, and Slight doubles it down.
Double MAC-10 to try and push forward, but look at how far away Lux is from the rest of his team. Vinny has it easy. The double. Coming in for more, why not? The A4 will always be helpful, and No Way is as well. Trying to prevent the cross from coming through. Vinny goes down to the flames, but he doesn't care at all. Imperial on 11.
Wow, that tech from Henny as well, on point.
Still not down though, they can't trace him away. Nassim falls, Lux falls to his death. And what a way to lose the round.
Yuri on his org that is ready to tear heads clean off, even on a round like this. Running in with a half buy, they are getting destroyed by these scoped weapons.
A confident Fallen is one to be terrified of. As they continue to delay, as they continue to wait, Holzerk will close the distance to them. He wants to combat off this out, and Elige is here to continue to prevail, to continue to perform. Holzerk misses the no-scope close range. Grim is still knifing thin air. Elige takes another down. Complexity are still in it.
Tech9 is fighting forward into 2 AKs, and yet still, Cold Zero continues to dominate them. Exit gets 2 back, but Barton's flank was not accounted for.
The time is here, the time is now for the final day of the PGL Americas RMR. We've already had 2 of our South American teams in the form of Imperial and FURIA qualifying to the Copenhagen Major. And with only 3 spots remaining, it is time for us to dive into all of the action that is about to unfold. I am Veracity, and I am joined alongside MacMate and Dust on the desk. Fellas, I want to talk to you. Mac, I keep complimenting your shirts, but you've definitely been like working it.
Well, he brought a jacket.
I mean, yeah.
I didn't bring a jacket. Compliment Dust.
Drip or drown, you guys have definitely dripped out for the occasion. So talk to me, how are we feeling about today's matchups?
Today's matchups are interesting, right? It feels like there's just 2 pre-shows for the game that a lot of people are waiting for. But you say that to the North American fans, right? The Brazilian fans, they're going to be laughing. They're going to have at least 3 spots locked in because we got Pain and ODDIK, both the Brazilian teams. M80 and Legacy means there could be 4 Brazilian teams getting locked in and a maximum of 2 NA teams getting locked into the major. So who knows how this one's going to be going down, but at the end of the day, it's going to be heartbreak one way or another.
I'm excited to give everybody a bit of a TLDR, the lowdown of what they might have missed so far. So Dust, talk to me about the matchups we had yesterday and the results that unfolded on that front. Were there any surprises thrown your way?
I'm just sad that Liquid has to play Complexity now because of what took place yesterday.
Yeah,
just want to throw that one out there right away. Don't want to waste any time dancing around that topic. I'm sure we'll discuss it more later. But no, I don't really think we saw anything too surprising other than I might have favored Red Canids over ODDIK if I'm 100% honest. Like if I had to pick, I would have probably chosen them to win that series. But other than that, I think the results we got here from the secondary stream were kind of what we anticipated.
I don't know, I myself was kind of expecting MIBR to maybe at least get 1 map versus Legacy. Mac, what do you make of that?
I definitely was as well, but from what I heard, I didn't get to witness it. I was paying attention to the A-Stream game.
Yeah.
I heard that Cold had his best game in a very, very, very long time. And if he can keep that performance up, then there is a very surefire shot today that they're going to be making it to the major as well.
Well, you know, I've certainly got a keen bean in the form of Dust joining me here on the desk. So let's go ahead and visit today's schedule and all of the matchups we've got coming on up. And Dust, I'll come on over to you first. Let's go ahead and work our way back because we're going to have a liquid and complexity matchup. You look like you're molding right now, bro.
I am absolutely molding. Like, I'm surprised any follicles are still fair their way on my scalp at this point. But no, I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because I do think Complexity and Liquid are both deserving of the major. I would pick them to beat any of the other 4 teams in here, except for maybe Legacy, if I'm 100% honest with you. But Liquid obviously came in with the really low seed due to being a new team, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. Their only crimes for losing to Furia, but unfortunately their punishment is going to be quite strong, as one of the big North American brands will not be at the major at the sacrifice of the other. Other than that, we got Pain taking on ODDIK. Again, as Mac was mentioning earlier, we are going to have guaranteed now 3 Brazilian teams in the major because of this matchup, and potentially a 4th, as you would maybe give Legacy the nod against an M80 team who are obviously dealing with a stand-in situation, but they've battled their way into a position to still have a shot at the major, and you got to give them props for that.
I'm keen to see all these games, to be honest, because Pain has looked pretty fallible at some points. ODDIK, they're kind of like this underdog. They've got some new names that I haven't seen around the scene before. But if they can play their best game, if they can get some revenge against Pain, that's where, you know, they can impress me, can impress everyone out there watching as well. I'm looking at the history between these teams. Pain has pretty much had their number almost every single time. And I'm hoping they have something up their sleeves, right? Because, look, we can get deeper into that, but they played almost the same map pool every single time for the last, like, 4, 5, 6 months. And if that can change, if someone can maybe pull an ace out of their sleeve, then there's a chance that we could see something spicy today.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and dive in a little bit deeper on that topic. First matchup is going to be Pain versus ODDIK. Now, both these 2 Brazilian teams, I've noticed a little bit of a difference between the 2 of them. Pain coming into this looking a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the best of 1 scenarios. However, once we get into the best of 3s, they've not necessarily had the greatest of performances, Dust. So talk to me. Coming into this, yet another best of 3, qualification and elimination on the line for them. How do you think they're going to do?
I think Pain are in a pretty good position right now. I mean, yes, they did get crushed by Imperial in a best of 3, very lopsided maps on Mirage and Nuke, but Imperial looked like perhaps the best South American team in the world right now. I mean, yeah, Furia is certainly still kicking around up there. I'll be curious if those 2 teams faced off against each other, who would win that actually. I think it would be quite close. But they did a great job against Legacy, which is another really strong Brazilian team in their opening game, beating them on Overpass in kind of an upset fashion, if we're honest, considering Legacy's track record on Overpass, and then beat Red Canids, another pretty solid Brazilian team as well, to make their way here. They have loads of talent on this team. Actually, Biguzera, the in-game leader of the team, so the guy calling the shots, is also leading the tournament in opening kills per round. So he's leading in a lot of different categories for this squad. NQC is doing well with the AWP. Cowles is rifling like a madman. So they're packing a punch coming into this.
Now, in contrast to them, you've then got ODDIK that are looking pretty comfortable in their best of 3s, and the only matchup they've lost so far is that best of 1 versus M80. So, talk to me, Mac, mate. Do you think they have what it takes? Do they have it in them to take on Pain?
I hope so. I don't really want a lopsided day. We've had some really fast days here at the Americas RMR. It feels like even when we do get to see 3 maps, some of the maps will be like one team getting 4 rounds, and that's just not what I expected coming into this major. I feel like at the RMR, everyone would be bringing their best games for sure. So I really hope that ODDIK are going to be able to prove a lot of people wrong and really step up to the plate today. This is where, you know, you need to show you are capable of playing at a major. And if you don't win this matchup, then you don't deserve to be at the major.
Absolutely. And what about standout players on the side of ODDIK, Dust? Anybody stand out to you?
Well, standing out for me has actually been Ponter throughout the course of this tournament. He's been playing really well, and he's actually one of the less experienced guys on the team. I think he played with Keyed Stars back in 2001, played with the Arctic Esports team for a couple of years back in 2022 to the present until he joined this team. Normally, he's kind of one of the more average riflers on the team. Usually, it's guys like Mateos and Turtle who are kind of more the star riflers of the team, and both those guys are still doing quite good. I don't want to, you know, give them any, type of bad rap or anything, but Ponter has actually been stepping up and has been, statistically speaking, their best rifler at the tournament. So that's a guy I've actually been quite impressed with.
Well, you mentioned that they've actually faced off against one another previously as well. So talk to me a little bit more about that. Obviously, they faced each other during the Chengdu qualifiers as well. What can you tell me about how that went?
Yeah, so they've actually faced each other multiple times between now and, I guess, September of 2023. The Chengdu qualifiers were certainly a part of that, where Pain was able to win that on Anubis in a very one-sided fashion. We also saw them play against each other in the Game Arena Cup Season 1, as well as the Copa Bet Boom event back in October. And kind of what I wanted to point out with all this is that Pain Gaming has actually gone through roster changes throughout each and every one of these matchups that you see here on the screen. NQZ was not a part of this team. You know, he used to actually play for Legacy. He only joined the team, I believe, and
Mateo still has a good idea that a wrap around the back is possible, but NQZ laying down some fury with the FAMAS, and Kawes helping him on the cross. There was no way forward, no hope whatsoever. I think a Deagle was purchased in that round. That was the only upgraded pistol they had, but it made no difference, Jackie. It's a clean sweep again.
I'm enjoying these yells already as well. It's quite nice watching the little war cries, the excitement that's coming out. It's a gigantic game. You're so close. You're within touching distance of getting to the major. Obviously, the majority of the experience there really that's been commanding this roster comes from Big Guzera. He's done this before, this time heralding a unit that he wants to take with him to the major, and they have been fighting tooth and nail to make that a possibility. First 2 rounds are theirs, but the buy comes straight back in for ODDIK on the T side.
HG's early on, but ODDIK aren't interested. They're funneling back on the T side on the steps. Trying to use that AK purchase at range. The issue is, though, they're going for so much firepower here with 4 AKs as opposed to a second or third play going for Galils. You've got 3 smokes and 2 flashes, and that's all. No Molotovs, no HEs. So you're not going to get 2 bites at the cherry here, Jackie. If they go in for an execute, they're going to have to fully commit behind it.
Balcony bombardment is the call. Timing goes out with the smoke. Nissam's waiting. They bypass him, diving down. There's a quick trade back, though. You've caused a little bit of an issue here. Yeah, they're in pit, but it's relatively isolated. Turtle's just firing out the warning shots. You're going to peek into him, take a bit of damage, but the Doolies come out again.
The bane of ODDIK's existence. Kawes with a beautiful couple of kills out on the initial push, saving this round, surely. Unless Matios and Woody can try and chime together, and neither of them have got off the mark just yet in the opening 2 rounds. We look at it change that now. Molotov not quite extending. Oh, they line up and Woody punishes them. But there's a HE off the noggin, and Woody goes down for a 3-0 on Pain. But Kawes again, so much impact.
Heads up play from him. Take the space straight off the pit player, get up and make it uncomfortable. Spams into him with the Doolies, and they close out the round towards the end. Looked a little bit iffy once Woody started to flex his muscles a bit. You give him those 1-for-1 fights, he'll take those all damn day. But they close it out. Weather the Storm in the first test against the actual rifles from ODDIK does not deliver. Pain are able to withstand. So 3 rounds on the board already for their CT debut.
So those opening 2 picks with the A1S through on balcony that were the difference maker. Stopped the rot, stopped the tsunami of Ts from just funneling their way out of apps, blockaded it. And back into pistols again, and back into an early death. Pain are getting so many early picks here already on this map. That's gonna have to change. Flash bang out, Kawes forced into a different angle, but still passes. No problems with Nissam's help. It's gonna be a shutdown round. The 1 kill in return, the casualty of Kawes. But it is a quick fire, very quick 4-round lead already for Pain. It's felt like this map's only been going for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's been rapid, man. Really quick rounds. For ODDIK at least. Do have a chance to once again actually put the weapons on display. Bring out the firearms, but now you need to change your fate a little bit. We're getting into the groove of the game here. It's already been 4 rounds, so into the 5th. What have you got in store for us? What's going to change going into the buy with a utility to support it? For Pain, it's a bit of an adjustment in terms of the setup with the AWP being donned. Instant peek towards top banana, but they look to take the space off him. Turtle gets ahead of the Molotov, but Lux has it covered.
Well, placing a grenade, though, is going to make sure the biggest error cannot snake his way outside of sandbags. So 1-for-1 early doors, the best start that ODDIK have had. But Kawes has the cross from bedroom. An angle they're not going to anticipate. And passes a bullet through the head of Nati, and that's going to be another
convincing advantage that falls the way of Pain. Yes, there's tons of time left on the clock, but how can they barrage their way out of here? The position is looking good for Pain. They don't have anyone on pit, and that's maybe a small problem that Woody can try and exploit.
The T's are just getting mauled. It's the backstab that gives them an opportunity, but you've lost a lot of the cavalry. It's not going to get any easier for Woody. Nade round the corner, a near miss on the connection. He drops the smoke to block off the quick rotate in from quad side, give himself a little bit of a shroud to play off of, and just tucks up into it. It's an off angle here. He's paranoid about how close they're going to be, and these three CTs want to just work as a unit on the retake. Molotov and HE flash for the top as well if you want to blind him. He's got one of his own, but the molly comes in, tagging him down, forces him to adjust. They've got it, and they overwhelm on the retake.
And Quez is having such a stellar opener to this game, man. Like, he's taking every single duel, every 1v1, 1v2, he is winning out by himself. That is incredible impact that he is currently having, and he's suffocating ODDIK. They can't really get anything done. Yeah, you get a post plant, but it's at the cost of so many bodies that 1v3 was pretty straightforward. It wasn't that difficult in the end. Timeout has been called from ODDIK, and Mac did touch on this on the desk, to be fair. He said the CT side is really strong, 73.3% win rate. They played it twice, they got 2 wins. It's not a huge sample size, but they typically get a lot of rounds on the CT side. It's the T rounds where they struggle, 35.7% on the T side. So that would suggest that the narrative here is they're probably going to get quite a lot of rounds, 7 or 8 rounds at least on the CT side, and maybe ODDIK's chance is going to be when the roles reverse.
The problem is with that, of course, in a game like this, where there's so much riding on it, the more your head starts to dip, the more you start to lose those rounds. You're looking up at the scoreboard every time. It really does plague you a little bit.
100%.
So it could just slow you down so much, right? So trying to reset going into that second half, it's going to be a big factor. We'll see, though. You know, it's still relatively early doors into the half, at least. It's round 6. There is opportunities. But what worries me is there's some players on Pain that haven't even needed to go to that skill level we know they can deliver with yet, Vince. And that's kind of the extra caveat that scares me for ODDIK's life run in this one.
Yeah, completely agreed. I mean, we haven't seen BESTIA really pop off. And I mean, he's typically the guy you're looking at. Leading by example, fragging his mind out. He's on 2-2. Another pick, this time from NQZ, up on the banana. And it's more of the same. Past the timeout, they've lost the first player. The opening duel goes against them. And they're on the back foot. Matios yet to get any kills. Same with Ponte. He was one of those players that they highlighted on the desk to be a potential difference maker. Well, there's been nothing he's really been able to offer so far. Oh, double mates as well. That's got to be so frustrating to play against, man.
Oh, mate. You think we'll take a little bit of control towards top mids, maybe see if we can fight for brackets. I've been HE'd. Oh, I've been HE'd again. Suddenly you've got no health left. You're sent packing right into the scope that's playing on the angle. It's an easy opening pick. There's no one there for the quick swing out for the trade either. Molly's going to make it uncomfortable, at least turning up the heat. Almost looked like he was going to get the fadeaway. But they do at least drop him. Now your next task is, how do you get into the bomb site? CT smokes off for now, at least. You get the re-smoke out at the back of the site. That's where Big Guzera is lurking in his lair.
That is a lair that you have to tread very lightly through. Flashbang up and over 20 seconds, and Big Guzera deciding not to go for the peak. He's heard nothing in terms of audio cues. Woody, in the meanwhile, is sprinting back up middle. Oh, if he dies, that's the bomb. It's the bomb spilled. And even though they have the forward position in the form of Turtle, it doesn't matter. There's not enough time. There's not enough time for them to do anything. Maybe they can get a pick onto Nissam, but that's going to be it. 1 HP separating Turtle from his demise. That's a 6-0 start.
So rough. Trying to make the heads-up call of going back, feeling comfortable about the B play, realizing your lurkers got into the site, thinking it's clear, hoping they've rotated off, but he just sat in boiler. All the information in the world from him thunder-footing his way up middle. Drop the bomb, time goes with it, and so does the rounds. You need some of them. You've got to get yourself into the game soon here. It's not looking great in terms of the buy either. You just piece together whatever you could afford off the back of this one.
And even if we are going fully off the coping mechanism of, oh yeah, but maybe Pain's T side's not that strong. Listen, if you come through into that second half and you've got 2 rounds, it doesn't really matter. And plus the sample size is pretty small anyway. And you'd imagine Pain have gone back to the drawing board and they've ironed things out. As I said, it's been 6 weeks since either of these teams played Inferno. And there's plenty of time that they could have worked through a couple of the kinks and made sure that they've got everything straightened out.
We've already seen that with Pain's adjustments to overpass the map. It looked like they didn't really want to play too much. They definitely got drilled on that. Spray's nice. Quick flick back around with a tech to deck the man in the cubby. But even then, you're outnumbered 2-1. Minute on the clock here. Ooh, Turtle. His hard shell withstanding that opening connection with the AWP. You're still alive, but you've taken a ton of damage, so you need to win these fights very cleanly. That's your only win condition of being able to piece together this round. One that you've got to go for, really.
This crossfire is deadly as well, isn't it? Even though he's low HP on the site, it's the backstab. And the blade, in the form of the A1S, is going to rip through the remaining 2 Ts for a 7-0. And it's more of the same. The economy is building up nicely. The Pain Boys are looking on point. They started the tournament crushing, dismantling Legacy 13-2 on Overpass. We got the chance to cast that game. They were so dominant that I was actually surprised they ended up losing their second game the way they were playing. But now we're seeing shades of that same Pain showing up to the server, and that is a terrifying prospect for anyone they run into.
You do not want to give Pain confidence either, because they start to do things like this where they will just squeeze map control off of you from the opening moments of the round. Not even a deep mid smoke here. You just entirely walk down with confidence to hold it. Peeks towards T-steps, 2 tags, but no actual frags off the back of the initial gambit for the CT side.
Waiting. Flashbang is good. The follow damage is there. But Lux will pivot straight back in, forcing it into a 1-for-1 trade. These are the kind of situations, though, that ODDIK desperately need to grab on for dear life. They have got to get some success. They're running out of time. Yes, you've got a Deagle and a low Woody, but you have the player advantage. Utilize that. If you want to make the major, these are the rounds you've got to bring and try and take for yourself.
QZ strikes again towards brackets, and the edge you had, the one-man advantage for the trade game, is now gone. The battle of attrition is leveled. And Lux, he's just holding directly ahead of the smoke, playing close to it, knows that the time's tight on it, going to be fading soon, so he backs off and readjusts round towards second oranges, trying to play off his teammates' rotation. They break the smoke, no clean info for either side. Finally, attack comes out, but Nissim does all the work. Easy spray, and a round that still falls into the lap of Pain.
Oh, those are the rounds, Jackie. I was trying to build into a comeback potentially, but I mean, you put a heavy investment into the round. You got $3,000 to $4,000 here, so you're looking at another Tech 9 or maybe Galil scrappy by. You had an advantage. Look at the ADR bars. It's so grim. They've had 3 opening duels in 8 rounds go their way, 2 of which have been in the hands of Turtle. NQZ is just running amok. 3-0 on him. 187 ADR to Coez.
It's outrageous, isn't it? It's a major qualification game, and the man's just absolutely running at them, hitting all of his shots. Playing lights out right now.
Hey, the other thing as well, do you see BESTIA had 14 ADR?
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've seen that, but he just hasn't been needed.
No, exactly. It is very different to the BESTIA we've seen, where he's kind of had to, you know, fight for a lot of deep control, especially on overpass, right? We always see him sort of scrapping. Here, he's just sort of in the position where he can watch over the troops and be very content with what his roster's doing in a game like this. It is quite a terrifying prospect as well, sort of like what you set up in the idea of if they're winning it this dominantly already, Vince, if this goes on for any longer, hell, if you only need 2 rounds to close the game and your T side for Pain, you could literally just bombard B twice. It's going to work one of the times.
Speaking of bombarding, and getting peppered, artillery struck from orbit. And ODDIK cannot catch a break, but the thing is, it's in their own hands. You have the power in Counter-Strike to step your level up, to come back in and swing it. But right now, it is all Pain's way. Off the basis of the veto, we were both kind of raising our eyebrows, thinking, all right, this could be a 3-mapper. We could actually be on for a really close game in our hands. And Pain were like, nah, actually, no, we want the major right now as fast as possible. They're speedrunning it.
Want to get the brand back to the major. In there a couple times. Can they do it again? That's the question. Lux with a jump spot gets the info onto the last two. Okay, Deagle connection at least takes him down, but Big Guzera, he's been waiting for his opportunity and they bypass him. Oh, it's a bit of a rough spray. Still finds one though, and you're dead.
That's perfect, actually. That's just been the case of the whole map, isn't it? Like, oh, you got, oh, and you're dead. Never mind. Rest in peace. Yeah, biggest error. I mean, I'm really clutching at straws here, Jackie.
Okay,
like,
go on.
Full coping, but I'm like, listen, if he's having a labored spray, maybe there's a way in at some point.
Well, his teammates have to die first, though, Vince.
It's true. Yeah, I'm really clutching, aren't I?
But it's a shame, though, right? Because it does feel like one of these games where you'd kind of hope like you'd see the elevation of ODDIK really coming out with that extra sort of 20%, especially into this first map. It feels like you need to put the foot down immediately. If you're sleeping at the wheel and giving Pain opportunities like this, it's going to have reverberations throughout the entire best of three. It's not something you're just going to be able to reset entirely for them. That momentum's going to be there. And it's the confidence as well, just how they're positioning themselves into these early rounds. They're not really sort of backing themselves into a lot of these initial fights. It's a slow default. You're looking for a bit of map control. When you get it, it feels like the trades are always going against you. It's got to be really frustrating CS to play for ODDIK.
And the other kick to the gut as well is like, this is ODDIK's choice of map.
Yeah.
You picked this. You wanted to go on this battlefield and you are getting absolutely destroyed. However, they've got the first pick, a low Lux on 17 HP. Is this the time where ODDIK begin to shift through the gears and get us some rounds? And Quez is chilling. He's gone to the other side of the map and is leaving NQZ alone, but he doesn't need anybody else. He's more than capable of withstanding this pressure by himself.
Overkill with the AWP, hitting heads all over the shop, and it's repelled the push. He's not content with just two either. Finds a third frag, but suddenly Turtle turns the tides. A hat trick of his own, but you've got to find this man. On the off angle, they don't clear it, and he's got the trigger discipline. He'll let them in, give them a full sense of security, and then smash them to pieces for a 10th.
It's such a sick, heads-up, relaxed play from Quez. That's all NQZ, though.
Yeah.
Those two opening picks he gets and then the third alongside it are outrageous. And that just fully encapsulates this Pain performance, man. Like, they've had little scraps here and there, but they've been unable to do anything with it.
It's that second shot as well. Straight to the dome. Orders an ODDIK player for breakfast and then spits out the chain, Vince.
Oh, mate, it's been rough to watch. It's been beautiful. If you're a CS fan looking at this Pain CT side, it's been pretty damn good. And Quez has been leading the charge. 17 kills, 170 ADR, and he's backed himself another couple in this. So you can add a few to that. Woody, in the meanwhile, though, forcing off NQZ, but there are strength in numbers. A second player coming through on Library. About as one-sided a map of Counter-Strike as I can remember seeing. We've had some blowouts in this tournament. And this is looking like it's going to be added to the list. Oh, there we go. Cheeky backstab. 3v3. There is a chance, but NQZ snatches it away again.
And when NQZ lives, your opportunities get fewer and fewer. At least here, I mean, it's a 1v2. B-side completely open. Depends how he wants to play this one as well. He's being a bit smarter with it. Cuts noise, gets down towards middle, slows down the time. You've led them to believe it's a B play. Slow walks back around. Has an opportunity here to get up brackets. You can isolate the fights. Maybe you can take some 1v1s and build your way into the round. But Lux is here. Blaze pulled out on a slow walk as well. Oh, you're leaving yourself exposed. Switches to the tech. Tries to move up. Needs to win the fight cleanly. Drop to 26 and gets the bomb plant down at least.
Biggest Error's only on 31, though. And that Molotov is going to afford him the luxury of repositioning should he choose it. Not sure if it's confirmed damage onto Biggest Error. So he's playing this one very carefully. Zero, in the meanwhile, has himself a kit. Has a bit of time to play with, and he's going to be going up on apps. He's hoping he can get the drop on Ponta. We're headed towards the end of this half. He's definitely 100% going for it. He would love to keep this unbroken streak of round wins. And he's going to be pincering around the corner. He's dropped, he's made sound, and he should be a dead man. The Biggest Error still shuts down Ponta. And he should have time for the defuse with the kit. Oh, the woes continue. ODDIK must be devastated. When he dropped Jackie, I was sure he was dead.
Yeah. It felt that way. It really did feel that way. And that's, you know, 1 round at least of buffer, right? It would have at least given you 1 round to work with. Instead, the outcome here is you're frustrated off the back of another near miss, where it feels like you've been given a slight chance, a way in, and you just can't quite get through the door. And you're facing an 11-0 scoreline. In the first map of a best-of-3 that decides whether or not you're eliminated or make it to the Copenhagen Major, the first major for CS2. And this is the way things are going on your T half. Oh, if they get the 12-0 off the back of this, but it's going to be so rough for you to really do anything. Hell, even the pistol round could just be where this one starts and ends on the second half.
Quez with the simple, straightforward shutdown. There was a flashbang alongside it, but it didn't even connect. And Quez looking for that 20 bomb in the first half. MR12, I mean, this would have been ridiculous in MR15 days, and he's gone and done it. 20 and 5. A 3K in this. ADR off the charts. What a performance from this man.
He's got the straw hat on, and he is farming. Precision pointer from Ponta as he strikes back at top mid, takes down the AWP. Oh, okay, follow-up frags there as well, but it's the backstab, the repeak off the timing from his teammate drop-in, looks for the trade and does equalize it. Well, 1v2, your back's exposed as well towards T-steps, and that's how the 12th is guaranteed. 12-0. Not a single round on the board for ODDIK. Pain are just blitzing through him.
We have seen some very one-sided maps of Counter-Strike in these RMRs, but I don't think we've seen a 13-0 in the Americas RMRs at least. I think a couple of 13-1, 13-2s. This has been complete domination, Jackie. I mean, there's not really much we can talk about. It's so one-sided. It never felt as if ODDIK got out of bed to come into this game. Like,
yeah.
And you got to give a lot of credit, of course, across to Pain, who have been phenomenal. Like Quez, we've already talked about. NQZ's had moments. Nissim's had a couple of crazy sprays, but oh man, Pain, I don't know what to say.
No, it really is rough. Just coming out, giving it onto the server. Clean trades, very aggressive setups, winning out on the clutches as well. Even the unsustainable rounds have gone their way. And this is where it could all be over in one fatal blow, a pistol round. You remember how things went in the first? It was a 5K with the Doolies for Pain Gaming. If they can even just get this one over the mark, you've won it. Very worst case scenario, you're looking at a team that has basically unlimited opportunities here to just keep hitting a bomb site over and over again. All you need is one.
They're not rushing it though. They're getting up banana, but they're clearing their angles. Atios in the meanwhile with Ponta as a smoke ready to toss out if needs be. Flashes, smokes, Molotovs all available, all getting tossed in now. Molly's to the back of the site, smoking off the CT side as Matios that gets the first, and they've landed a good, well-placed smoke to thwart this push. So they get the opening pick, they force Pain away, they're going to try and hit back on middle.
The core goes running towards brackets, and Woody listening for this, his ears perked up. Oh, he could peck from the back. Oh, it's a bit of a rough one on the face towards Boiler, but he still wins on the fight and brings the numbers down somewhat. You've got time for the rotate in now as well. So the rest of the squad groups up towards Arch, but a big dink on Woody, down to 2 HP.
Kawaz's aim is so on point right now. Nissim finishes off what he started with the Goosh. And Nightier is going to try and wrap around the back of Apps. There's a player up on the balcony. That's going to be Nissim, a double stack. Turtle's with him. They peek in. Nissim is watching many angles by himself, but he's trying to draw away fire, and that bomb is starting to get dangerously low on the fuse as well. Quez, 5 bullets in the chamber, is trying to keep himself alive. Has he wasted enough time? It's going to be close, but they should have the defuse, and ODDIK will not be 13-0'd just yet. They keep the dream alive.
You hold back the Reaper for at least one round here. But that's the horrific timeline that you now live in, where the entire game has to be absolutely flawless, and that's just to remove the safety net of overtime that is waiting underneath Pain Gaming here on Inferno. That's what you're facing. It's very hard. You just have to focus on one round at a time. Take it piece by piece. Whereas for Pain, you have the opportunity here to find what's weak, see if there is any gaps in the defense, and then just abuse that going into the later rounds. A single mistake would cost them the game, and you'd move on to the second.
Oh, and Lux finds himself wandering no man's land. Double spray. Caught in barbed wire is Matios. Turtle's gonna get the backstab. He's taking a picture, mate. What was he waiting for?
Oh, mate, I was a little bit worried he was actually just going to get his lips removed when he turned around, honestly. I was like, oh, mate, don't go for the blades. Okay. See, again, though, it's still quite scary, right? Because that's another round where I'm like, well, that kind of was the mistake of Banana. Lux just gets the double entry. It's all going to fall to pieces. You get through it, but again, at what cost, right?
I guess this is where if you're ODDIK, obviously you're building your way back in brick by brick, round by round.
Yeah.
That's all the cliches you can throw in there, but you're also banking off the fact that the T side has typically been quite weak for Pain. And you have to have full confidence in yourself. As you're going to get a mowing down with the MP9 and grenade alongside it. Trade back though, but Lux is exceptionally dry in terms of HP, and he's going to get finished off by 90's pushed down. It's going to be a fairly straightforward round for ODDIK's third. Nissim, 37 HP, going to push through the smoke, fakes the flash, but 90's having none of it.
Do love the heads-up fake flash for the Tech 9, though. Fair play to him. If it caught him off guard, would have been good banter, but not this time. The round itself, though, for ODDIK, at least. Not that bad in terms of the casualties, either. So at least you will have weapons and utility coming into the next. Having money in the coffers really doesn't matter, because obviously if you lose one, it is over. But at least having enough cash to sustain yourself into the following round is more what you're worried about. Quick pause here as we've had one of the games go down. So we're going to get the player back in the server and carry on with this one. Probably a bit rough as well, right? Because it's kind of one of those where when you take a bit of a break out of the flow state in a game like this, you sort of realize what you're up against, whereas for Pain, probably just thinking, all right, just get us back in. Let us just lop the head off at this point.
Yeah, I just want to finish this as fast as possible and get across to Vertigo, which will be our second map. And then Nuke if we need it, but that's a long, long way away.
Yeah.
If you're on the ODDIK side of things right now, that will feel like a distant goal sometime in the very far future. In the here and now, they are 12-3 behind. They have won the last 3 rounds. It's about building that confidence as well, Jackie, I think. I mean, a lot of players and teams will say, I've spoke to quite a few of the pros when it comes to these kind of situations, and a lot of them will say, I'd rather just lose it like fast, like 13-0, 13-1, than expend loads of sort of energy and focus and then to lose out like 13-10 because it'll feel like, what did we, play for, etc. So it depends. And then I've had other sides of the spectrum that's like, I'd rather build my way back in and feel my confidence and get warmed up and stuff. So it depends on the players, really. In the meanwhile, though, ODDIK have been very aggressive on these CT sides. It's constant lurk smoke, and it's another kill. This time it's Lux.
Oh, Big Guzera. Normally someone that does start to lead by example when his roster needs it. He finds the trade back. Turtle's been a big piece of this ODDIK roster as well throughout Inferno. He's had some rounds that have looked close. With him going down, you're in a 4 versus 4. Tons of time as well, so the T's don't need to over-egg anything. They can still play this one slow, draw out a lot of their CT side utility, bleed them dry, and then go for the play. Nissim as well could be a real issue. You've got no one down towards the pit. He can just walk out through balcony, hits the head onto the first. You need to trade this, and you're caught between 2 positions. It's all going wrong.
Oh, it's such a crazy read. The way he played that is like he knew no one was in pit. Must have done their homework. Heard the footsteps around quad side, but that's not to say a double stack wouldn't be possible. But the confidence in which he wide swung out there. Impressive play in ODDIK. Although they mustered up 3 rounds, it looks like this is where Inferno will come to a close. Matios and Woody in a 2-on-4 post plant. Woody has the kit with an M4 alongside him. But they're also isolated from one another in terms of trying to push in, and that flashbang could not have been sweeter. Fully blinding Woody for multiple seconds. And Bigazera exploits that, expunging the threat. Matteo's taking speculative shots, but he's whittling away his own health bars in the process. Through the smoke, he's being peppered, comes out into the open, and is shut down. A dominant first map win for Pain Gaming, 13-3.
Run away with the game, make it look easy for themselves. Pain 1 map away from the Copenhagen Major.
A fantastic showing from Pain Gaming with a 12-round streak. Absolutely incredible scenes here, Mac. You said it best. You said Pain Gaming have an incredibly strong CT side, and it just seemed like ODDIK had nothing to offer in return.
Yeah, except a couple of good quotes like, "This town ain't big enough for the two of us." And unfortunately for Woody, it wasn't, and he got knocked out of the town. But look, there's still a chance at a comeback. There's not too much to talk about this game other than pretty much compliment Pain on how well this went from the get-go. Look at that. Julies, you don't usually see a Julie ace too often, but when you do, it tastes so sweet, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Pain really took the CT side to infinity and beyond, if I'm honest with you. I mean, winning all 12 rounds. You had Cowes, 20 kills, which is almost the entirety of ODDIK combined. I think they had like 23 or 24 kills. So, yeah, it was pretty much a rough day at the office for ODDIK. On their map pick, by the way, I must say, they elected to come here and play T-side first. And when you're going to do that, you got to have something cooked. You got to have something prepared. And they really had a whole lot of nothing, if we're honest, as Pain just pulverizing. This has been the most one-sided game of CS we might have seen at the RMRs.
From the side of ODDIK, though, on their T side, is there anything they could have possibly done to break the incredibly strong defenses of Pain Gaming?
Well, convert the opening duels. They did open a few times. I think there was like 4 openings that they managed to find, and they only converted 0 of them. So in the second half, they managed to get a few more, and they did turn them into some rounds and almost get my prediction perfectly correct. But 3, hopefully that's enough to give them some kind of confidence moving towards the second map, saying, okay, look, this is what was going wrong. We're not that confident on Inferno T side, but Vertigo, it's another whole ball game. And I feel like that's where they just have to focus, is the reverse sweep angle, because if you're not focusing on that, they're just not going to be focused on their crosshairs, and Pain, that's the problem.
I don't know, man. I just don't see a world in which you can come off the back of your own map pick, losing in such a dominant fashion, and then head into Vertigo. So, Dust, you need to break down for everybody watching right now. Best case scenario, how do you look to approach this Vertigo?
I have no idea, man, because the problem is that ODDIK's Vertigo has been really hit or miss. They only have a 45% win rate on the map. They have less than 45% win rate on pistols, CT rounds, and T rounds, so they're not really getting anything done consistently on either side of the map. Meanwhile, you look at Pain Gaming, a lot of their games on this map have actually been over in Europe, and they've beaten teams like Big and Prezi and some of these other squads you might be familiar with in the European scene. They've been pretty consistent as well within the Brazilian scene on this map. 60% win rate on the 60% pistol win rate. They're over 50% on both sides of the map as well, so they can get rounds either way, attack or defense on Vertigo. And so it does spell kind of doom. You know, I hate to be that Debbie Downer, but I don't really see a way upwards from ODDIK. But you would think anything could be better than what happened here.
Yeah, if they can't bounce back, like, that's the end of it, and that's exactly how it works here. It is pretty cutthroat. The format of the Americas RMR has been pretty cutthroat, and yes, they've managed to get a couple of wins, turn some heads, show what they are capable of against some of the lower tier teams, but Pain, they are here to game. They are here to lock in another spot for Brazil, and they're looking to just go and have a little boot camp in Europe, take on some of these European teams, get that stick of money, baby. That's what it's all about, and ODDIK just aren't stepping up to the plate. That's what we were talking about in the pre-match, and it's starting to happen.
Yeah, I feel like the entirety on the side of Pain, the team just looked so energized, so passionate, screaming and shouting left, right, and center. And I feel like that in itself is going to be a knock to the confidence of ODDIK heading into this matchup. You guys said it best, you know, Cowes in that match absolutely decimated them. You highlighted NQZ at the beginning of that matchup as well, and he certainly delivered. So across all fronts, it looks like Pain Gaming are just hitting their shots right now.
That's it. Look, and you saw it as well there, Cowes, with the highlight montage, was just farming 150-ish ADR for the whole
160.
match. 160, even better.
He had over
That's
100
crazy.
ADR, higher than the best ADR on the opposing team.
Yeah, Hoppity had multi-kills in like 8 of the rounds, which is more than half of the rounds in the game.
Right.
Which is just crazy. That's just crazy, and that's a solid performance. Can he replicate that? does he even need to replicate that?
Yeah.
These are all the questions that I'm asking moving into Vertigo, and I don't think he needs to replicate that because everyone around him was fired up and doing a decent job, but he was just doing a better job. And ODDIK weren't doing their job. They weren't hitting shots. They weren't able to even find map control for half the rounds. They weren't able to get that bomb planted for half the rounds. And that's an issue. At least they get to pick the side. They get to set the pace here in the second map of the series.
I think the even scarier thing about this game is, like, I've been kind of talking about how Lux has been kind of quiet throughout this tournament. Like, he usually is kind of one of the other star riflers next to Big Azera on this team. Kalas has like an incredibly high ceiling, but usually he's not as consistent as some of the others. And Lux popped off that game. I mean, he obviously had the ace on the pistol round. I mean, that's a way to go in with the bang right away. So now you got a Pain firing on all cylinders, not showing any weaknesses. Meanwhile, no one really stepping up to the plate for ODDIK right now, and things are going to have to change. Otherwise, they will be very quickly waltzing their way back home to Brazil without a ticket to Copenhagen.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and revisit the round that started it all with Lux's pistol round.
Yeah, let me really break this down for you, and it's in slow-mo here. This is just some really technical play going on right here from Lux with the dualies, where he's literally just left-clicking the mouse. I don't know if we can really just to show you the left clicks that are taking place here, but they are finding the heads of literally everyone on the T side. Just super disjointed, all headshots all the time. That's the way you start a game. That's the way you start a 12-0 half.
That's how you do analysis.
Yeah, I mean, I really tried. There wasn't a whole lot of tactics to break down that game, unfortunately. It's more just people getting mowed down.
Every single one was a headshot as well.
Yeah.
So like I mentioned, every single one of these boys...
Two pistols better than one, you know? I mean,
there we go. Every single one of these boys just hitting their shots. Vertigo, though, if you are ODDIK, what on earth are you thinking right now? How are you heading into this?
You just got to let this one go. Like, you can't even think about this map anymore. I mean, the thing is you lost it so fast that you were never really in it, so there's never really any stress put into trying to make a comeback and, you know, wasting stamina. You just have to put that one away and be like, all right, that's over with. Like, our bat pit backfired, oh well, let's regroup, you know? And that's really going to be the big test. Can they just mentally reset, shake that off, or is this momentum from Pain that's going to keep flowing and this is going to be a quick series?
Yeah, there is some things going. Like, they did manage to push, I think it was for the quals for the RMR, MIBR to at least OT, to double OT or something like that, which gives them some kind of confidence. MIBR haven't looked too good. They got knocked out yesterday, and they got knocked out for a reason. So I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. I just feel like, yeah, at least they want a pistol, right? They want a pistol in that second half of Inferno, and that usually will equate to some more rounds. So hopefully coming out of the gates on Vertigo, a pistol's a great way to really get that confidence right back.
Well, you know what, on that note, let's go ahead and give them a little bit of a breather before we head into our next map of Vertigo.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Pain lived up to their name in the game on Inferno, whereas ODDIK fell short, and now they face one more map before potential defeat and removal from the RMRs. And Pain, Vince, so damn close to going to the major. We move into map 2, it's Vertigo. You really got to get your heads together and scrap back in the series. Something has to change.
I hope there is somebody in this ODDIK squad, whether it be a coach, whether it be someone behind the scenes or one of the players, that has really tried to inspire and just create a sense of fight.
Yeah.
Just something, because that was one of the flattest performances I've ever seen on a T side. It was slow, it was timid, it was methodical, but in all the worst possible ways, and Pain were having none of it. Vertigo's a map that lends itself to carnage and chaos and taking the fight on the extremities. Please, ODDIK, for your own good, because they will 100% regret this if they don't come out swinging. If they go down on their shield, Jackie, at least do it on your own kind of initiative, your own aggression. Don't just sit back and absorb the punishment again.
No, exactly. It was a lot of slow defaults, a lot of rounds where it felt like you didn't have the confidence to fight, to want to just instigate those engagements. Didn't back themselves in a lot of the rounds. Has to change. You would really hope they've taken the time between maps to get themselves on the same page, turn those engines on, get themselves fired up. They start on the CT side coming into map 2. Pain going for a slow contact play out towards B. You've got the nade set on Nissim as well. They want to go for the boost with Big Guzera and Lux going up top.
I see the trajectory of those grenades, though. Turtle realizes it, but he's going to throw that smoke down. There are Julies now. They live by it in the pistol round. On Inferno, will they die by it now? Turtle onto that man of Lux who picked up the ace, and Ponta's there. It's a 2-for-1 trade. ODDIK getting the early aggression and advantage and forcing the T's back for the time being.
Big Guzera at least finds the head of one of them, but you're still at a disadvantage. Outnumbered, and it keeps getting worse. The Doolies sing for another, and the last man in Big Guzera, the brains of the operation, is severed. A round you had to win for ODDIK, and this is a lot better, at least with the body language. They're starting to get a bit more amped. They're starting to get fired up. You have to maintain that. You've got to go out there swinging, absolutely windmilling into every round, Vince.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see that afterwards. Not just like a chill sort of acceptance they won the pistol, but actually getting loud, making their opposition, making Pain hear that. These guys have played against each other so many times. They know each other very well. Yes, as Does said, there's been a couple of changes here and there in terms of the rosters, but the core of these lineups have played against each other time after time in this home nation derby. We have an XM in play, though. Turtle's yielding that one for himself with a couple of MP9s. A lot of up-close and personal weaponry, as you'd expect a map like Vertigo, but it's the MP9 that strikes first.
Even against the pistols, glad to see that there is that oomph to kick off the round on your terms. They push down and squeeze map control off of Pain. Big Guzera is paranoid about it as well, knowing that ramp has been entirely claimed by ODDIK, so he's got to double up towards spawn. You're playing the anti-eco. You're looking for that over-aggression so that you can hit your shots with the pistols in close range and steal away some weapons. Anti-flash angle towards the left, but the back's going to be exposed as he spots the rear.
Willie putting down the graffiti as well. A little bit of salt to the wounds, but don't assume anything. Big Guzera had a quiet first map, but he's already kicked off with 3 here, and he has a deagle. MP9's also been picked up. Even if Pain weren't to win this round, if they can kill a couple more players, that in itself could prove to be pretty costly. Here is Ponta with Alphamas tapping himself to a 3K, and ODDIK secure the second.
Trying to gas each other up as well, calling out their teammates' names, the high fives. One round at a time. Obviously for Pain, though, the difference is that was just the anti-eco. That's you looking to see if you can find any damage to the economy. This is the one that you really want to take, attempt to lop the head off with the Kalashnikovs as the buy comes in.
Previous round really was the appetizer. This is the main course now. If you are paying a bonus round on the side of ODDIK, but it's not as if they're exactly swimming in cash. Ponta's down at 900. Aggression from Big Guzera. No one from mid had an idea, and the spray from Big Guzera is going to yield 2, but Ponta stands his ground and will post up 2 of his own. A 3v3 trading up to an AK. But he is all alone on 12 HP. Surely Ponta can't manage to clutch this one by himself. Down he will fall.
So weak off the fight. It would have been hard to get too much more done into that, and instead they bleed out. Got the site control, you've got everything you need. Nade over the top, might connect onto Nissim and blow him out of the server. So you're back into a 2v2, but it's still low HP for the side of ODDIK. Woody's the only one really in good standing. The longer it goes, the more time ticks away. Dives around the corner, the acrobatics pay off, but you still got to get past the lunatic that is NQZ. Sprays through the woods, popping the cranium of Woody. Looks for the repeak as well, and it is on the money.
It's on the money, but that will feel like a bit of a subdued victory. Yes, they're going to get hyped up and amped, but in the context, effectively a bonus round, you had full AKs, you only come out with one. And even then it was really close. Like that jump around the side with the MP9 from Woody, that would have sent shivers down the spine of Pain collectively. And this is off the back of getting some like really free entries on middle. Quite surprising that no one from ODDIK was either in mid or at least watching the window. They seem to have no idea that that was a possibility.
Yeah, Big Guzera was out in second, so that was a really swift play for him to just take all the space off them. And it nearly single-handedly won the round off the back of that play. Especially if you got the spray off onto the next man. Here, the early fight for ramp though, exchange of nades. You pepper into the smoke. Bit of damage done to Big Guzera all the way towards the back. But look at Lux, he's already pacing up, trying to take this space off them.
I can see it, Nighty so desperately wants to go for that wide swing, but NQZ checking the angle. They may not anticipate a double stack here, though. But Pain, it's a hit and run. They take the kill, they back away instantly over onto the B side. They have a bit of mid control as well, where Coez is waiting. And Matios moves into his snare trap. 2 free, straightforward frags puts ODDIK in a very difficult situation now.
Slow walk up into the B site, contact maneuver, nades over the top. The MP9 of Ponta's good for one, but now Turtle's in such a rough angle to really make a play from. Woody's here, sure, but not for long. NQZ with some beautiful taps from the Kalashnikov. He erupts as well. Look at him roaring.
He's such a hype player. I
love it.
I love it. Can only understand half of what he just said. Can't really repeat it.
He said it with emphasis, though, and that's what matters. Fair play to him, man. Like, he really has been a bit of a difference maker for this Pain roster throughout all the games that we've seen them play during this RMR run. He's so multi-talented with the collection of weapons that he can use to a very high skill ceiling as well. Doesn't matter what's in his hands. It always feels like he just shows up with those snapshot reactions. Crosshair placement has been unbelievable the whole RMR.
And whereas that previous round, the 2-1 round that they ended up picking up, would have felt a little bit sketchy and wouldn't have felt completely confidence-inspiring, that last one definitely will. The entries were on point. They shut that down with only one casualty. They forced ODDIK back into USPs now. They know that ODDIK are on the ropes. Economically speaking, they are flat out broke. Tons of damage across the 90, but they have at least funneled away the T's for the time being as they spill out onto ramp. There should be a shooting gallery with Lux doubling up and a burst fire Glock to the dome. But one kill did go the way of ODDIK. However, it is a 3-2 scoreline.
Goddamn, the G in Big Guzera there standing for Gangster with a Glock burst. At least it wasn't a Mat 10, and he got one of those kills. Could have been a whole lot more money for Big Guzera. That's what he was looking for with a Mac Daddy towards ramp. Scary stuff already, though. These are the rounds that really do slow you down. From that initial hype of feeling like we're building into it, we're starting to get something going, you're brought back down to reality and now have to scrap for these rounds. You get a buy back. The CT side do have weapons to work with, but they're turning up the tempo on the T side. Pain instantly up ramp, double HE. If there's a player sandbags, he'd be a dead man.
Oh, he wants to find this window of opportunity and smash through there as fast as possible. The smoke in his eyes, gets caught in the back. Had no idea, but the same could be said of Lux. 1-4 trade, Molly goes down, it's going to force Matios away, and Woody now going to try and go for that wide swing, but Big Guzera, he's up to the task. Ponta trades him out though. A 3-on-3, but the flick from NQZ will give them the advantage once more. And there's still a minute left on the clock, and 2 players headed over on the B side, where Turtle is laid in wait.
Turtle has it all to do. He's got to be the guardian of the bomb site from this position. Forced off by the warning shots, drops through the smoke. Sees a little bit of info. He spotted the side of the player. Spamming onto the bomb site and at least gets the free frag, bringing it down into a 2 versus 2. They're both grouped up together though. You don't want to peek into this like this. Back towards quad, it's the headshot that comes out. And then QZ bides his time, pre-scoped and ready to strike.
Oh, he's feeling it right now, Jackie. From the NQC's perspective, that must have been a really nice flick. I think he jumped over the smoke and he flicked upwards. Those vertical shots up and down, not easy with the AWP because you're more trained left and right. Horizontal rather than the vertical snapshots. And you can see already the ODDIK, after winning the pistol, getting subsequent 2-0. It's been all pain gaming again.
Again, man, it's these kind of games where it feels that you need that difference in sort of body language, the posture from the coach, where you have that time out to talk to just instill not only the information you want to translate across, but also just the overall energy as well. Command everyone to get a bit more aggressive, take that space off them. If there's a hero play you want to go for, do it. If there's something you think that will turn the tide of the game, a gap you've spotted, then hell, run it down. Turtle pulls out the Nova, everyone else on the 5-7s. You could go for a bit of a push here. Don't play it like a rifle round, obviously. You want to fight down ramp, you want to run out B main. Hell, see if it pays off.
You know, we were talking before about getting into this game and hoping that ODDIK were going to go for more sort of audacious plays, a bit more aggression, take their future into their own hands and not be reactive but more proactive. These kind of buys, these kind of plays, I'm not necessarily against, but the execution looks a little bit off. IT's got found and put down with authority, and Turtle's already down to 56. It doesn't feel like ODDIK have really got themselves a stranglehold or a foothold in this round so far. And to be fair to Pain, they're sitting back and they're just waiting. They realize that this kind of play could be coming up, and they're making sure they don't rush into anything. Not too headstrong.
Keep it clean. Play for the opportunities you're given and allow ODDIK to open up with a mistake. Capitalize off that. So a far slower default where you're looking for them to make the first move and then build into the round overall. You've seen the rotation back off of B. Everyone's grouped up towards the A site. Nissim's been waiting, just on the lurk, trying to sell the idea. Maybe there's still a bit of a movement towards B. You can see if he can backstab with this late in the round. You're getting all that info at mid as well. So a lot of info here, but you've got to execute off the timing. 25 seconds as they walk up into the unknown of the A site.
Into the abyss. Zera leading the charge as ever. HE's tossed over onto headshot, tons of damage, but the time, it only takes a couple of insta-headshots and this can quickly get out of control. That Nova's going to deny the bomb plant for a couple more seconds, and the Deagle on the cross. Has he just done it? Has Ponta just won this round? 1 second to go, and holds his line, and he does! Ponta clutches! Purely off timing, purely off denying the bomb carrier twice.
7 seconds on the clock as the Nova starts to rip its way through them. Big Popper Pump makes an appearance on the server, and like you said, no time, just focus on survival, and he hits the 1 peak to guarantee it. Oh boy, oh boy. Those rounds don't come easy, but with what you went into it with, you are going to count your blessings all damn day. Look at the clock.
Oh, it's so sick. Looked awesome on the replay as well, man. Just to give you the full picture of what was happening. Encircled from 3 different angles. The hounds were hunting him down, but he survived just for that extra half a second. Jackie, if that is the beginning of ODDIK's resurgence and they end up coming back to win this map, that could be the moment where everything changed.
Flips that switch in your brain. You just got to stick to your guns now. And give away those opportunities. There is an AWP in play, NQZ. We know how much of a beast he is on the scope, of course. The fact that he has the weapon to work with, you still need to be worried. Pretty aggressive towards ramp, peppering bullets through the smoke, hoping one of them will connect. He's got the backup here. 4 players gravitating around towards the site. Mid being left open for now. Turtle trying to gravitate between the windows, so he's got the info on both B and mid. But the whole team of Pain are back at ramp. Look at the positions here, Vince. Oh, this could be carnage.
Could be bloodshed and mayhem. There's a TK. Big Azera blocking the shot from Lux. And the back and forth trades into a 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2. A 2v1 suddenly. Nissim stands alone. It was looking as if Pain had this in the palm of their hand on the approach, but now Nissim with 10 bullets in his AK against Turtle and Matios. He's anticipating a peek in. He does have the bomb, but only 20 seconds left. Molotov just behind him as well, as you can see. If he wanted that molly, he could toss onto headshot. But he's fully focused on pushing forward, fully focused on getting that bomb down, and Matios will repel him. 4-4 the score. That TK from Lux, though, could prove to be the real difference maker. And it was kind of strange. It seemed like they actually ran their AWP in first there on ramp.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird setup of how they were trying to take the space off them. And obviously that's the reason why we were saying, like, it looks really chaotic. With the setup you had from the CT side, the different angles of verticality on the close angles, you're all coming up ramp like that. It does get messy, right? Everyone's in front of one another. There isn't the space to take the shots in the line of fire. Issues happen, and that's what we saw. But closing down the round will be the big piece of the picture for ODDIK, at least. You equalize things 4-4. And finally, again, it feels like you actually have an opportunity where it's a far weaker Pain, but don't count them out just because it's only the one AK in play. They're damn good with the Deagles, and they love these rounds where they can play it slow, find an opportunity to strike where the weaker knee is for ODDIK. Put that hero AK in the hands of Lux, up on boost, clearing the window, expects the angle and finds Ponta.
Matios with a preemptive Molotov just to make sure they don't spill out onto middle. But they got the success they were looking for the time being, the hit and run. And it is the talisman, Ponta, 12 kills. Head and shoulders above the rest of his team. The hero of that 4-2 round. Woody, though, could find himself a pick here. But again, Lux gets boosted up, and again he gets the entry they were looking for.
The verticality catching him off guard, heads up boost again. 2 times he's been put towards the heavens and delivered with his strike from the AK. Up close with the MP9, you gotta maul and do it cleanly. Fast reaction shot from NQZ, who's been given the AWP, scavenged it from the ground. Makes a difference into this one. And they know they've got time. They know they can completely wrap off. Kawaz was just waiting outside of B, so you all barrel back around. You'll have a free bomb site to get it down on, and then you're looking at a 2 versus 3 retake. Even against what you're fighting against here from Pain, this is not going to be easy at all.
QZ just making sure no one was going to go for the peak from the CT side. Now goes in for the plant. Kawaz joins alongside him with Lux, of course, who's still alive, and I think it's going to be the save. ODDIK can't justify this. They still haven't fully established their economy. So it will be a save round. And it's really cool to see as well, man, because, Jackie, one of the cliches that always follows the Brazilian teams is like, oh, they're just really aggressive. They play with loads of passion.
Yeah.
It's just holding W and just getting in the face of people. That was a beautifully crafted and orchestrated round. They had an exact idea of what they wanted to do, and they executed it to perfection with that hero AK.
And that's the big piece of it, right? Because sometimes you do see those buys where it's just like, right, bring out the 1 AK, we'll go in. If someone dies, the next in line can pick it up. Bit of a gamble on it actually paying off, but that was smart. It was in a way where you're always using the elevation, you're always using those off angles to make it uncomfortable. The AK is peaking, there's room for the pistols to swing on the side if necessary, but he did all the work on his own. And because Woody went down with that AWP, you instantly arm the man you do not want to have the weapon. NQZ picks it up, and he can keep that in play now.
Yeah, exactly. One of your strongest defense tools suddenly becomes one of the site-cracking opening weapons that he goes aggressive on short gap with. No funds to accommodate another AWP purchase on the ODDIK side. So the only AWP in play still in the hands of the T, still in the hands of NQZ. They're going to go for these boosts. But Pain slowing it down again. They've had very slow T rounds. They've been playing quite reactive, anticipating that ODDIK are going to get aggressive, and then executing in the last 20, 25 seconds. Sometimes it's going to sting them. It's sometimes going to be to their detriment and to their downfall. But Ponta with a slightly different angle, getting success, and the double-up buddy system working to perfection. Ponta and Turtle both chip in and lock down middle.
The opening frags go their way. Woody with the boost. Timing on it's interesting. Saw the head for NQZ as he falls off. The nade goes awry, but that won't matter. You've got the read onto the AWP. don't play into it. They wanted to peak together on the fast swing, so it wasn't exactly working the way they wanted to. Now it really is starting to build into a bit of a pressure cooker for them. You're bombarding out towards the site. Turtle goes for the heads-up play, looking to slow down it all on his lonesome, and it doesn't work. The rotations are going to be late. Everyone's so far away. It's a 2v2, sure, but it's not going to be easy. Ponta has to get the backstab off. Nissim's running into him. He's heard the audio cue at least, but how do you even find this?
Oh. Nissim decided to fully go out for it now. NQZ alone in a 1-on-2. Can see the jump spotting. Has been spotting himself. He knows where both players are now. But his position is compromised. Molotov on top of him. He's burning alive. Still lands the flick. 7 HP left. But Ponta will have the last life. Don't know if he has time, though. Has no kit. This is going to be exceptionally close. The full 10-second defuse may just end up being a little bit of a bridge too far on Ponta. And that is a heartbreaking moment for ODDIK. Just when you thought you could get even again, the bottom detonates for a 6-4 lead.
The Molotov burning him down, but he turns up the heat with the flick, delivers the fatal blow that seals the round for them. That's crushing. Pain even taking the time out to relish in the victory of that one, let their players calm down off the back of being so amped up and let it really sink into the minds of ODDIK.
From the grave, he gets the last laugh. Throwing some hype the way of ODDIK as well, and now they have time to stew on it. And I suppose you could even say that the scoreline maybe doesn't fully embrace how this game has came down. If Ponta doesn't get that hero play, this could be a very much more one-sided round and half. Super unlucky for Ponta. Nice effort, though.
God damn. Turtle. Playing up close with the auto shotty, but towards mid. It's a hero play from Ponta that does not work. You're forced out by the classic Molotov as well that burns towards wood. Forces him to peek in with the XM. Giving away those initial frags, the lower economy weapons not being able to deliver into this round. And it's getting really rough for him. Up close with the MP9, Lux is good for these angles and he'll look to pounce. Not straight away, but does take the man down over extension from wood. He knew he had to do something. But your chances of finding much there weren't really in your favor. The whole round slipping away second by second.
Safe call, likely is coming up for Matios as well. Can't do much about this with the FAMAS. Lack of funds for the rest of the teammates. It is a brutal situation to be in. Can maybe trade up to that AK, actually. It's on the corpse of Bigazera. Doesn't want to give his position away with the audio cue, though. They check those angles first and then trade up. Smart. No one was here anyway, of course. We have the benefit of seeing that from Matios' perspective. He has that shadow of war. Pain Gaming, though, 7-4 in the lead, considering that ODDIK were 2-0 at the start. Goes to show just how one-sided most of these rifle rounds have been. And it is a bit concerning as well, Jackie, when you look at Woody, one of those players alongside Ponta that need to be having the impact. The AWPer on the side of ODDIK, having such a slow start to this game. Yes, Vertigo can be a pretty brutal map for AWPers, definitely. It kind of falls into the same category as Inferno in that regard, as far as I'm concerned. But they need him to start getting impact, man, because 3 kills, 47 ADR, that's not good enough.
No, it's unfortunate to see the difference as well if that AWP was delivering to some of these rounds where he had the scope. Could have definitely made a big difference into the game overall. Last round of the first half then goes live. Working with the best that you could bring to the table here. Gaps in the defense for ODDIK when it comes to the arsenal of weapons. Nice utility usage though. Lux is low and they wanted to push off the back of that, see if they could shut him down from the audio cue, but they counter-nade. It will at least slow down the push, so he stays alive and could be bogged down with the AWP.
Yeah, and thinking about it, I think I only remember seeing Woody with the AWP on CT side like maybe once or twice. And one of those rounds was the Lux double boost on the boxes.
With the AK, yeah, the hero round.
Where he shot him down on the top of ramp. I can't remember Woody having many more times than that, if ever. And it goes to show how scrappy and back and forth this has been, like this economic game of chicken that's constantly been going against ODDIK. It's not necessarily been all of his fault for his lack of performance, but in the meanwhile, Turtle and Matios lock down the site and have a real chance of getting a fifth.
Peeking one by one into the hands of the T's though, and Nissim, he's having a field day with this. Lux is already pre-scoped, waits for the peek. The adjustment comes out as the wrist breaker will deliver. Woody's in the rear, but Lux has an idea about it. Fires off the warning shot, the no-scope that does not connect. 5 HP left on him, 34 seconds on the clock. He's trapped between two sides and Woody re-aggresses. At least they get the last one at the end of the half, closing it down 7-5. You've got a bit of a buffer this time. I mean, compared to Inferno, right? This is a whole different ball game for them.
Oh, 100%. A very different map and how it plays on the T side as well. As you can see from the perspective of Pain, they played slow many rounds, picked up the pace a couple times over on the B side. So you'd hope that ODDIK have a lot more in store and up their sleeve here on the Vertigo. Should be mentioned that this is Pain's choice of map. We know how aggressive they like to be on the CT side. You better believe that Coez is going to try and take the fight to them. This is also a map where Nissim typically has a
weapon working. Bloody hell. That's one way to go straight back into it. I mean, look, honestly, for what it is, at least, you know, you don't invest too much into that, right? It's relatively cheap on the buy that you've gone for with a light investment where you had a little bit of extra cash. Let that round tick on by and focus on the grand scheme of the game when you actually do have the rifles to work with.
Yeah, they invested in a Nova, but they got a kill with it, so they got a bunch
of money back.
Yeah, exactly. Kill reward bonus.
the return on investment. Also, we've got a few seconds with this one as well, with the game being paused here. It is really interesting how, with Copenhagen now getting so close, right? We're drawing towards the end. It's the final curtain, right? Last day, the RMRs. Having a look at how many players we're going to have with their first-time major appearance going into Copenhagen, you've got 38 guaranteed players that will have their first-time major run. The outcome that could happen as well is we have 41 first-timers going into the opening CS2 major. That's 33% of the total players at the major events getting to live their movie for the first time.
It's incredible, isn't it? Like that equates to what, like 8 teams full of debutants at the major. Absolutely incredible. It's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people are very hype about this major, not just because it's the first CS2 major and everything that goes alongside that, but the fact that we're in a state of flux. There's no obvious, you know, favorites in terms of the major itself. A lot of new players and teams are coming around and showing that they are more than capable of delivering on the grandest of stages. But we're back into the matchup here. We're back live with ODDIK in with AKs and the Galil. They're being thwarted and pushed back already, swatted out through the smoke. Turtle down to 60, Woody down to 78, but they're looking for the boost.
Boost goes up. Turtle fires off the shots. It's weapons that are best wielded in close range, but they don't want to allow them to get into B. Meanwhile, the rest of the T's aggress out A and find their way in. Elevator smoke goes up to block off the MP9 and sends Lux on the readjustment round to CT. You've got site control, but you've still got to wait for the bomb and the rest of the crew to arrive.
And while you wait for the reinforcements to arrive, it will afford a post plant to come into play. Smoke down as well, and I don't think they want any part of this. They're already pulling back to save. So ODDIK, their first rifle round, hot off the back of the Nova Express up on ramp, have made it work, trading up to a couple of weapons as well. So an AK has been taken through for the next round, but some heartwarming scenes if you're on the ODDIK side of things. You're going to be building up that confidence now. It was a pretty straightforward round. Aggression once more yielding out. An important opening pick from Nighty, who's had a bit of a slow start as well. They're looking to try and hunt down a couple of these weapons in CT spawn. But I don't think they're going to be afforded that luxury or possibility. They're going to just hold fire for now.
Seeing what the vibe's like in the team. How both squads are looking at this point. Qualification game, qualification map potentially for Pain. Big Guzera, brains of the operation on your screens here. Taking the opportunity to use their second timeout into the matchup. Makes sense, it's a good time to use it in terms of where their economy's at and what they're going to be looking for going into this following round. For the T side, meanwhile, of ODDIK, just got to keep building your way in. We're starting to see a lot more confidence, at least individually. That's one of the telltale signs that looks a little bit better compared to what we had on Inferno. You know, they're taking some of these fights where previously it felt like they weren't sort of willing to go for them.
Yeah, precisely. You know, we were discussing it before, like, show some fight, show some venom in your bite. That's exactly what they've done. Credit to them, they've bounced back. That disappointing Inferno performance is a thing. It's in the deepest part of their minds, but NQZ is going to pass a bullet through the mind of Matios. Same could be said on return, though, but Bigazero with one also gets traded out. So ODDIK are doing such a good job of getting these avenging frags, Jackie. Assuming that they lose the first player, they're always bouncing back with one in return.
3 versus 3 that could favor them if they can play off it. You bring in the AWP range. Oh, in close position. It felt like he was about to get overpowered by the MP9, but no, Woody steps up to the plate, hits a home run with the AWP. But there's a man that's been doing so much damage. He's lurking, waiting for you to walk your way up the ramp, give you security in the round, and then rip it away from you, but not today. Headshot connects, and it's all down to Nissim.
Trying to wrap around the back of the T's here and get the element of surprise if he can coil up and strike. But is Woody watching this angle? He is from ramp. This is going to be so difficult for Nissim. He's going to have to wide swing into the headshot this one pretty much, and he gets one, and a second as well. 1 HP. 30 seconds left on the clock. Such an integral moment in this match. And the bomb is also down on ramp. So not only does Ponta have to go back onto ramp and secure the bomb, but he has to pick up the pace. And that audio cue, that step could give everything away and allow Nissim to pivot in for the headshot. Unbelievable clutch from Nissim. And that could be the back-breaking moment.
That's the one that ruins you. That's the round that you can't forget. Woody had the bomb on his back, but wanted to defend towards ramp. He thought he could hit the shot and finish it then and there. Instead, it turns into a nightmare, a round that Pain are going to be laughing to the bank with. A clutch that will only continue to amp them up and project them further to Copenhagen without their playing into this map. 10 on the board. ODDIK, how do you come back from that? How do you get yourselves back into this game? Early fight towards ramp, but Nissim again finds carnage. The pistol's at least trading, but it's going a little bit skew-iffed. It's all starting to go wrong. You're down to a 3v3. Big Guzera, he's got a sneaking suspicion about the position of Turtle.
That smoke is allowing him to just hide. Try and give away a little bit of presence so that Woody can strike elsewhere, but he went for that wild spray through the smoke. He's anticipating the biggest arrow is hiding right alongside him. And in doing so, that cost him his life. Woody now, again, having to try and retrieve the bomb behind a wall of smoke. Gonna try and find the window to pass through there, perhaps, and catch one of these CTs off guard. There's 3 separate angles they need to watch out for. 4 if you include this smoke. So you can see the biggest error is switching back and forth between the connector through the spawn side, but he does reposition to the back and allow him to watch 2 at once. And Woody's a dead man, and Pain continue to pick up pace.
With how this game is now going, it really feels like that was the major qualification clutch. That was the round you needed. Bit by bit, they're finding everything else they wanted. ODDIK using their second tactical timeout here. In a position where you've got to claw this game back. 6 rounds on the spin if you want to make it to match point. It's not going to be looking pretty. Pain individually, head and shoulders above. Everyone fragging right now as well.
ODDIK putting the bulk of their finances into this round. They have enough left in reserve to go for another buy, but Ponta's down to $0. Have a hero, okay, it's Nighty that has that in his hands. Woody's made a resurgence. He was on 3-10 at one stage, now 9-14. To credit him, his T-side has been pretty solid for him thus far. I don't think a lot more where that came from. And the early engagement's not favoring them either. They only have 1 Molotov to try and thwart one of these positions. Double stack in, double peek. Oh, it's a rough spray from Coez. Uncharacteristic, and he gets punished by Woody's Tech 9.
Always feels like these trades are all equal, though. There's never an opportunity for ODDIK to build off it, have an advantage in these fights. At least now you've got time. There's a minute on the clock. You've armed yourself with weapons. Woody was the only one that really took damage from the engagement as well, so he's low, sure, but you could use him as a bit of a trading tool into these rounds. You just got to find where there's a way in, where there's a gap that you can actually build back into the 18th.
Even trades though, Jackie, they've upgraded all of their weapons. They came in with 1 AK, they now got 3. Or the M4 with the 2 AKs rather. This implies the timing. But then Turtle just takes him out of the equation. NQC has to try and funnel his way back to the side, but he gets spotted. Although Ponta's still alive. And it's Woody actually on the 2 HP. Goes in for the peek, nullifies Ponta. And time is beginning to become a 3rd enemy, a 3rd adversary. The Turtle shuts it down. Both players low, 6 HP between the 2 of them. And Biggest Error can try and thread a couple more kills. Another chance, perhaps, for ODDIK. But Bigazera's playing possum. He's playing his time. This is where experience will prevail.
Commits onto the plant, but Bigazera knows exactly where he is. A single bullet is all that he needs. And it is right on target. A 12th round in the bag. Bigazera instantly telling everyone to simmer down, keep it level. We're so close now.
I love that he changed up his angle as well, man, because it effectively, the back heaven door is like a 50-50 peek from box, and when you're on low HP, you just have to roll the dice and hope for the best. And Bigazera knew at that stage that he had all of the advantages going in his favor. The coin was loaded. Both players so low, and Bigazera, you say he raises his game whenever his team need it. They needed him to come out clutch, and that's exactly what he did. The last round, perhaps, of ODDIK's tournament life. 6 major qualification points for Pain.
It'll be another line in the history books. Another opportunity for Pain Gaming to make it back to the major. For Bigazera and his squad to go out there together in Copenhagen and see what carnage they can cause on the global stage. And for ODDIK, all of the pressure of the game is firmly on the top of your head. Making a mistake, taking too much damage, a missed nade could be the end of your run. They've got their angles set up for this. They're playing bold as well, walking through the smoke into the hands of Woody, an AWP shot that at least silences one.
Just trying to clear the smoke, make sure no one's up close here for a quick wrap around, but they're going to be coming back in anyway. Nissim has the MP9 tailor-made for these kind of positions. NQC just behind it, flash up and over with a smoke as well. And Nissim has a chance. Flashbang fully blinds him, but he's not going to get peeked. There we go. ODDIK, that is as clean as you could ask for. Systematic shutdown, locking in the site in a 12th to 7 round scoreline. They've saved 1, but there's 5 more required where that came from.
How much fight is left? How many rounds can they build back? Up against Pain's weakened bar, you've got an edge to play with, but we know when Pain is cornered, when they're forced into a position where they're playing from a disadvantage, it's where they get ruthless, it's where they get aggressive. That could be all you need to catch a T-side off guard sometimes. Up close towards the ramp, the HE ruins them. The 5-7 beats down on top. Ponter's the last man standing, spraying wildly. He's caught between 2 mines, right in the net of Cowers, and that's how it goes. 13 to 7, they make it to the Copenhagen Major.
An absolute world of pain has just been inflicted on the boys. To be quite honest with you both, I didn't really think it would be such a great performance from them. I thought maybe there might have been a little bit of a fall-off, but you could just see how much it means to every single one of them. For ODDIK, Ponta had a great performance on that front, but you know what? Credit where credit is due. Pain certainly delivered.
Yeah, they really did. That was such a solid performance coming through there. And towards the end as well, winning with like the mix bag, a couple of pistols there. Oof, that one's got a sting for ODDIK. But Pain, you can see just how much it means to them. They were farming on map number 1, definitely deserving of that major slot. And then map number 2 as well, putting their foot down. Even though ODDIK kept it, you know, a little bit closer on that second map, bit more confidence on that map, a few more reps, of course. It just, didn't really boil down to exactly what they wanted. And you can see they are, you know, holding each other, standing together, standing strong, but unfortunately they will not be going to Copenhagen this time.
Indeed, it will be Pain instead, and it means so much for Pain because they've had so many struggles lately, right? I mean, they weren't able to qualify for Challengers Atlanta. They didn't qualify for Chengdu. They didn't qualify for the next season of the ESL Pro League. They missed out on Blast Premier. And so to be able to come together after those struggles and book their ticket to the first CS2 major is kind of an incredible underdog story, really, when you think about it in that context. And the other big thing to think about is that these guys are going to be seeing some of their first major play. I mean, when you look at the Pain Gaming roster, I think this will be Bigazera's 3rd major, if I'm not mistaken. It'll be the second major for NQZ, as he played for Nouns in a major in the past. But for the other three players, Canids, Lux, and Nissim, this will be their first ever major. They never were a part of the majors in CSGO, and now they get to be a part of the first major in CS2. So really cool to see a new group of players from Brazil get that opportunity. We now have 3 Brazilian teams in the major, potentially a 4th, and that is pretty awesome to see from that region.
And it wasn't just Canids this time as well. It was the whole team, especially on Vertigo. I think the deviation of about 4 kills from the top to the bottom of the scoreboard. And then big plays as well. You saw that ODDIK were just finally looking like they might have been able to get an edge in the game, and then Nissim hit him with that 1v3. And from that point, it just felt like ODDIK could not get their confidence going, and that was game, set, and match, in my opinion.
That 1v3 though, talk to me, Dust. Are you feeling like that was maybe perhaps the pressure, the nerves getting to the boys on the side of ODDIK in that situation?
Oh, 100%. You know, it's one of those things where you know how much weight is on that round, particularly where it was positioned in the game, and just how the whole series have been playing out up until that point. You know, you look like you were kind of fighting back in the first half. You got it pretty close, 7-5. You know, you get your pistol, you start getting things going, and then you have a moment like that come up where it could mean the world of difference. And, you know, they fell prey to the pressure. And, you know, props, though, to, of course, the man on the other end. I mean, I thought he played that as intelligently as he could. You know, made all the right calls to give himself a proper chance to win it, and ultimately was able to come on top and, again, put pain in this major. And I think, again, just to add to the story a little bit as we see some of these players come up on the board, you know, you have someone like Canids who wasn't far removed from playing on FURIA's academy team, not even a part of really a big name team. And then you have someone like Lux, who this really is one of his first really big team. I mean, he played for Fluxo a little bit in the past, but this really is one of his, you know, first real shots at a big team. And then you take a guy like Biguzera, he's on the opposite end of the spectrum. He's a veteran. He was like the star rifler of Pain from like 2019 up until this point, you know, through the days with Safe before he went to FURIA, and through these different iterations of Pain. He is the longest standing member of this team, but back then he used to be a star rifler. Now he's molded himself into an in-game leader, but he's still having impact on the server as a fragger at the same time, which has to be respected. And so, you know, we'll take a look here at Lux, who was a guy I was kind of calling on. He had been quiet throughout, you know, some of the other games in this RMR, but he was excellent in helping book his team ticket to Copenhagen.
Yeah, 10 assists as well. I'm looking at the assist column here between all the Pain members. There's like 10 assists for Lux. You've got 7 there for Biguzera, 11 assists for NQZ. Everyone just playing together. You could see them moving around the map there on Vertigo, just so cohesive, so much more thought out than what we were able to see from ODDIK. And that's exactly how you dominate that ramp control, you dominate this map of Vertigo, is playing with your bloody teammates, right? And having that many assists shows that everyone was fighting together.
Are we feeling like Pain are ready for the caliber of teams that they're going to be facing at the major?
I don't know. That's the big question, right? Like,
yeah.
We don't want to put a Debbie Downer on the situation, but you're looking at the teams that are there. There are some teams that people think, you know, shouldn't be there. There are teams that people think should be there that didn't make it. So this major is going to be one of the most fluctuated majors we've probably seen in a very long time, just because of the whole seeding situation, big shakeups before the RMRs, the quals for the RMRs. There's a lot going on. And Pain, we know that they've had some pretty good showings internationally before, but with this lineup, we haven't really seen them tested too much. You look at their pathway here to qualifying for the major, you wouldn't say it was that hard of a path in comparison to some of the other teams and the teams that they've had to go up against. And look, if they get tested and they prove us all wrong once they do get to Copenhagen, that's just a great story.
Yeah, I think I couldn't have said it better myself. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check in with Biguzera. Pass on our congratulations. So firstly, Biguzera, hello, and congratulations to you and the entire team.
Hello, guys. Thank you all for the support and for cheering.
You are most welcome, sir. I want to kick off the discussions by opening up the floor about Inferno. Now, you guys had an incredible CT side on Inferno. I need to ask you, what is the secret, do you think? Why do you think you guys were able to give us such a strong CT side?
I think Inferno is a very difficult map to play, especially this side, but I told to the guys, Inferno, you just have to be confident all the time, because all the kills is going... It's not about tactics and strategy and this kind of things. It's most of things is confidence. So I was talking with them before the match, and I was saying about this kind of things. And Inferno was a map that with didn't show anything about. And we practiced a lot in the boot camp, so was a surprise.
Yeah.
Now, look, you've had a few roster swaps as well leading up towards the major. There's a few fresh faces on the lineup now. What's it mean to the rest of the boys? And of course, you being the most experienced on the team, how has that process happened? You know, going from the online quals and then bringing them into their first sort of really large LAN. How is that going to work for them moving into the major? Are you all just feeling confident, or at the moment are you just sort of basking in the moment?
To be honest, I think they didn't imagine it to be there all the time, but I was always saying we will be there for sure. I was giving my word to them, and me and Rix and Bruno, our manager, all the time giving confidence for them. We know they are very good players, but we also know they are so young. So we had to give them this confidence and this kind of things, and say a lot of positive things all the time. And I think it works.
That's it. You've done a great job being the leader. Congratulations.
Yeah, Big, so you've been a part of the Pain organization since 2019, and so you are one of the kind of staples of this organization. What does it mean to you to finally be able to bring this team to a major?
Means a lot. I cannot say I can't imagine myself in another team. I'm part of the Pain Gaming, CSGO, and now CS2. So for me, especially, I have no words to describe my feeling right now, because at home I have three children. So I have 2 daughters, and I have my wife waiting for me there. And I'm so happy.
What do you think was the key to you getting this qualification? Because I know your team's had some struggles at some of the different qualifiers leading up to this event. What do you think was the big thing that you guys were able to adjust or fix in order to make this run happen?
It's a tough question. I really don't know about the key. About yeah, I cannot. I don't know. These are difficult for me, because I'm not thinking well right now. So
understandable.
Understandable. There's a lot of emotion that's going into it right now. I do have to ask you though, NQZ has certainly got a highlight reel of just screaming and shouting. I gotta ask, is NQZ usually the hype man for the team, or is it just the energy from the RMRs he's feeding into the team?
I have to say one thing then. The first 2 games, the first 2 matches, NQZ was so hyped, and yesterday he wasn't. So after the match, we said for him, hey bro, you can't be like that. You have to be motivated all the time, even if you lose, even if you win. So it doesn't matter. You have to be there all the time for us, because we felt you in the first 2 games. The first 2 matches, so you have to be there again. And I think he was all the time.
We were loving it. Everybody here on the desk was watching in the green room. We were like, yeah, go on, keep screaming, keep giving it. So you know what? It's over to you, Big Uzera. Any thanks you want to give to anybody that's watching right now?
Yeah, a lot of people. I have my brother, my family, my wife, 2 children cheering for me all the time at the home. So I have my friends. Of course, they are drinking beer right now and cheering for me. I'm so happy. I just love you all.
Oh, well, congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Go on, go and grab a beer yourself and celebrate with the rest of your team.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, wholesome content. I'm here for it. I love it. And I'm loving the fact that, you know, a lot of it is very much the mental game, the confidence that's being fed into the team from outside sources, from within the team, individual players. It really shows. I mean, the results speak for themselves.
That's it. And you saw, like he said, NQZ did, like we noticed it as well. He was really, really quiet in the player cams in the last couple of days compared to that first day. And the fact that they realized it too, said, bro, can you just, you know, make a bit of noise, just always be motivated. Look, you don't get any kills, doesn't matter. Scream for everyone else. And He was screaming for everything. He was the loudest on that Beretta ace at the start. He was the first one up out of his chair going crazy, and it was uphill from there. And that's really heartwarming. So I'm hoping now that they've made me a little bit emotional, but look, I'm hoping that they go really well at the major, even though we already had that discussion about how hard it will be. Bask in the moment and enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that confidence continue flourishing. Next matchup is going to be M80 versus Legacy, another one that will no doubt deliver. So we'll see you all very soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Welcome back, everybody. Pain Gaming has just gone and claimed themselves one spot to the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major, but we only have 2 more spots remaining. And the next matchup is going to be M80 versus Legacy. Now, Pimp, I'm going to come on over to you. Obviously, for the side of M80, Def is being placed in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation. He did an interview with HLTV in which he said, I didn't want to be that guy that retires and then is still continuing to play CS as well. So it's pretty unfortunate he's been dropped into this situation. So talk to me about his previous performances and what you can tell me about him.
I think he's done well for himself, given the circumstances. I think everyone expected that M80, without the in-game leader with fielding depths, would be a team that couldn't really contest against anyone here. I don't think anyone expected them to be in a position where they are realistically one game away for qualifying for the major. That in itself is good to me. Def as a player, he's been around for a long time. I think I even competed against him many years ago, and he was always a decent player. Never top of the pop, never a guy that would, move into the best tier 1, tier 2 team sort of NA, but he's always been able to hold up to his own. However, in CS2, after having been retired, after having been to this game called Valorant, of course he's not performing to the level that you like him to, but all things considered, I think he's doing all right.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Def is a guy who has a ton of experience in Counter-Strike. He played for Complexity for a very long time. Played a lot of different roles in that team, entry fragging, in-game leading, you name it. He did it for that organization at some point in time. Like you said, he had some success in Valorant for a couple of years, North American scene, comes back to his love, Counter-Strike, comes in as a coach. That's the expectation. Circumstances lead him to now having to lead this team rather than from being behind the table, and I feel like he's done about the best that you could hope for.
So what can you tell me about how his calling style has actually shaped M80 heading into this tournament?
Yeah, so the cool thing about Def is, he started out trying to lead just like Manx, their previous IGL, who's a very structured, very rigid system, a lot of crazy set pieces with like really well-orchestrated utility. And what you've seen with Def is this game on Ancient against ODDIK is that they're a little bit scrappier, they're a little bit looser. He tries to give his, players a little bit more freedom. They try to go for more off-timing plays or just kind of, ganging up together and just trying to be rapid and just oppressive. And so you definitely are seeing M80 really just kind of, change things up a little bit, get away from that rigid system Manx had with like all these crazy, heavy set pieces, and instead go for like these little, odd plays, like, Def getting deep here on Red Room on middle of Ancient, getting a kill, and then just decisiveness for everyone else to kind of snap together, not necessarily anything that's like super pre-planned, but just on the fly, let's go, and just using that decisiveness to be able to get and strike these sites and actually have some success throughout this tournament. So just wanted to illustrate the evolution M80 has had to go through with Def now leading the team, inside the server instead of outside of it, kind of bringing a more aggressive loose style to the squad.
Now their opposition in the form of Legacy. coldzera is constantly a player that we keep on talking about, now being one game away from his 11th major. Why is the run that he has had, the career that he's had, been so impressive?
I mean, he once upon a time used to be the absolute best player in the world. Once upon a time, he was the guy you'd look towards and everyone was thinking, I want to be the next coldzera. As you can see, in terms of his major history, he's had quite a lot of success. He's played at 10 majors. He's won 2 of those as well. Obviously now looking to secure his 11th. And it's a player that's never given up. One of the things I like about coldzera, one of the context I want to provide to the viewers at home watching him, is that he's one of the few players from that old SK iteration that wasn't afraid of completely removing himself from that core. You see Fallen, he stuck with Vinny, he stuck with FURIA. He was trying to rebuild the old SK lineup or the old, Imperial lineup in that regard. coldzera, he went a different direction. He went into FaZe Clan, tried out international Counter-Strike. Then he went into this project where he's the in-game leader. He's sort of like the experienced figure within this lineup, and he's surrounded by, or used to be, 4 young guys with a lot of inexperience. Now, they've been together for quite some time, and coldzera has taken upon him the role to cater and to learn the new generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike players to play good Counter-Strike. Apart from that, as we saw yesterday, he had a fantastic individual showing that gave you flashback to coldzera of 2015, 2016, where he was in fact the best player in the world.
Yeah, and he's doing it in a different role, right? He's the primary operator of this team, which I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. I mean, he used to be like a secondary operator on the CT side in previous teams, but he's taken on the responsibility of taking the sniper all the time. But what I think has been cool about what this team has done to still facilitate him properly is not force him on it. There's certain maps and certain T sides where they don't make him have to do that. He can just go for a 5 rifle setup and kind of play to his strengths. And so here we go as we start seeing the map veto come into play. Legacy banning out Mirage right off of the start. No surprise there. I would say normally they usually ban Vertigo, so it's a little bit of a difference, but maybe just changing things up for this M80 match.
Yeah, they're leaving Overpass and Vertigo as a potential pick now for M80. Obviously, Overpass is a map they haven't lost the past 3 months, so that's a given pick right there. It's coming in. It's actually Legacy picking into Overpass. To me, very interesting. We have seen them done that earlier in the tournament. They've had a bit of a shaky result on the map. Ancient being the pick of M80 as well. I'm a little bit surprised in regards to that. I thought Vertigo was on the cards right here. That's a map they've been playing an awful lot. They found quite a lot of success on the map as well, so they're moving into a bit of a different direction that I initially would have thought. Overpass Ancient, and then we do get a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful map to round off the series, which of course is going to be Inferno. Used to be the map that everyone wanted to play as the third deciding map. I think for my money, having looked at M80, having looked at the map history, having looked at what they've done so far as a team, that maybe they're taking a bit of a risk right here of picking into Ancient, but hopefully they've seen something they can utilize or exploit when it comes to Legacy's play.
Now, how about that Overpass being the first map we're going into, Dust? How do you see this one shaping up?
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, coming into this tournament, Legacy had won their last 4 games in a row in Overpass and had a shocking loss to Pain in the opening game of this tournament, but they bounced back with the win over Nouns, and in general, it's been a very strong map for them within their region, so I can understand it. But the old M80, they are undefeated on Overpass, 5-0, including wins over some of the top teams in their region, like Liquid, like Nouns, like Wildcard, helped them qualify for Chengdu playing this map, and so yes, it's going to be different, obviously, with Def now the IGL, but it's a map that they're still going to be comfortable with, as Def was still the coach helping build the system.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and dive into our very first map of this M80 and Legacy matchup. It's Overpass.
Welcome, ladies and gents. Penultimate game here at the PGL Americas RMR. And my God, am I looking forward to this one. coldzera has been rolling back the years. Def, same can be said to him. This is a very interesting matchup. 2 teams who many people doubted they'd even make it this far. Now they find themselves 1 series away from a major.
And we've got 3 banger maps as well. Starting off on an Overpass, I'm so here for it. And Legacy, they're going to be starting off over on that B-bomb side. Red trying to find a couple of kills, managed to find 1 and already a TK. First round now.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good at all. Numbers starting to dwindle, chances starting to fall as well, but Neck is desperately trying to bring things back in their favor now. While it is a 2v4, a lot of damage being dealt here. Swisher tagged down low. Mal's not exactly healthy, and Rek not doing too much better. Rake's pumped, but they're spotted. That's not going to help. Now, Dumao and Nek's decision to be made. Doors closed. They're going to have to make noise. They want to double back. What do they do? They've got a minute 10.
They really need to close the gap. Really use that sweet spot, that short range element of the Glocks. Higher rate of fire than the USPS, of course. I mean, the damage dealt, as you correctly mentioned, Swisher, Malbs, 8 and 9 HP respectively. I mean, hell, Rek's only on 55 HP in a pistol round. That's not where you want to be. No util to play with for, well, for either side right now as well. So it's going to be clean and fair Counter-Strike, other than the fact there's 4v2.
Doubling back towards A here. I like the play, but the limited util is not exactly going to help. Good timing of the rotation. Slack's the only healthy man towards M80. Coming over support. He'll play in towards back Dite as well. Has to hit a couple of crispy headshots here. Hasn't got a lot of support.
Ooh, did he see
now spotted. Slack's under pressure. Tapping away. Desperately trying to find fight, but he can't quite do it. Running low on ammo, but he gets the support to Rek. Dumao will answer back. Desperately looking to get that bomb down, but time is ticking, and the chances start to dwindle too. Tap looking to stick, but the flank comes through. Yes, he gets 1. Looks for more, but surely no time. Tap on towards the bomb. Fight found, but he hasn't got time to plant. Do not show your face, and Swisher will win it. M80, the finest of margins, but my oh my, Dumao gave them a chance.
A 1 versus 3 where all 3 CTs were sub 10 HP. It was a single bullet anywhere. A strong breeze would have knocked all 3 of them over, but instead Swisher holding back, really regimented. Great to see, instead of just the overwhelming force pushing onto the bomb site, realizing, mate, there's only 10 seconds left. My teammates can get this kill, or I can fall back.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. Not a bad start already. Dumao giving his best effort. Dumao's had a great tournament thus far. He's really been stepping up in big ways, doing his roles individually pretty damn well. Quick pop here, passing, gonna try and get up close and personal. Rek gonna double down. Neck is off ball as well. And already in a matter of moments, Legacy left scratching their heads. They pop towards B, and they're instantly dropped. Now coldzera left stuck in towards short, alone as well as the rest of his team rotate back towards mid. You question now, what is the play for Legacy? What's the idea? I mean, yes, they have a bomb, but what do they do with it?
Yeah, it was really difficult, right? The fact that Dumao survived last round as well, getting absolutely no money whatsoever, other than the 3 frags that he was able to find. Does afford him a Tech 9. But other than that, I mean, it's not looking great. Legacy really needs to find this kill onto Slack here, but I think he's going to be good for it. Well, at least one of them onto Lato, Dumao. Looking to, well, bring us back to that previous round. It was a 2 versus 4 last time round. He was able to bring it down to a 1v1. But time again ticking low with only 43 seconds on the timer. We need to see an execute somewhere.
This is a nasty little setup run towards B as well. One playing on the railings of sight, the other just playing back on towards barrels. I don't think Legacy are going to be given the luxury of space here. Peering around the corner, and MP9 in the hands of Death, looking to try and close this one out as time starts to dwindle, ticking away. 20 seconds, Legacy. Got to make a move. You don't want to stay alive after time. You definitely don't want to die after time either. Round that corner they come. Swisher will find one. He makes it a second as well. coldzera couldn't quite cut it. And M80, a 2-0 start. Pretty calm, pretty collected there as well. Not overextending from M80. Good to see. You know, coming towards this sort of game, it's not an easy one by any means. As we saw yesterday, coldzera absolutely rolling back the years. What a performance out of him in that pretty emphatic win over MIBR. And it goes around saying M80, he's the main man that they're probably going to look towards. If they can shut him down, they've got a really good chance here.
Absolutely. They need to be looking towards some of their primary fraggers as well, though, because we saw how influential they can be yesterday. Rex, truly a name that needs to be on people's radars internationally, not just in the domestic scene. Hell of a CT side from him on, well, honestly, all 3 maps he put up numbers. M80 looking to ensure that early damage is done here, not only in the round, but in the game as well. Should be a third on the board here, unless we see a bit of a miracle from Legacy. Dust touched on it on the desk, but this current iteration of this lineup has not lost an overpass, M80. Been able to beat Liquid 13-3 in the qualifications for this RMR.
It's true. And had a pretty good run, all things considered, throughout the qualifiers as well, especially with all the question marks around this M80 team. They've been looking pretty solid. And that man on your screen absolutely has. Malbs was emphatic yesterday. Slacks along to back one. It's over. A quick shot from Latto. Quick trade. Slacks, may I say, caught lacking. Up close as Malbs Alonso back. Granted, these pistols, we're not expecting anything all too considerable, but a couple of consolation kills will take every day of the week.
Yeah, at least 2 I think they would be happy with. 1, it's okay, but certainly not as fortuitous as they would have hoped for. It's going to be a third round here for M80, and now moving into round number 4, 1 or maybe even 2 rounds late, we're going to be seeing an actual buy from Legacy.
Big question marks as well about what we get out of it. What is the play? T-side overpass, traditionally, at least in towards CS2, has been considerably more difficult than we've seen for a long time. It has become one of, if not the most seat-sided map in the pool. It's been very, very difficult on that C-side to get a lot of space and mileage. For me, one individual I want to look towards is Latto. He had a really good opening kind of start to this tournament. Somebody who stepped up in quite a considerable way for Legacy. Especially over that 2-1 against Nouns. He was brilliant. Slacks opener, though. We'll find Neck is caught napping there.
Slacks yesterday in that Inferno game, 22-2, I believe the scoreline was for him individually until the second half. Hands on the AWP, and he just didn't let it out of his clutches. Finds the first kill already. Def gonna get mollied off, but he is gonna be safe right now. Looks down, is it spreading? No, okay, we're fine for the time being. Timer. Plenty of time here for Legacy. They've actually done something early doors this time round instead of getting shut down completely.
Now with a minute to work with, they're gonna group in the direction of B. They've struggled with this before, and Def's got a brilliant move on timing. We speak about the mind behind this M80 team, and Def, of course, is the puppet master, right? Now he's got a great bit of information. He's rapping through. He should be able to catch at least one as they pop out a monster. This could be huge. Time starts to tick. Flash comes over. Def just misses the timing, but he doesn't want to make his move. Popping in towards the site. Ref falls blind, but Swisher and Malbs combine. Dumal will answer back through the smoke, but Rex there to shut them down. We spoke about his A anchoring yesterday, and now we can talk about that for a B anchor. Beautiful work. Rek again stepping up on this CT side.
Instant timeout from Legacy here as well. It's 4 rounds deep into your first map on your BO3, which actually dictates the rest of, well, at least the first half of your year. Like the momentum, the mental that this will have an effect on. A lot of teams, they don't come out of RMRs without changes. I mean, let's let it be said. I mean, same thing for even majors. If you don't push too deep, I think Neck is himself. I mean, he's understands that all too well after a little bit of a lackluster performance from Payne last year at the major. Of course, qualifying, which was great. Changes, and he said he was not too sure the reasons why in a recent interview. So looking to kind of rebuild it with a new squad. and really develop a little bit more here.
Of course, great news for the South American kind of region as a whole, right? You see just Pain just go through, which is sick for them. I mean, credit to BESTIA, man. That guy has been with that team 5 years or something along those lines, and always managing to make rebuilds work and stick another major for that side is cool to see. Pistols, gonna try and get nice and aggro here early doors. Decent control through bathrooms, or I guess in towards the back bathrooms area. It looks like they kind of want to head in the direction of A, but they're not actually going to commit the bomb just yet.
You mentioned pistols, one hero rifle, and it's the scout in the hands of Cold Zera. Roll back the years for everyone who's been watching Counter-Strike for God knows how long. You know how prolific he is with these scoped weapons. Inspired, honestly, generations of Counter-Strike players.
Absolutely.
Is he going to be able to continue doing it here into Counter-Strike 2? That is the question. Looking for this opening pick. Nothing found as of yet as the jump spots continue coming through. I think Slack spotted him out. Cole definitely saw him. Finds the opening kill. Going to find a second as well as Slack traded straight back his Bartan. Def on the back lines. Finding one of his own. It's Bartan with this Deagle though, doing so much work, but it is Cole down eventually. Cold Zera not having an impact in this round, unfortunately for him. 5th on the board for M80. Great momentum. Similar scenes to what we saw yesterday against Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, M80 came out the gates flying as Wildcard. Really good early momentum from them, and momentum's not been great for Legacy, but it wasn't, you know, to start the tournament either.
No.
Right? That Pain loss, 13-2, was pretty damn rough. That's it. So we'll leave it at that. It wasn't the showing that Legacy won. They bounced back well. So I'm not going to count them out just yet. This Legacy side, a couple of LAN veterans, of course, even outside of Cold Zera. Players who have played on that international stage, players who know about the pressures of these sort of tournaments.
Every player played at a major.
Yeah.
With the, everyone at Legacy. M80, same can't be said there. Def, of course.
The only one.
And Slacks as well.
Oh, and Slacks, of course.
He popped up in, I think he was in playoffs. No, not playoffs, sorry. He was in qualification stages, early doors.
Yeah.
Either way, it's going to be relying on the experience of, honestly, the more experienced players. Def, Cold Zera on both sides. Looking to them for hopes, prayers, whatever, skill is going to be needed from them. Slow round here from Legacy, not really been able to develop too much.
It goes without saying, this gun round is so crucial to Legacy. Lose this again and the money shattered. The finances start to look a little feeble. That's where M80 just continue this snowball effect that they've currently got in their favor. Just shy of a minute to work with. Bit of information gain, but Dumal's the only one spotted out through short water. So far, so good. Legacy not committed to that bomb either yet. Over towards top connector. Could wrap back down to B if they want. They're setting up for a boost here. It could be good. Slacks will fall. Cold Zera, second time of asking on that boost through Banana, will find one. And now just looking in the direction of A, but time is starting to tick. Just shy of 30 seconds. And Mal's gonna play up close. I love this. He might just catch them off guard. Lurking around the smoke. Nobody showing anything. The bomb has rotated.
Yeah, this is going to hurt the mental of Neckers as well if this does not go well for the rest of his squad. Oh, the hold there with the backup from Swisher. 2 men facing down a monster, and they come out on top. Cold Zera going to be able to trade one back, but Malves, here he is. Bomb. He's pounced. And with only 3 seconds remaining on the clock, there was no chance they were going to be able to push onto the site either way, especially with that falling down. Did he die after time?
Cold Zera and Neckers both died after time. 250 and 550 in those back pockets. Dumal, Barton, Lato, they have money to speak of, but it isn't the same for Neckers and Cold Zera. That's going to hurt. That is not what they wanted at all. And it started so well. Here you go, Cold Zera finding a very important kill on towards Slacks, and then it all crumbled. Dry peaks out of Monster, peaks that just didn't work in their favor and being caught on the flank by Malves. Malves has been a magic man for this side, right? For M80, revitalizing them, continuously stepping up in big, big ways. And it continues to look exactly the same. M80, there is a real world. They could be the only team with a North American flag at the major.
Yeah.
If Liquid win later on, who knows? If Complexity is to fall. Not looking good for the NAC.
There'll be a Canadian one if Liquid win.
Exactly.
That's maybe I think some American fans will be claiming twists a bit, but you know, would be the first major in history without an American flag. Yeah. Lowest one I believe was. Oh, I'm not going to guess it. I'm not going to guess it. It only had 4 players from America, mind you. Slacks, uncharacteristic miss from him, but he's good for the second swing when he takes down Lato. Def now, waiting for them to push on through. It's only going to be pistols, but They can overwhelm you very, very quick. As you can see, with the hands of Bartan, has done so much work with this Deagle in previous rounds. He's looking for a couple more here as well. He's laboured, but does manage to take down Slacks. 7 on the board now for M80. This is such a dominant showing and exactly what they needed coming into this one. I think if you asked a strong majority of people, they would have said, hey, Legacy should have this one on paper. But M80, with Def leading from the front, really staying, guys, look, we can do this. Hasn't played properly, professionally since 2019. 2019 also his last time at a major with Complexity.
Do you know how insufferable I'm going to be if a UK CS guy qualifies for the Americas RMR? Oh my God.
Are we claiming him back? Is that how it's happening?
Oh, he was always claimed. He was always claimed. My king. My king. 7-0. M80 are flying right now. Another big buy for Legacy. Looking to hope to start something. Oh, it's not great. Speak of the man as ye shall arise. Def for the first. Barton to fall. That's not great. Once again, an opening kill goes to M80 for free. Yes, Rek takes a little bit of damage in response, but it's still the numbers advantage. They're looking. Let's go in that direction. There's 3 players here playing through water. Rek's a lucky man to still be alive. But all that matters is that he is.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the AK in hand as well. I mean, all you need is one crisp, clean bullet. We know he is good for them. 10-1 currently, 8 rounds deep. Not against randoms either. There are some hell of a fraggers on the side of Legacy. We talked about Cold Zero rolling back the years, jumping into a time machine and basically saying, well, it's back in the day, lads. Look at me, top in the leaderboards. A player who has won, not one, but 2 majors in his prime. And he's looking to hit that flow state once again. Oh God, do not give Cold Zero an inch because he will fire. And whiffs this time round though.
Time ticking once again. This has been the enemy of Legacy. So far on this T side, there's a flank coming through as well, which could do all the damage. Def's in behind. Def might get a timing, but it's Flax to pull for 1, and Def lines up 2. Beautiful work, and that's the round, surely. Dumal left alone with no chance in hell as Def pounces to put Legacy again 6 feet under, 8-0. And another attack pause as Legacy look like they have no clue.
Yeah, what is going on here? Because Legacy, I mean, it's almost like they're trying this old school style of Overpass, where they're going for these super late, almost Virtus Pro S-lurks into mid, and then trying to just execute out onto that bomb site, but they're finding nothing. The time is escaping them. Guys, 20 seconds, hightail it somewhere. Don't sit back on your laurels still looking for your opening pick. If you're having to wait that long, 1:30 into the round, and you still haven't found anything, you need to go hunting, not sitting back, going for these long angle frags.
And you can see so far as well, a lot of the space that Legacy are getting is basically off the back of, can Cold Zero get an opening pick? Can he do something with the orb? And for me, I need to look at individuals like Lato and Dumal. I need to see these guys on this T side getting a little bit more proactive. They're not exactly the most self-sufficient riflers consistently, but Legacy needs somebody to change something up. Lato's been struggling. Nekis as well, not been that too great for him. Dumal's had his moments, and yeah, so has Barton, but for the most part, those frags have kind of been impactless.
Lineups being made. Either that, or they're just staring at the lovely artwork on the side of Monster. Over towards this B-bomb site. Already a more advanced position than we have been seeing Legacy in. Are they going to be able to make something of this, though? A lot of util to play with here. Flashes go in. Could be a smoke for Heaven as well. And everything's committed. Def, Rek, all just holding back. Swisher's going to be able to pick up 2. Look for the third. One's dry on ammo. Oh, and it is going to be the Tech Knives doing a lot of damage here. A couple of frags picked up, but now we're just Barton left alive. And a 1 versus 3. Runs dry on ammo. Is going to get pushed by Malbs. And a 9th round here for M80 in our first half. So one-sided. I mean, we've been talking about how much this means to a lot of the players across this entire event. For Malbs, would be the first Guatemalan player to ever make a major, putting the scene on the map, man.
Yeah, do you know what as well, for Malbs, I think this guy has been so underrated for such a long time. I know he gets, you know, individual niche kind of personalities who have been singing his praises, but this guy hasn't got the international recognition that he deserves. No. He is so talented. We saw yesterday, single-handedly putting Wildcard to bed at times. My, oh my, he pick his moments, but I've got to give credit to Rek again. Yeah, somebody who was, you know, coming in towards this team, there definitely was, of all the players I would say on the M80 team, there was probably the most question marks about him. How consistent can Rek get? Talk about consistently locking down B. Mr. Reliable so far, 9-0. And you thought that first map in our previous series was one-sided. M80 right now might be the ones to one-up it. Oh my God, that's close, but Mouse gets cleared. Barton, much better, finding an opener for the first time in a long time. And Legacy might be able to work with this.
Yeah, this is more like it. This is what we need to be seeing from Legacy. Find that opener pick, giving them that opportunity to be able to execute out on the site. Def, angle being held, waiting for them to swing into him with the backup here from Slacks, but they're slowing down again.
Yeah. It looks like they might actually want to wrap towards the B players because they've gained a lot of information here. Yes, they're smoking through Monster. M80 have made quite a ballsy call here of a stack in the direction of the top side. Swisher going to play up close. It was a 1-2 setup out through long. Isn't going to get tested. The good news is they are still over here towards top side.
They're beginning their rotation, well, at least we're thinking their rotation over towards his B-bomb site, but this forward position from Swisher could have been massive. If he found one kill on rotation over towards that B site, it would have just shut down Legacy once again before they even got started. But now, we have a completely open B-bomb site. The call does not work out for M80. First signs of weakness now showing, but with only 10 seconds on the timer, now the bomb is planted. M80 even need to make a choice. Rotate over, try and find this round out of the ashes, or fall back. But look at the money, though. They can pay for this one. Yeah, just go for it.
Well, give this a go. Rek going to try and come in behind. Def going for the big flank here. And in a worst-case scenario, if you're playing X's, you can maybe still work with it. Rek tagged just a tad. As Neckers looks for his second kill overall so far this game. Def just trying to be an insurance policy, make sure that nobody saves, or at least not as many as they would hope, and he might just be given the opportunity here. Neckers coming up close. Neckers doesn't do his due diligence, and he will get caught as Def doubles down. So at the very least, making this expensive, and Cold Zero, Barton, and Lato fall to the bomb. So Rek sticking around makes it expensive, and once again, Legacy forced to delve deep into the pockets just for a buy.
M80 lose that round, but the looks on their faces there, you wouldn't think that was the case, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they're now 9-1 up still, and they've completely, again, reset the economy of Legacy. Yeah. They had no money coming into that one because they had to buy and because it's been rough over these last 9 rounds. And now they've been able to, well, Def picked up 2, and then a couple of frags here and there. Damage from the bomb takes them all down. Bye-bye, boys. Now you're back to square zero. No AWP in play. Galil's almost across the board, and Slack's going to open up another round with a frag onto Neckers. Has to fall back. Mal's about to back him up if they continue this aggression. But again, Legacy pumping the brakes.
That flash is not going as deep as they think it is and towards mid, which is why Slack's never forced off the angle. There is a pot flash that you can throw over that should catch him in towards front bathrooms. It's not. And because of it, leaving them on an island, constantly losing that fight in through mid. They drop a smoke in towards Divider. They're going to give them long control, but it's a known quantity. As Def sticks up close. Swisher, all he has to do is jump for information. Slack's going to play out through map as well, so he's quick on the support too. As long as Swisher doesn't overface it, they should be absolutely fine as they're starting to bunch up, and Def going to stick up close. Slack's with the AWP at range, waiting for the fight as they just tick inside of that minute mark. And the Malbs will play up close. Swing of the corner could be huge here, but it does get deleted. Barton will find them, but he's so low. Surely not long for this world. As Def will sit in close, but he's been spotted, he's been flashed, and Barton makes it 2. Now we've got a chance. Slacks will answer back as Swisher finds one of his own, but Barton's still doing all the work, and Duma will answer as well. Rek, we said he's Mr. Reliable. What has he got on the locker? 1v2 needed. There's the first. Dumal's all that's left, and a bomb plant seems like it might just elude him. Tag down low. Tap on towards the bomb. He can't quite commit. He's not confident because Rek is there. What a find. What a 1v2. And M80 back to winning ways.
A, B, Inferno, overpass. It don't matter. If he's on the CT side, Rek is doing damage. And again, another game in which we're seeing one of the sides take all of their timeouts in the first half, because we've seen so many of these games which have gone like this. You've gone like 9-1 down, or hell, even 10-1 down, like we're seeing at this point. And look, a usually vibrant and invigorated and loud Legacy sitting back and just, well, just having to, honestly, just dig deep, think what on earth is going on here? Did we expect this level of domination? against M80. I don't think they did back at the hotel last night.
Rek sitting 14-1.
That's ridiculous.
Just unbelievable.
Does he know this is a qualification major game?
Yeah, what a start out of him. Seriously, seriously good. And Slacks, again, we sung his praises at the start of the round. 4-1 on opening duels. And, more than half of them feel like they're off the back of Neckers alone. Peeking out through Fountain, giving him the freest of fights. Final round of the half. Do Legacy have anything in the locker here? Mac 10's out, Tech 9's out, and a solo Galil to try and save face. It goes without saying, this is a tough round to try and salvage. I think if Legacy want any chance in this game, they have to find this. They're going to flash out. They might just go off the back of it. They will, and they go in towards Swisher for one. But Lato answers back before Rek is there again. Who would have thought? Who would have wondered whether Rek can lock down a site? Of course he can. And the Tech 9 to close it too. Rek, what a half of Counter-Strike. 18-1. Rek cannot die.
Farming. You heard it in the background. You are farming them, man. Hell yeah, he is. 18-1 in your first half, in the first map of your best of 3 to qualify for the CS2 major, the first in CS2's history. This is the performance that wins majors, not just qualifies for them.
Man alive, what a showing. What a performance out of M80. 11-1 they find themselves right now. And, we'll go back to the veto. Legacy have picked into this map. They've made the conscious decision, seeing that M80 currently stand with a 100% win rate on Overpass, and said, right, we can take him on it. And so far, lads, you can't. It's not been good. It goes without saying, a pistol round is a necessity here. And it looks like the dreams of seeing coldzera back at the major might be only that for now. This is not what they wanted. And of course, M80 got Ancient in the back pocket coming up next. We know how solid they've been on it so far.
This is M80's MO at this point. Absolutely decimating your opposition on their map pick. Yesterday, the pick of Mirage was Wildcards. A 13-5 victory for M80. Almost put the final Nouns Cup in there and there. Barton, completely blind, but so is Def. The timing was not there. The comms have failed ever so slightly, but this is sloppy from both sides. What is happening here? Barton with the dual Berettas is going to be able to convert onto Swisher. But all of nothing has actually happened in this round. Just a long fight inside of Monster with everyone whiffing shots left, right, and center. Def is going to be able to recover the bomb with his teammate Slacks. And they're still posted up towards B, but with the time now ticking on to the 1 minute mark, there's plenty to be able to play around with.
This round is one off the back of Rek and Mouths. If they are going to win it, it comes off them. What can they do out through long here? Double stacking. Nothing gained. Slacks will spot a couple of toads, and that'll be enough for him to maybe react. Does Def do anything in through short? The answer's no. Dumao will drop him. So maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel just yet for Legacy. Not quite down and under. Doubling back, bomb in the hands of Slacks. He's got to make a decision. Does he escape or does he get support? Well, they'll come in through B. Flash on the corner. Rek, can he continue the dominance? There's one as he looks for more, but he doesn't get barrels. Oh, how I lied. How I lied indeed. Lato will answer back for 2. That leaves Malbs all alone in a 1v2, but a winnable one. Neckers is low and time is starting to tick. Needs to pick up the bomb and then get it down, but he can't. Lato saves them, keeps them alive in this map. Man alive, were they made to work for it. Rek again.
It's always him. He is him, literally.
Yeah.
This is the round that Legacy needed to win. I mean, you mentioned it earlier on, right? They needed to secure that final round and a half realistically to be able to have a chance. Securing the pistol here, they need to convert this next one. They need to go 11-3. They need to then build up that momentum and hope and pray that the T side of M80 is their weakness on this map. I believe history tells us it's certainly not as strong as their CT side, but is 11-2 just too much to claw back from?
M80 go for a full buy here. Now, traditionally, without the bomb plant, I don't normally like this, but the thing is, M80 is fully understandable. You're getting so close in every fight. Every 50-50 duel is winnable. And at the moment, with how tentative Legacy look, it is a possibility. Neckers has a support as he finds Swisher. Yeah, lucky man to still be alive. Main thing is, though, for Legacy, finding that kill. They struggled to get numbers advantages in their side. Might just happen here. Barton finding one. Dumao, a little labored, but to get on towards Slacks as well. Now they can close things out on the site. Def trying to do his best. Tech9 will get one, but I don't think that will be that. Legacy found a third, and now there's a bit of breathing room to work with, bit of space. They know they've broken the economy over towards their opponents. They can start to roll with this, but I think if you're Legacy, and especially for some of these guys who've all got a wealth of experience on their belt, they can't think long-term now. They've got to think round upon round. And no pauses too doesn't help either.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly a pretty huge crux. Because if you lose a silly round or a round that you should have almost been guaranteed to secure, like worst case scenario, let's say for Legacy, they lose this one. They need a mental reset because they know that they should be easily committing here and converting it. They got nothing to fall back on.
Yeah.
coldzera are going to be able to find their opening kill into Malbs. Incredibly influential player to find there. But is it going to be enough?
That is the question. Rek'L reclaim a little bit of space as well. Joined by Slacks as they double stack here, waiting for an overextension. They might not be giving it. Flash isn't good enough. Switching not caught, but he will be by the FAMAS. Def goes down, so will Slacks, and it's just Rek left alone. God, he's still hitting shots though. I was about saying, this one, while not technically speaking impossible, highly improbable, they can do anything more. Constellation kills are great though, and these low buy rounds with the expectations we don't look to too much, maybe. Dumal will drop him, and that'll be that, 11-4, but now we get the full buy out of M80, and so far they've not struggled in these full buys at all.
We haven't seen what they can do on that T side though. That is we like mentioning it when M80's on the server, the question mark. The question marks around Def that brought us into this RMR. Completely faded away, I think. Honestly, we were calling for him to just stop the hunt for an IGL yesterday and be like, dude, just come back and play. Like,
I still don't actually think they're in a rush. If they qualify to the major, I think there's no rush look for an IGL. Def is holding his own. I mean, yes, you know, you can talk about maybe finding a little bit more of a fragging IGL, but he's doing his job, man. Wins are wins at the end of the day. His first full buy, M80. A big tell of where they stand on his T side. Of course, Slank's got his favorite AWP out. Very good in opening duels like that CT side. Will he be given the same luxury here on the T side? So far, there's just nothing really M80 are going for. Pumping the brakes and a bait out, but a user on a Legacy. But they are giving them quite a lot of map control. Already out towards short water. Nobody's around there. They're grouping towards A. You can actually see a rotation coming back towards this top side.
Almost Legacy-esque this round from M80. Drawing the time a little bit further down while not actually pushing too deep, respecting their opponents are the Ts, just in case someone tries to go for a bit of a lurk, things that they tried out long when they're on that full buy. Bit of a boost on long as well with the AWP in hand of Slacks. Nobody home to speak of as of yet. Neck is going to be the only holding player on the actual site. With coldzera in a forward position along with Latto, can very quickly rotate around this one. Think about rotates. Here's Dumal. Nekis finds the opening kill. Once Def trades it back, Latto and Dumal coming together to be able to shut down this aggression here from M80. coldzera should be good for this as well to be able to take down Def, and now just Slacks. You're not going to beat Cold in an AWP 1v1, unfortunately. Another round on the board for Legacy, and there is the vocal cords. They've been found. After the half swapped.
Been a little quiet, right? And I think, you know, for a side of Legacy stature, that's what they need. Getting loud, getting proud in terms of these rounds. That was a very clean CT hold. Great little double stacking through bathrooms. You got support as well in terms of that flank. Brilliant work. And you can see what it means to them. Like we said for Legacy, it's round by round now. Cannot think long term. At the very least, starting to crack open the door to conversation. I think if we see Legacy get in the region of 9, that level of consistency, then we can talk about a comeback. So far, gonna warrant it just here. Latto could be caught on timing here. He's fighting behind, has to turn around, and Def will drop him. So that'll at least give a rifle to work with and an opening kill. Hot flash in the corner, nothing there. Only catch a Swisher. It's all trying to bait in fight there, and Swisher can just stay alive. He basically is holding for flanks, holding to see whether anyone gets a little audacious. And Barton gonna go poking and prodding, gonna go looking. Does he clear him? No, he doesn't! Oh my god, Swisher makes a meal out of it, but he gets the kill nonetheless. And now maybe there's something to work with. Dumal gonna play in the smoke, nerves of steel, but it might come back to bite him like ships in the night. They're running into each other. Dumal, surely he gets at least 2. He will look for the third, but he isn't given that. It's coldzera at range, or find one with the orb. 2 versus 2. M80 have made a round out of this.
coldzera needs to find another one here, though. Plenty of time for M80 to be able to change the pace of this round if they wish. Oh, the timing there! Rec just not going to be good enough to be able to find that kill. Does open up an opportunity for Def to be able to get this bomb planted. 2 frags for the IGL in this round so far. A little bit of a scrappy one to be able to find them, and coldzera on the lurk to be able to ensure nothing else is found. If that round is converted, that's when the timeout conversation starts coming into play. Yeah. The fact that Legacy have none, the mental gets wrecked. They are bailed out by coldzera coming out through heaven.
Great reposition, has to be said, dropping down in towards CT. Just knowing that Def is so unsure about where Cole's actually playing.
Oh, look at the blocks, man.
I know. No idea as well that he's running through that smoke. Credit to them.
If he only finds 1 kill there instead of the 2 that he gets before he's traded,
changes it.
The rounds change completely. It's a 3 versus 2 then, instead of this 2 versus 2 with already tagged players. Cole can't do as an aggressive as a push as he did.
Also means as well they really probably wouldn't have had to commit that 3rd player towards the site the way Rec and Def had to play together there. They were so unsure about whether they needed to be kind of trading off each other. They could have actually just played and set up for that post spawn already. So yeah, that 2nd kill, so massively important. Double stack out through long. It might get tested here. We do see a couple over towards Fountain. From bathroom smoke. It'll util, but so far again, M80 quite tentative now in these T-side rounds. They're flowing with confidence in the CT. Not so much anymore.
It's all informational right now, this util committal from M80. Gain that mid control. Molly off the close angles. Swisher. Gonna be able to take a little bit more of a hands-on approach to information. As he pulls down the trigger and takes off the head of Barton. As he begins getting a little bit too overzealous towards that B bomb site. Great frag there from Slacks to take down the lurking Lato.
These is 2 massive overextensions that's cost Legacy a lot of room. And of course also the numbers game as well. Somebody's got to step up in a big way. 2 crucial mistakes. Especially from Barton as well, who so far has actually looked quite clean for Legacy. This could hurt. Pop Flash is going to come round. Molotov on that corner as well. Mal's finds one more with coldzera, and it's falling apart at the seams. A singular consolation kill for Legacy, but it's M80 who lock in map point on their opponent's map pick. And like we said, it comes down to those opening 2 kills. There was no need to overextend, and look what it's cost them.
Yeah, slowing down there from M80, actually working out in their favor for once. Previous rounds that they've tried to do it, Legacy have just fallen back on the almost the default nature of Counter-Strike, where the CTs have to hold the bomb sites instead of going for these lurking informational plays. It falls apart at the seams for Legacy. We just need to see them play a little more defensive.
No room for error now. No room for mistakes. 12-6. Legacy needs 6 in a row. That's just to entertain the conversation of overtime. Goes without saying, it just starts to dwindle from their grasp, this first map. Hulb's flash in the corner. Won't really do anything all too much. And again, another double stack in through this back bathroom area here, but a slightly different setup. Lato going to play up because Mal does clear it. Great reaction. Lato fluffs his line to labored spray. The orb still stays up close, but Malves will tuck his head back in towards bathrooms, and that'll keep him alive. They might not expect coldzera up close shotgun orbing. Something that's somewhat of a speciality for this man here.
5-7 close range. Malves falls back. He knows when he's overstayed his welcome. We've seen him lurk all over the place, pushing to get info.
They're quad stacking top side. They're rotating over. They know.
It's a good goal.
No, it's coming back. Oh, they've fallen off. It looked like they were going to double rotate over, and they doubled back in towards water.
There's still time.
coldzera could be in trouble here. Isolated, expecting to be smoked in a second, and he will. Can he get a fight before? Waiting for a pop shot, does nothing. Now they'll know he's there, and they're looking to try and find them. Bomb got to go down, 20 seconds to work with, and our Legacy on for a 4v5 retake. Not easy. There's time starting to tick. coldzera going to play inside of the smoke as well. And the 2 rifles come in to join him. Def up close towards Transformer. Wants this fight, another flash around the corner, just trying to keep them at bay. This could be the beginning of the end as Slacks is going to find Dumal. Legacy, chances starting to slip from their grasp. As Rec going to find one more. Def will add to it, and Rek will close it. M80, 13-6 on Legacy's map pick. And talk about a start for the North American side. What a map. Let's see what the desk have to say about that one.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like there's definitely something in the water that all of these players are drinking, because the CT sides we have been seeing today have been absolutely astonishing. Jacob, talk to me. What did you make of M80's performance?
Well, a fantastic performance. There's no way around it. They were dominating their opponent from start to finish. You see it very clear illustrated right here on their round history, winning the pistol, converting, getting onto a streak, and for Legacy only winning one round. And a little side note to that one, the one round they did win, every single Legacy player died to the bomb afterwards as well. So when they lost the following round, the economy was in the bin again. This was M80 absolutely dominating their opponent from start to finish. Then yes, we move over to the second half. Legacy wins the pistol, they convert. For my money, that's what's called a cosmetic comeback. This game was never close.
I'm going to have to borrow that one and use it. I'll definitely credit you, though. But cosmetic comeback, I just used to always call it a fake comeback. But anyway, yeah, M80 dominated that game. There's no doubt about it. I think one of the big things, which we'll illustrate later, is opening picks, I think, was a huge factor for M80. That they were also just very oppressive. They always took forward positions. They were always using their utility, you know, near playground to deny space, to not let Legacy get comfortable and get a foundation underneath them to launch from into these different key areas of the map. They were always just kind of unsettling them. You know, huge props. Part of that being Slacks with the AWP on the A side of the map, but it was also Swisher and Rek as a combination on the B side of the map that had this thing on lockdown. Anytime they were tested, they delivered. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Malbs. Continues to have a great tournament. He came into this game the #1 player in the tournament for damage per round and #3 in kills per round, and he managed to again put up a very good performance. Not as flashy as what we saw some of the other guys do, like Rek had a 23 kill game, but still very solid.
Well, you mentioned the fact that the B site was pretty much on lockdown.
Yes.
So talk to me about all of the activities that were going on over on A. Why did they struggle to see much success at all over on their T side?
I mean, they just did not get an opening pick for the most part. I mean, there was like one round where Cole got boosted in an awkward position. He got an opening pick on the A side of the map, but they didn't even convert that round, by the way. And then every other round, it just seemed like all of the opening exchanges were going M80's way, which we'll show a little bit later. But yeah, just total domination across the scoreboard.
It's really cool to see M80 play that well. Really cool to see Rek play that well as well. 23
Absolutely.
kills, 6 deaths, 112 ADR in this game, to be completely honest, coming into the tournament. Not a lot of people out there, including myself, had an eye on Rek thinking he's the next big thing. He had a fantastic showing this time around. You could just see the way he was playing the game. Every time you were on his point of view, he was seeking for a duel. He wanted a duel. He wanted to force it. He wanted to play confident Counter-Strike. And I think, you know, for my money, the way M80 approached this game was that first and foremost, as I said in the video, it did feel like a little bit that Legacy picked into the trap of complexity. Not complexity, M80. I'm not quite sure why they would pick into overpass, to be completely honest, but once that happened, it felt like the entire M80 lineup just lined up, you know, glowed up, and you could just see they wanted to fight and fight and fight. They were not afraid of sitting back. They would go in the faces of Legacy. They would be disrupted. They would be disturbing the way they wanted to play. They would not leave them any space on the map whatsoever. And that's a big part of what you're going to talk about later in the opening kill department. They didn't leave any space for Legacy to utilize, and that was a big problem for them.
Well, confidence plays was certainly galore throughout the duration of that map. So let's go ahead and take a look at the opening picks that you were speaking about, Dust, and how they ended up being so impactful.
Yes, I mean, it started close with the pistol round that they actually almost converted, but M80 did hold on. And then it's just a Slack show. So many rounds, Slack was able to get the opening pick with the AWP over on this A side of the map. It just didn't really seem to matter, you know, how they challenged him. He was always taking different angles, taking different fights. He was taking different timings. He was very dynamic in how he was doing things. And then Des said, you know what? I'll have a go at an opening pick as well. You've been having a good job over there. Slack's let me have a chance at one. Slack says, no problem. You can have it this round, but I'll take it the next one. And then we see the, you know, final round. Swisher gets the opening kill, and then Rek just cleans up the rest of the crew and just stamps an 11-1 half. So again, it is very hard for Legacy to have much of a T side going if you can't get opening picks. And on the few that they got, they didn't convert.
You can't take anything away from M80. You cannot take away the fact that they played a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. It does, however, feel like one of those games where everything clicked. You know, all the stars were aligning for them. Everyone showed up. Rek having a career-defining game almost in that regard. At such an important moment, important game in his career. So as much as I want to give credit to M80, you know, it's also one of those things as now we've seen the potential. Now we've seen what you can do when everything is clicking. Hopefully they can bring that momentum into the second map, because what we saw right here was by far the best we've seen from M80 in a very, very important game. For most of these players, the most most important game in their career.
Yeah.
Well, I know that you've highlighted Rec as a player most definitely, but Malvs is definitely no stranger to the Legacy playstyle as well. So what can you tell me about what he's bringing to the table?
Well, I'm glad we got a bit of time to speak about that now. We had to rush through it in the pregame. Malvs is an ex-player within Legacy. He used to be part of 0-0 Nation. Cold Zero picked him up, thought to himself, listen, here's some raw talent. I can mold you into become a great player. For some reason, Cold Zero and the rest of the Legacy boys, they gave up. You see it right here. He was in 0-0 Nation in 2022. They gave up on him, and he then had to go back to Team 1, where he came from, now in M80. For Malvs, we've seen it for many, many, many years. He is unfiltered talent. He's a raw diamond in disguise. He's a player that has an absurd aim, and slowly but surely, especially with CS2 coming out, it feels like he's maturing a lot in the way he's playing Counter-Strike. I'm a little bit sad that Cold Zero gave up on him that early, because I think Malvs is one for the future as well. But right now, he's worth his weight in gold for M80.
And how about Dumal, obviously, on the side of Legacy? What did we make of his performance in particular?
Obviously struggled this game, right? I mean, for being 100% honest, no one really got going on that side. But yeah, Dumal, I'm hoping in Ancient coming up that he'll be able to kind of, you know, spread his wings a little bit. He's a very diverse rifler. He's one of the stars of this team. And now this squad needs him more than ever if they want to keep their hopes alive of attending Copenhagen.
What are we thinking, how they're going to look to approach this one, though? Coming off the back of a loss on your own map pick, M80 looking incredibly strong, hitting all their shots. A lot of confidence at play.
A lot of confidence. I was a little bit critical of Legacy picking into Opas. I had the same feeling about M80 picking into Ancient. Again, I think there was other maps they could have gone for where they would have felt slightly more confident. I think it must come down to something they've seen in the prep coming into the game. So if I'm Legacy right now, I would be a little bit worried. I'm not going to lie. You didn't show up on map number 1, and that's been a tendency for this lineup that yesterday they played fantastic Counter-Strike against MIBR. Cold Zero was all over the server. Map number 1 today, they're nowhere to be found. So it does feel like the inconsistency of Legacy may be what's costing them a spot at the major.
Yeah, and Ancient's going to be a tough one. We haven't even seen Legacy play Ancient yet this RMR. They've strayed away from it. I will say within their region, they've usually been pretty solid on the map. Not an amazing record by any means, but certainly pretty decent. Very scrappy, aggressive team. This is a map where hopefully Dumal could really get going as one of those entry players, one of those trade fraggers, and hopefully create some space. He's also going to be one of their main guys on the CT side, kind of playing towards middle or as an A rotator, so he's very important. And then we talked about it in the pregame. You know, M80 with Dev has also taken this more aggressive, scrappy approach, and they have been solid on Ancient North American scene. 10-3 record, wins over Liquid, Wildcard, Nouns. They beat ODDIK earlier in this RMR, so they've been acting quite polished. Ancient looks like one of the top maps in their pool, honestly. So this could be a 2-0, honestly, for M80. And I never thought I would say that before the series started.
Are you believing in the 2-0?
I'm starting to think that's a possibility. I'm glad we get to see it, at least one more NA team perhaps qualifying.
That would certainly be a dream come true, I know, especially for you, Dus. You're rooting for them all the way. But I just want to give a shout out to all of the folks over at Display and give everybody a reminder as to what exactly displays are. Jacob, what do you make of this one? I brought an M4 on the desk for you today. You liking it?
I like it. I like the FMS one. I like the AWP. I like the M4A1. I haven't seen the AK yet. I think you've had it up here while I wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay,
We've got an AK as well. Don't worry.
The weapon theme is very much my style, you know. Very simple, very cool, very clean. I like it a lot.
Well, if you want to go ahead and pick up your very own display that are made of metal, by the way, I'm a little bit worried that I've
and not $3,100, by the way, as the M4 might be in the game.
Significantly cheaper, especially if you use the code PGL at checkout. If you order 3 of them, you can grab yourself 33% off. I know we were taking a look at all of the designs that they had, and there's some really, really funny ones. Super clean, super suave. You can even add frames onto them as well. So go ahead, order your own, and use code PGL at the checkout. As we mentioned, Ancient is going to be the next map. Do we hazard a guess as to what the scoreline is going to be?
I think, gun to my head, I'm saying M80 is winning this 1-2-0.
You could hold it up if you wanted to, just to really illustrate
maybe,
what he meant.
Okay, that's a little bit dangerous. I think M80 is going to win this game 2-0.
I'll take M80 for the win. I'll say 13-9.
Okay, there we have it. You've heard it firsthand from my fantastic analyst, and we'll be back soon with the next map.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And Simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls. After an absolute decimation by M80 on Legacy's map pick, there needs to be an Herculean effort from them to be able to come back. We're moving on to M80's map pick of Ancient, and oh my God, are we going to see an incredibly one-sided affair once again, Nao? Who can tell?
That is the big question. So far, not so good for Legacy. They've not shown up to play, and M80 look ruthless. Heading in towards their map pick, heading in towards Ancient. They've had great moments, and yes, a couple of hiccups on this one, but it goes without saying confidence has been at an all-time high for M80 on this pick, and that's why there's a real chance. It goes without saying we need to see a completely different Legacy. They were a shadow of their former selves that we saw against MIBR in that first map. So what do we get here is the question now, Cody.
It's interesting, right? Because M80 had this very similar first map performance against Wildcard yesterday. Of course, different map, different circumstances, and different NA derby there. This is North America versus South America, and the half-time they had after that first map for Wildcard really reinvigorated them. Stan came alive, but of course, at the end of that best of three, they couldn't convert. Has Cold been able to kind of disseminate some of his experience onto the rest of the team to be able to bring it back?
It's true. Nekkers is spotted, but Dumao might go unchecked. He does. Malbs, down he falls around that corner. So at the very least, now there's something to work with. Opening kills eluded Legacy in that first map. They really struggled to find them time and time again. It let them down, but it's not going to be the case here as Dumao finds the opening couple, and now we have a conversation on our hands. It makes it look a little lost here with this pistol.
Yeah, notably it was Legacy starting on the T side, where those opening frags are really, really crucial to ensure that you can, of course, find your entry into a bomb site. Now starting on the CT and finding them here, shadows and shimmers of what we saw towards the end of that first map of Overpass. Nekkers holding the off angle with Dumao behind Big Box. Needs to be an absolutely huge display of form here from M80's Wreck and Def to be able to come back into this one. And Def finding that opening kill into Dumao, maybe now closing the gap. There's an opportunity for them as the flash and the nades go in. Bomb gets planted. Wreck there with the backup. Oh my God, he could go massive here. Thinks one down, but not going to be able to convert that into the kill as of yet. 3 versus 2. Wreck now finding another. This is happening now. I can't believe it. Wreck's hiding behind the wall. Def still there on the sidelines, be able to back him up. With Code Zero on 1 HP. Bartan, who's been so crisp on these pistols, round after round. Is he going to be able to convert this one? Also, Wreck just toying with his food at this point with the bomb planted and no defuse kit. It's looking like it's possible. No. Wreck looking for 4 kills. Is there time? Oh my Lord, I don't think there is. No, there is.
It's clear.
Oh, Legacy. That is way too close for comfort. Down to a 1v1, and it's the 1 HP Cold Zero who does it.
Man alive. Wreck made an opportunity out of nothing. And I even credit to Def as well. So low, sticks that plant, and then sets himself up inside of the smoke as well. So Legacy don't lose control of him. Dumao started this round so well. 3 kills to his name. Sumptuous shots. And it very quickly crumbled. Where's that man there, Colzera, to close it, to clutch up something he's too familiar with. For Legacy to find the first notch on the board, and man alive. For a Legacy off the back of what was a rough map, it goes without saying, so necessary, so damn necessary. Of course, it goes without saying, we expect to buy out from M80 in towards the second round off the back of the bomb plant. They're once again going back towards A here. Cold Zero again. Came up huge in that previous round. Can he go for a second? Gets mollied out of Temple. Nekkers and Dumao up close, and Dumao, we saw what he did in towards the last. How have they learnt their lesson? Well, a smoke deep will help, but Nekkers in front of it. Nekkers looking to find one, but Malbs finds 2. Headshots from him, the hand cannon doing as the namesake says. Dumao dropped, they'll open up this round for M80. And now we start to look back at Legacy and think, lads, what have you got to work with? Well, Def will deliver even more pain as Lato does fall himself, and the flash will buy him some time, which is seriously ticking. 1 has already rotated. Cold Zero will stick around for a moment to see if he can stay alive. But this is a round for M80.
Yeah, with no kit here from Cold. Of course, there was no one to fell him in that previous round when he could stick that 10-second, but this time round, it's just not happening. An amazing response here from the T side of M80. Malbs again coming massive. With the Deagle in hand, we saw it in the very first best of 1 that M80 played inside of mid. He was making problems for his opponents, and now he's doing it, executing onto a bomb site this time round.
Love it. Brilliant. Let's take a look at these again, because we saw this on the other side, right? so quick from Miles. Man alive, that is beautiful work from him. Cracking open the A sides, and of course through Donut, getting very little coverage, all tied square. And of course, I mean, the expectation here is the force buy back in. This is how all of these games will start, force buy wars, but Legacy bring considerably less to the table. Slash be in trouble, but it's Rek who bails him out for one. Dumao still gets his kill, and a smoke to give him some space to get out of there.
Yeah, falls back onto the bomb site. Damage has been done. Getting a 1-for-1 trade there, considering the buy for Legacy. They're going to be pretty content with. They can now stack up inside of mid, as we're going to be seeing. The pistol of Dumao, Lato, need to go huge. The backup here from Dumao as well, as the rest of his team are going to swing into mid just in case they can catch someone on a timing. It's not going to be the case. Don't know if the information would have been heard as they slow it down, rotating back towards the actual site. Out of main, we're going to have 3 of the 4 remaining M80 players begin their execute. Molly goes down, Barton up close and personal, going to be able to find one. Rek finds 2. Dumao trades, and now on a 2 versus 2, health advantage going towards the CT side. This could turn on its head again.
Swisher so far away here. Malbs has got to stay alive. 45 seconds to work with. The bomb is just in no man's land. This is the worst part about this. Low on util, low on health. But Swisher finds a way. Coldzera's all that's left. Needing another clutch out of the King. Got one on the pistol. Looks for a second as the Molly tickles the toes. But he's still left alive. Burnt to a crisp, but 3 points of HP. Keep him breathing as he looks for this frag as time starts to tick. Swisher's got to make a move, got to do something, and he will. Swisher sees it off, a sigh of relief for M80. But all that matters is a round 1, the force buy of Legacy put to bed, and M80 claw back a lead.
Yeah, Kolb was blind when the Molly came in as well, so I don't think he knew how far he needed to run. He knew he had to get behind Big Box, but he gets there, screen stops turning white, and he's like, oh crap, where's my HP gun? I'm on 3, this is going to be incredibly hard. Of course, we saw him win with 1 HP in that pistol round, but Swisher just quicker on the trigger. And now it's going to be USPs across the board. 4-man committal inside of, well, mid. Not deep, but just sitting inside a red room. Having a little bit of a mother's meeting.
Yeah, already decent control here out towards B.
Oh, this flash into Jag.
Nobody here, yeah. I mean, flash over towards mid, but Malbs isn't committing. This is a smart way to play it if you're M80. Just don't overextend if you're going to go for a fight in towards mid. Yes, there's a smoke, but it's still a risk. A fight found and Malbs double away. Doesn't overextend. Barely caught by that one either. Spots him in towards Cubby. He doesn't actually have to stick around here. Malbs is more of an information player, and he does have the support too, so it gives him a lot of room to work with. And the main thing is no run towards the B site. So bomb goes down, that should be the round, but we question what Legacy can do in terms of exit frags. Any constellation kills could actually be quite important here.
The fact that T-Spawn is fully under T control right now, and Legacy haven't lurked a player through there to be able to poke and prod and gain some information and gain some ground for these exits, I think means that M80 are going to be able to keep all 5 players up here unless we see a huge push from Legacy. But, I mean, there's nothing to lose. You haven't committed anything into this round other than really minor util, so you might as well push on through. Coldzera treating that like a wall instead of the smoke that it is, and here comes the barrage of CTs as they begin their push onto Swisher and Slacks, but they are crisp and clean with it, and but they do get tagged down. You know what? I think Legacy are going to be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of those things. For Swisher and Slacks individually, just making sure that nothing's saved, there's also nothing gained too, right? And then on the other side, yes, they die, but plenty of money. They can buy back in. Not the end of the world just yet. 3-1. Good start for M80. Legacy out for a buy of their own. Coldzera building the AWP. We need to see him find form. We need to see this guy pop off. At times, he was the only man finding that form in map 1, but it's Dumao to step up early. In through mid, the supporting flash is beautiful. Malbs falls early to the wayside. So Legacy with an opening kill. A round needed to be converted to keep this game competitive in its early stages, and that's the dream start.
Yeah, Dumao seems to be the primary person finding all of the opening kills. Every single round inside of mid, it seems to come at his hands, which is great. Legacy have just struggled to convert the rest of it. After he falls back and isn't the first face that people start running into, the rest of the team aren't there to be able to, well, close it on out. Minute on the clock. M80 need to make a decision. And as of right now, They've shown presence into mid, nothing towards B, and the CTs begin their rotation away as the Ts start gaining Jag control, Cave control. Soon, site control as the smokes come in.
Flash in the corner. Barton was close here. Labored spray, and Death will punish. Barton will fall, and so will Dumal. As Slack's out range, going to make that all do its work. And another pop flash as well to keep Neckers at bay. They can't push through the smokes, the walls in front of them. Keep them at bay. But Lasso will crack open that door a tad. A 3 versus 3, and there's a world to work with here. Time starts to tick, however, and coldzera, a pixel spotted, and all that's needed for Slacks. With the sniper, Swisher gonna swing as well. Barrel spotted, but spray missed, and so will the orb shot as well. And now Rex in a little bit of trouble. Slacks as well, an own quantity, but Slacks don't miss those. Stuck in towards the corner, Rek will peak on timing. And M80 gonna make a round out of that. 3-round buffer zone to work with. This is massive for the confidence.
Already more competitive than what we saw at the start of the first map, of course. Legacy not only finding a round, but also being able to trade frags back and back instead of just M80 running away. Remember, that was a 10-1 beginning, basically, to that half. M80 already being a little bit more challenged. Interesting from Legacy in that previous round, the fact they were using A1Ss and they were spamming through smokes, they used a lot of their mags. They were running dry on ammo if that round went any longer.
Very, very true. And of course, all Legacy have got to work with here is just the pistols. Gamble stack here through Jag. And they might just be given a fight. Swisher beats on the corner. Mid-aggression in through elbow as well. Any little peek or poke around that corner, they prod in towards mid. Going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Here they are, holding and waiting. And I don't actually know if they'll be tested. The bomb is in that direction, in all fairness. There's no need to commit here. Swisher seems aware and akin to what the idea could be. And a lot of the reliance comes off what Def and Mal's can do, finding out info through mid. Swisher could be in a little bit of trouble. This molly could be used, though. It might actually force them into a fight. It'll force them into a swing, and Swisher lines up 2. Mal's will add 1 more, but actually, this is more expensive than I think M80 would hope.
Yeah, just showing the how dynamic those upgraded pistols can be on that CT side. The 5.7 is so strong, as Nail likes to mention. 1 tap at close range with full armor.
Yeah.
It's very, very dangerous. Speaking about dangers, Death. Pushed all the way through Red Room. AK in hand. There's 1. There's 2. Goodbye, Legacy. 5-1 now. MIBR. MIBR? I looked at the M and I thought, oh, okay, that's the wrong one. M80.
MIBR long gone.
Yeah, they are.
To the hands of Legacy.
F's in chat.
Yeah. Legacy, of course, of a great series yesterday. Back-to-back 13-7s. Made that one look comfortable. And I guess for a lot of people, that was an upset as well. I mean, a lot of people were touting MIBR as 3-0 potential. It wasn't the tournament to be for them. I think coming into it, ranked 20th in the world off the top of my head. And yeah, didn't show up in the way that people would hope. And obviously, it's been a great tournament for South American teams in general, but maybe not the ones that people were expecting in some cases. I mean, Pain was definitely a question mark. Big as they're on that rebuild, we weren't sure what we get out of them. And of course, Legacy being, well, I guess 2 maps away, in this instance, away from a spot. A surprise to many. Util towards A. And they do actually get given quite a lot of space here. Already wanting towards Temple. Rek. This feels a little reckless, but he will get caught off guard. Yeah, overextension. And a missed trade as well gives Neckers an opportunity as he swings through the smoke. Down goes Death. And M80, a little lenient in terms of their control towards the site here, giving a lot of room towards their opponent. Molotov will keep them at bay. Slacks on the angle, missed shot again from him. Looks for a 3rd attempt at it as he goes with a pixel peek.
Oh, jeez.
Time's starting to tick as well. It's more of an information play. Smoking towards Donut, but planting the bomb is the big risk here.
Is going to get tapped. Is Swisher going to get tapped? That is the question. No swing from CT as of yet. Wow. What a jump there from coldzera. Bartan and Neckers both convert on their own kills. Leaves Mouths in a 1 versus 5. He's good. Is he good enough? Down to 18 HP. 30 seconds on the clock. 2 frags found. He's behind ahead of another one, but no, it's Lato. Single bullet, all that's needed. 2nd round on the board for Legacy. One thing I want to mention, Slacks.
Yeah,
I mean,
hate to single a guy out.
Yeah, it's difficult because we expect so much after what we've seen over this RMR now, and these are incredibly inconsistent shots from him, something that we've just come to know he's hitting those every single day.
Yeah, even compared to kind of map 1 to map 2, he was very good off the back of over. And yeah, a little weird there. I think it felt like a bit of pressure on the shoulders, a bit of a panic when the opening kills don't go their way, and he feels like he needs to force it to try and level the playing field. Some crucial misses, very costly. I think, you know, Legacy finding that opening double really did help them out. So, in through mid, bit of chip damage done with the util. coldzera setting up closer. He might get a peek, he might get an angle. He will. Def will fall. Gets caught on that corner. And there's another opener going the way of Legacy. There might be time for them to start clawing back this deficit. 5 versus 4. M80 now don't really know where to go. Malbs is tagged down low. I want to reaggress. The bomb isn't committed. That's the main thing here. If things go south, they can rotate over. And Slacks falls away at that time. Just as coldzera's re-peeking in. They're going to go for a red room push. Malbs, the low man, has cannon fodder for the first fight. Nobody meets them and greets them through red.
I would usually agree with you on the cannon fodder, but this is Malb's specialty. Finding angles, finding timings that usually don't exist. But Bartan, I think he is expecting this. Malbs has crossed though.
No
Crossfire
way.
can be set up. He gets so much ground inside of CT, and I think they think it's clear. Malbs shifting from CT as the point of interest is over towards main. That has the timing. Take down Dumao, he wasn't expecting it. Molotov comes in. Oh, his neck is expecting this one. Wreck as well, swings from red room. Neck is needs to come up massive, but it's Malbs again with a frag. 16 points of HP, and he's still finding kills.
They've got to call it. They have to call for a save. They can't even warrant the idea behind an attempt here. Man alive. Like you said, it's all down to Malbs. The fact that he gets the timing there, I mean, you got to really... I think it's Barton holding that cross from long. The timing is brutal.
That's the information as well, because he's crossed it. He's like, oh, guys, there's no one there. Don't worry about it. That's why I don't even think about CT.
They've really, you know, it is a misrelay of information. It's actually really costly. He's holding that flank through red room, but he turns away for half a second just as he maneuvers back over towards short, and it costs them the round. The smallest mistakes, most incremental errors.
Oh, if he gets
cost
this
Legacy.
If he gets this kill on cold. Oh, God, Malbs.
Nah, he's just going to tuck it. Staying alive is the priority. Doesn't need to give away a rifle or at least drop it. Keeping the cash building up is the priority of M80. But another half already where, you know, very early doors, they've guaranteed at the bare minimum a tied game. But the way they're playing, we expect more.
It was actually the T side that they struggled against when they played up against ODDIK in the opening BO1, of course, that one that they were able to secure. It was T side, which looked a little bit more weak. ODDIK taking that, well, 7-4. Still the CT side for M80 available.
Yeah.
That's where they're going to be putting out the bulk of their rounds. They can find a 7th here, secure the half, then dear Lord, is there anything that can slow this freight train that's clearly got no brakes?
Good nade. After gets tagged, but most importantly, information gain, right? That's the big thing about HGs. Do they expect a double stack up close? And P9 of the corner. Lato posted like a turret here, waiting for this first fight. And if Swish appears around this corner, it could be in a little bit of trouble. Resmoking towards ramp will just force M80 to once again pump those brakes, but not under pressure in terms of time here. Plenty to work with. They themselves, though, in comes the Uto. Molotov at least will force out a fight in some regard, but Slacks can't get up in time. Still gets the kill nonetheless. And again, it's on towards Neckers. That was the story of Overpass. An opening kill going their way. That'll give them room. They force a double back out of cave because they know ramp is a liability.
Fully committing now to this B-bomb site. A final hold from coldzera. Over on A, just in case they move over. Yeah, the smoke time is absolutely perfect. Nade goes in, it's not going to clear it. Bartan expecting someone to be close here. As we can see, of course, Wreck is there, but oh, the smoke doesn't clear everything. Bartan still has no idea, and here comes the spam, here comes the push. He's going to get tagged. I wonder if it's heard. It is. Lato going to be good on Swisher. The MP9 not going to be able to convert onto anything here. And now it's just Dumao, coldzera.
Probably
have to save again.
This is a really rough situation. Legacy never have any stability built up in terms of their economy. So in these situations where you can maybe warrant the attempt at a retake, they can't. They know that the risk is much higher than the reward in this situation. Yes, finding a third round would be great, but if they do with anybody, it means there's no attempt to rebuy. And even with 2 staying alive, it's still probably not really going to be possible. Loss bonus is built up, yes, but there's nothing really going to work in terms of drops. Bar likes like MP9s and even then, Def might deny, barrel spotted, coldzera repositions, but Def will find him. Doesn't matter that Dumao answers back. The orb, yes, collected, but that is all Legacy are gonna have to work with heading in towards the next. 7-2, there's the guarantee of a lead. And the first timeout by Legacy, I mean, it goes without saying, you know, maybe a little bit late, but better late than never.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not just blowing them all in the first half like we've seen plenty of teams do. That tells me that the mental for Legacy is better than off the back of what we saw in Overpass.
Yeah.
However, are they actually going to be able to make anything of this? I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, both in North America, both in South America, able to convert straight off the back of these timeouts. And I think with Neckers' calling as well, he said earlier today, like, always falling back on a little bit more of a default style of calling instead of like these tricky skill plays and these all big setups.
Yeah.
I mean, is it going to be enough for Legacy to be able to convert around and gain a third here?
You know, and in those kind of attack pauses as well, we look towards Chucky, man. This is a guy with so much experience, one of the most revered coaches within the region, and not even just the region, internationally as well. What can he do to try and salvage this sinking ship? It's taking on water, and Legacy's chances of making it to the Holy Grail of the Major look like they might be going down with a ship. 2 rounds, all they've got so far. But Barton, good aggression, proactivity from the CT side. Malbs will fall. It's a great opening kill. A reposition, Rek going towards the fight of his shot. Uncharacteristic from Cold, and it nearly cost him. The Molotov will tickle him as well, but he still remains alive, posted towards main. The Shadow spotted running away as well. At the very least, immediate support not needed.
Plenty of time.
Yes.
Plenty of time to be able to reevaluate what on earth is going on. And this is where Def is going to step into his own here. The experience as the coach, now coming in the server, and an experience as the player as well. Going to be able to redefine what this round is for M8, but Dumao is looking to ensure that that is not the case. He finds 2 heads inside of mid, spots out the AWP of Slacks. Just trying to bait that shot so he can go for the swing. The Molotov's there to about to force him out. He does push, and he does indeed find that kill. 4 versus 2 now, closer to being obtainable, but we're cold on this angle. He needs to not whiff again.
Rek has no util. This is the awkward thing. Rek knows he has to basically fight his way in towards the site, and they've got no information about what the setup is. Oh, he finds it through the smoke. That'll change things. 2 versus 3. Yes, time ticking, but a bomb going to go down. Donut not exactly covered, and neither is CT. Slacks needs to go superb here. No scope is not going to come off in time. Lato and Barton keep things alive. I thought they were in a little bit of trouble when Cold misses that opening shot, but thankfully rotates come at an apt time. And, well, Legacy give themselves a chance. A sigh of relief as well for Legacy. They need anything now in the tail end of this half.
This isn't the first time we've seen that happen as well, where the final 2 players of M80 have been able to just secure almost that A-bomb site. Of course, this time shut down when the plant didn't come through. If that plant goes down, Slacks finds 1 more kill. Oh my God, like, you can't keep letting that happen as a CT side.
I think the kind of mid-round re-aggression from Legacy there's really good.
Oh, shelf.
Dumao gets a double. Can he do it again? No, only 1, but arguably good enough. Information gain on the edge of the smoke. Malbs goes creeping out, and he will be clipped as Neckers deletes him and keeps hold and control in towards mid. Swisher now will go peering in towards cave. Nobody's there to meet him, so at the very least, there's a bit of space for M80 to work with here. Bomb going back over towards ramp, but a minute to work with.
Flash goes in. Smoke as well. It's about to block off that long slight line for Slacks. Nick is on the hunt. See what he can find right now.
Swisher's crossed it, and this is a thing where Barton's swinging out. He'll jiggle peek on the corner, but he might actually not expect Swisher over in towards the corner. Now he will. The smoke coming through into a short. Molotov out towards long.
Surprised that landed.
Barton beckoning over the rotate as well. Swisher will keep himself tucked. Bomb goes down. Yes, the numbers do favor Legacy, and quite considerably down on 2 versus 4. It's still a doable scenario. If they can isolate a couple of frags, there's maybe a conversation. Flash is good. Shot, not so much. Slacks will miss. The flank is good as well. Labored, but Neckers gets it nonetheless. And one-man army. Swisher needs something. Needs a miracle if he wants a chance. And he's not even given an inch. coldzera will drop him. And Legacy gonna find a 4th heading into that final round of the half. There is a chance. Could it a 7-5 half? That's workable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot more than what they had to work with on that first map, for sure. Both AWPers not truly stepping to the levels that we would expect from them in this game as of yet. Slacks missed a couple of shots. We're seeing Cole do the same as well. Yeah. One very important kill in this round actually came here from Latto. As the bomb gets planted, Rek getting taken down. We know how influential we can be on these CT-sided holds and anchors, but in the post-plant as well, holding it down is usually where he shines. And not being able to do that, getting spammed out before he can even see an opponent, not great for M80, and of course it converts into a round there for Legacy.
Absolutely. There will be some sort of a buy. They've gone for the force here, of course. It is the last round, so the expectation is that. We've got a triple MAC-10, a D, and a Tech 9. Malbs will get out in front of the smoke. Yes, he falls, but a human flashbang. A Swisher finds one. A Defilante back for Latto. What a reaction from Latto. What a flick, head on a swivel getting the 4th. Latto locking it down. And look what it means to Legacy. Look what it means to the confidence now as his side starts to come back alive. They're now finding the form that we expect out of Legacy. I'd love to see that Latto 1v4 as well in through cave. That was sumptuous.
Look at this. Look how crazy the spray doesn't stop. Oh my God, takes 2 out as they're coming in towards cave. He can't even believe it either. He's like, what on earth is that? My mouth was agape.
He's
off
just
the back
like
of it. Look at this. 1, 2. Oh, I think there's someone to my right. I'm going to spam you down, take him out, and flick on through to rip the head clean off of Slacks as well. Damn. That's the tempo that we need to be seeing from Legacy into the second half.
He's just like me, for real. That's great work.
That I played MM with you. That's factually incorrect.
Well, what can Legacy now do? A pistol round here. Man, we are going to potentially open the door to a conversation. If Legacy found a pistol and deny M80 getting too proactive in terms of the kills, there's a world this game just goes 7-7 and then it's game absolutely on. Have to wait and see. A couple of taps from Def down mid. Right idea as well, as he catches them crossing, or trying to catch them crossing. But they are given shelf control. Now Swisher will sit back at the exit of cave as well. Doesn't want to overextend. Molotov as well will force him out of that position.
Wait, did it miss?
Gonna find a couple of taps, but he will fall. Neckers good swing. Malb's there to try and reclaim space. The flash needs to get Slacks into the action, but he can't. Def tapping away, damage dealt, but not the kill just yet. All the fights going the way of Legacy, but Malb's might have other ideas here. Gets one himself, but the bomb goes down nonetheless. And M80, this retake's not easy. Not easy at all. They have the numbers to work with, but coldzera will bring it back down to the 2 versus 2. Latto trying not to overface, but he will find one. It's Julie's 2 pistols, 2 kills to find, and Latto gives him nothing. Latto, who closed the half, starts it well as well.
Yeah, that's really, really nice from Legacy. We saw Rek rotating all the way around from the A-bomb site through mid. Looked like he was going to go absolutely nuclear with those dual Berettas, but only able to find one as he begins his approach. It was a lot of rounds together in short succession for M80 in that first half. Yeah. The tail end completely dictated by Legacy. It was 3 rounds back-to-back. And now with the 4th one here as well. Oh, God, and the nades into mid as well with Latto getting taken down. The pace is still being dictated by the T side. However, after losing someone early here, Neck is getting dropped down to 64 HP as well, putting the rest of these kind of eco weapons for M80 in a much more lethal position. Certainly winnable for the CTs.
The force is such a risk here. Rek gonna sit up close. Does he get cleared? He does. However, Neck is buffs his lines, and Rek does more damage towards Dumal. Surely not. MP9. Close but no cigar. Dumal will get a kill. He stays alive just. Skin of his T-side. Stop! And Rek gets caught in rotation. coldzera makes it 2. This round looked like it was getting put by the wayside, and coldzera might go for more, but he doesn't clear his angles. Oh, Mouse finds two. Surely not. A 1v1 Swisher versus Dumao. Dumao is so low. A smoke towards CT, a bomb plant to come through, and Swisher's going for the big flank as well. He might just get timing with Dumao. Got the right ideas, a gun to work with, a flash in the back pocket, an opportunity as well for M80 to convert to force as Dumao looks for all the angles. Swisher's not giving him anything. Swisher might just tap here as well. He wants to bait in a fight. Time's starting to tick. He don't have a lot to work with. He's got to go here and now. Does have a flash. Dumao does need to peek, and he's too smart to as well. Knows how low he is. Time is dwindling. Spotted, and Dumao, another huge round from him. 3 kills to his name. And look what it means to Dumao. What a round. But man, that should not have been that close. And I think, you know, Dumao done well, but that round for me, credit to Cold.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. He almost messed it up a little bit when he cleared the angle, and of course, didn't end up punishing them too hard. Malb's finding those 2 kills. God, he's so good on the deagle. You can't really give him an inch, and I mean, give him 2 heads. Almost good for the 3rd there and soloing the round. It's going to be a timeout here for Legacy, as a matter of fact, off the back of that. And what do you think that is now?
I think they just need to calm down a little bit, right? You can see them get a little antsy in these situations. I think there's a good opportunity for Chucky just to be like, that's right, let's just slow things down. We now know that was a force out of them. We heard the scout, we heard the MP9s, and we saw the upgraded, you know, kind of guns.
I didn't even spot that.
Yeah, I know, yeah, through the smoke. It's one of those things I think is, for now, Legacy understand the situation they're in. Advantage absolutely in their court. Wind in their sails. This is a really good opportunity for them to get very close to closing out this map. They know that M80 won't have a lot to work with in terms of an investment. So, what feels like a freebie of an 8th round on the cards here. Just make sure it's not that expensive, and Legacy should be fine.
Allow me to draw your attention to one important thing. Malbs has a deagle. T-side, aggression with this weapon. Brutal. Can he do the same on the defense when he's the solo holding player over on the B-bomb site? It's going to be that 4-man stack over on A. And I mean, 3 of them are pretty damn close. 1 holding long. But all the attention right now is on B, is on Mounds. Will be the first Guatemalan player to qualify for a major if they can convert this map. Go 2-0 above Legacy. And ensure the American flag is also there. Malbs needs to go huge. It's the head of the Mal. Rips it clean from the shoulders. Guillotined. Nekis gets that bomb planted. But now with the reinforcements here from M80, the lurk shut down by Lato. Can they convert? P250 and a deagle, 2 deagles as a matter of fact, available for Malbs, Def, Swisher. Only this USP for Slacks, and the spam begins for Nekis, Bartan there to be able to ensure that this does not fall out of hand.
Only a consolation kill, but not a bad one by any means. It was actually quite well played from Legacy there. They just made sure that the pace was slowed down quite considerably. Double smokes one out to a short one too long, and Molotov behind it as well. Make sure that basically M80 just simply don't have the time to work with.
Closing the gap.
All well and said. Legacy find themselves 8-7, a lead in their favor, one in which they desperately look to keep hold of this time. Deluded them throughout this series. But it will be a buy back in for M80 and an AWP in the back pocket of Slacks. We've questioned a couple of his shots so far with some uncharacteristic misses. Especially as, at least in the early part of this half, coldzera starts to come alive a little bit. Look towards Slacks' response. Rek elevates an angle. It's a great angle to hold this. Your shadow's spot on the corner of that wall, so Rek can basically get a freebie of a molly down before any fights come through. Right way to play it, because he gets a free kill. It's Slacks' nade that sees off Dumao, as Dumao tries to force it through the Molotov. Man, that might let Legacy down a little bit. 4v5. They go back towards mid, but it actually looks like now they want to rotate away, but they have so little information about the holes looking like. They're actually quite confused, and they overface in towards mid.
Yeah, lucky on the timing here. They've learnt their lesson from Overpass, have Legacy. Just losing one body doesn't completely shut down the round, but Neck is getting taken down also in mid. Maybe now this is difficult. Not a single frag found. Chip damage here and there, of course, does allow the Galils to do a little bit more work onto Swisher and onto Slacks, but they are holding very deep angles.
M80 don't have a lot of youth on the back pocket, and this is the thing that worries me.
Flash and a smoke. Two
That
smokes.
bomb goes down. There is a world that Legacy can use their slightly larger belts of util to their favor. Cold Zero are going to go up high and high here. And the util starts to come through. Double Molly's coming in as well. And Rek just waiting for his moment to shine. Doesn't need to overface. Yes, Swisher is low, but as long as Rek stays alive, he's always a nuisance. But down he goes to Barton. Now there's a chance. Bomb plant for Donut. This is a good way to play it. And a smoke in through CT. They're going to fight through it. And it might not work. No, it won't. Barton finds more.
Lato. He's back to back with
and he
That's not
gets
what
two. Lato lines them up. Man, that fell apart so quickly. And Legacy now winning every clutch. This is something that M80 had on the lock and key in Overpass. And Legacy now doing exactly the same back to them. This is starting to smell like an Inferno map 3.
And again, it comes at the hand of Rek. Not able to find a frag in the round, holding down, locking down Donut. The faces just a little bit too early. Has to see if he can find a kill, of course, but it's just a little bit sloppy on the fade of that smoke. Def, I think even if an angle's being held towards CT due to that timing, he still would have been dead, no matter if he was that close or not. Might be going to the heads a little bit here, M80. Need to get back into this one. Really nice angle being held here from Def, and I don't think they've heard this. Oh no, the Molotov's come in. Never mind, I take it straight back. 2, as a matter of fact. Is forced off the corner. Still going to be holding on this cubby position. Nades come in, and he is still going to be almost full HP, ready and waiting to fight a single T that pushes on through.
Good smoke. Great smoke. Just keep them at bay. Slow things down a little bit. And P9, that's an information play. Look and see if you can get a tag behind it. Not to be. Now they can go out through mid. I don't think Swisher wants to stick around for a fight, but the 5-7 now knows that they're out in towards mid. That's 2 that he spotted. 1 up through shelf. Bits of a tag, but no kill just yet as we creep inside of the minute mark. Just up close. Def not being held by his teammates, so he'll fall for free, but no surprises to anybody that Miles will get one with the dig. Lato dropped. 4v4, do not count out the pistols. These close range angles can be awkward, and with 35 seconds on the clock, they play for the crossfire in through cave. Not the easiest clear in the world. The bomb still stays committed towards this B site as well. They've got to go here and now. Bomb going to be dropped. Util starting to be signed up as well towards this site as they'll stick up close. Slack to the right idea. Slack spotted 1, but now he's known quantity. Needs to hit these. There's 1. Barton to find 1 with the molly as Duma will answer 2. A 2 versus 2. A safe plant will be the call as well. And the Deagle comes around the corner, swinging into the fight. And Duma, by the skin of his teeth, stays alive. Legacy, the first side to lock in 10.
Could have been huge. Probably should have been huge from M80 there. Instead, Legacy do so well to be able to convert that round. Double digits on the board, as now correctly said. Another tactical timeout going to be called by Legacy, their 3rd and final one, to ensure they can get this over the line. Make sure all of their numbers are correct in their head. Do they have a buy? That is the thought process now, and it's almost certainly yes. As we can see, 4 M4s, the AWP in the hands of Slacks. Util belts full. This should have been absolutely mad. If Swisher finds 2, that would have changed the dynamic of the round completely. Then we could see the push coming through from Cave, and maybe Coldzera isn't ready and waiting for Malbs, who we know who can hit those 1 digs. And look at what it means to them, man. I mean, Dumal is going massive in some of these rounds. He's finding opening picks when it needs to, and he's closing down the rounds when it's required as well. Push into mid here. A lot of information. Def trying to gain it himself. Couple of spams, but that's basically, yeah, this is nice.
Good proactivity out the CT side. Sometimes they've been a little lackluster in terms of their mid-takes. Oh, Lato fall blind. Swisher gets domed. No idea what hit him. And Lato didn't even realize he had hit him. There's an opener for Legacy. All the luck quite comfortably in their favor thus far. And all goes quiet off the back of it. M80 going to pump the brakes in his aggression because, I mean, to a degree, this is starting to become riskier and riskier since they don't have the numbers.
It's all well and good trying to get all of these information plays and gaining full A control, as we have seen the CTs do. Previous round, when they forced up, they gained it. Now doing it on the full buy as well. Legacy, they like to run these rounds down to just the few fleeting moments. Around 20 seconds is when they begin their executes, usually hell. They might even wait for 15 if they're close enough to a bomb site. With 40 on the clock, some util being committed, into mid, into lane. This could tell them everything they need to know. Slacks finding that opening pick inside of mid, bringing us now down to a 4 versus 4. Malbs needs to go massive.
Double setup here as well. Malbs up close, gets 2. Malbs looking for 3, and Malbs mows them down. Magic Man Malbs will make sure the round goes the way of M80 and keeps the dream alive. Legacy did not clear their corners, and they let themselves down.
A change of pace here from M80 as well. Getting aggy, getting aggressive, getting up towards them instead of holding back on their laurels, sitting onto the bomb sites. Slack's getting aggressive inside of mid. Malb's getting aggressive. He didn't even reload. 8 bullets in the mag and he takes down 2 more. My God. He does so much work in these rounds when he's called upon. Legacy, the first round there for M80. Legacy need to respond with haste. If they do not, the tempo can switch incredibly quickly. Great calling from Depth to be able to make the timing work out there.
Look at the buy as well now for Legacy. Information spotted, Slack's gonna try and get out of there. They will run through the Molotov, but Slack's given a freebie. Looks for a second, flashed on the angle, so's the rifle. So the sight is lost, but surprise to nobody that Malbs will step up for 1. Barton dropped through the smoke, and Malbs doesn't need to overface. 3 versus 5 as Legacy. They're questioning, can they even be given the comfort over the plant here? On the corner, Neck is trying to level the playing field, and Rek will respond effectively. Down goes Neckers, Lato and Cold, left with it all to do. A 2v5 for the Aegis to try and find 11, and they might be given that luxury. Lato for 1, Def in response. And Cold Zera, what a clutch this would be, but I don't think it's on the cards. Would be something. But Malb's other ideas, gorgeous, again from the Guatemalan. And M80 make it a 1-round game.
Bringing it back. 2 rounds back-to-back now after a completely just unheard of half. I mean, actually, I'm going to take that back instantly because every single round that Legacy have been able to convert, M80 have still been there.
Yes.
They've still been getting frags. Even on those eco rounds, those force buy rounds, they've still been that thorn inside of Legacy.
Exactly.
To be able to ensure they do not forget that they are in this server, in this game, in this best of 3 to qualify for the very first CS2 major.
And that round there, it basically feels like a bit of a 2-for-1 special because it breaks the back and breaks the econ over towards Legacy. Leaves those wallets mighty thin and full of dust, so no investment here in towards round 20. So M80, by all of our metrics and all of our understanding, should be able to find a bit of a freebie of a 10th. As long as they don't fluff their lines there, we have got a game on our hands. 10-all is the expectation. Now just make sure it's clean.
Nothing crazy from this round from M80. Def knows when to call it. When they need those desperation rounds, they will go for them. When they know their opponent's economy is not great, they won't put them in the most advantageous position for their weapons. I mean, you really want to close the gap with these Tech 9s. And well, I say Tech 9s, Tech 9 in the hands of Cold Zera. A Deagle available as well for Bartan. But they're rethinking this now. Might be repositioning themselves towards mid.
Yeah.
Only 35 seconds on the clock though now. Again, they're running down the timer, and with no util whatsoever, Legacy need to go.
And the biggest thing is that M80 haven't been baited into using all their util early.
Yeah.
So in a worst case scenario that the bomb goes down, they still have plenty to work with, and now they're going to pop onto the side. Mal's got a huge before. Need more from him again, but only gets 1 as Def will onto one of his own. Oh, the Molotov might just do it, and it might just burn them to a crisp. Swisher for 2, but he runs low on ammo. And an AK collected by Lato, surely not. This would be insane, but Def denies, making sure that's not a conversation to be had. I said as long as it's not messy, it was a tad, but a round is a round. We now find ourselves 10 apiece. Game on, and the hunt for the all-elusive 13 continues.
Yeah, getting that bomb plant there is incredibly important for Legacy. Their econ, still not great. I mean, they've been able to fall by here, but loss bonus will have to, well, we'll get them out of this tough situation next round.
Yeah.
But they don't want to be thinking about that. No, no, no. They want that win bonus. They want to ensure that they go to 11 first. They've been on this marker for the past 3 rounds. and M80 finally starting to come alive. The Molotov burning down Neckers. A smoke has to be committed, and he starts pushing between smoke and smoke to smoke. And all the ground has been gained. Molotov into red room to be able to force Rek into a fight here. Nades come in and Rek completely blind. Neckers, oh, they walk past each other like ships in the night, but Neckers turns around to pick up another one. Malbs, oh my lord, has to try and bail them out again. But it's a 3 versus 4. Oh, that's the antithesis of what you need. Swisher needs to go huge here, holding inside of Jag, waiting for someone to cross. They have an inkling. The flash comes in. He looks away for Anti. Demau swings the corner, but it's the wrong one. And Swisher finds 2. Down to 17 HP, but the damage has been done.
Sumptuous from Swisher. Gives them a chance, brings them back into this round as once again we go now inside of the minute mark and it's all left down to coldzera and Barton. Bomb rotates over. Swisher has given them a shot in this round after the early mistakes and errors from Slacks and Rek, who lost their lines just a tad, given Neckers his opportunities. Bomb in tow, and a Molotov is all that T-side have to work with. This is not going to be an easy plant. M80, even playing retake here, the advantage is in their cause. Yes, Swisher is low, but they've got the numbers, and even so, a little bit more in those back pockets. Double smoke, molly, and a flash to work with, and already there's one in towards Donut. That's going to make the difference here. Bomb going to go down. Barton will get it. One spotted, and Def falls. Now this changes. No one near to Def to trade. Swisher so low, a lot of the reliance now becomes on Malbs.
The Molotov here from coldzera could be absolutely huge as well if he times it correctly. He is going to get mollied off himself, and that now completely negates him for the next like 10, 15 seconds in the round. And oh my god, they're just going to hold it. Oh, it was close, but it's not going to be enough as Barton swings on through from main, and Legacy are the side to be able to gain 11 first. It came down to a 3 versus 2. We thought the damage has been done by Swisher. Yeah. Evidently not the case, as the South Americans come alive off the server and in, and this was rough inside of mid. Rek is usually so good for those, and he just whiffs it.
I mean, we thought Lato spray transfer was pretty good. That's up there.
That's great.
That was really something.
The IGL as well, of course, for Legacy.
Not normally the man you look towards in terms of the fragging department for Legacy, but single-handedly giving them a shot there. coldzera eats a grenade. Down to 52. But his boss is lined, and he's not punished. Somehow, some way, he's still alive. Skin of his teeth, 6 points of HP. And Legacy, quite rightfully so, pump the brakes and reverse it up out of there. They do not want to stick around. I'll leave one on the lurk, one to try and hold for flanks, but they're going to reset.
Cole can't keep getting away with that.
Yeah, they don't need to overextend. And, you know, Cole's a lucky man. If he falls there, that completely changes how this round feels. At least for now, M80 have to say, maybe a little bit overly committed towards A, just because of the info they gained early.
Cole, who, as you mentioned, looks like he stepped back into a time machine, has rolled back the years across this event, especially in yesterday's best of 3. Top of the server by some fair margin. We needed to see that from him today as well. Hasn't been as clean as the coldzera that we know and love, but has stepped up to the plate when it has been required. Oh, the jump across, they see the shadows though. Def's good for 2. coldzera and Lato trade them back, but there's still a presence over on this A bomb site, and bomb down inside a CT spawn. And the hands are Slacks. The time is running out. You're completely right. The flash comes in. Rek, unknown quantity at this point. The spam continues. Mal picks up 1. It's going to be 11-11 at this point as Demau gets taken down. M80, a perfect response. And now we have to look towards the economy. Is it enough for Legacy? I don't think it is. It's going to be a heavy force from them.
Pretty clean round as well. All things considered, only the 2 casualties you take all day.
That was so rough.
I really thought they heard Slacks as well. Initially, as he's running down long, I thought they would have heard that. But I think maybe in the heat of the moment, it wasn't to be. They dip in towards a hero AK in the back pocket of Barton. And they hope for magic from him. This is not easy. Eats a bit of a nade early. No head armor either, not exactly. A nice situation to find themselves in. He has crossover on the left-hand side, but he will fall immediately. Barton gets 1, yes. With the rifle at range, you'll find a couple. Molds staying alive, staying tucked in towards Cubby, and might get an opportunity for just a few more. Full blind damage dealt, but no frag. Gives an opportunity, but not unless Swisher has something to do about it. Map and series point. M80 are 1 round away from the major. They lost their IGL prior to the tournament. The coach of Def had to step back in after a massive hiatus from Counter-Strike. And he now finds himself only moments away from the first CS2 major at what, 32 years of age? What a story it will be for Def individually, but for M80 as a whole.
5 years out of competitive play in Counter-Strike. Comes back when the team he coaches for needs it. Steps up to the plate. Taken down early, but now this allows him to be the voice in the back of his team's head. The position that he usually plays. The coaching role on his shoulders now when the remaining 4 fraggers on the server that he's helped mold and build on this M80 roster could be the one hope for North America at this major.
They're going to leave one towards A here. Not an over-rotation, it's kind of standard, especially the early information they heard, but the bomb's rotating away from B. Rek himself going to play the passive angle. Knows that red room. Oh, this is a bit of a vulnerability. Latto holding for flanks too. Latto, he's at his moments as much as most. And he might just be given an opportunity. Elevated angle, Latto on the corner. Here's a step away, but Latto finds only one. Slack's tagged down low, but he's still alive is all that matters. And Rek gonna give this a go as they rotate back towards A. Flash on the corner, both sides, and a Molotov will keep him at bay. 3 versus 4, bomb goes down, and now there's a clock above M80's head. Can they get back into the site, or is more rounds and regulation needed? Is overtime required to decide a victor on Ancient? M80's pick, but Legacy still not dead just yet. Not 6 feet under it. Not if Duval has anything to do about it. We'll find one as Rek will fall with the low HP of Slacks. The onus on Swisher to come alive. He falls, and overtime is required. Cody, regulation not enough. Legacy not done just yet.
No. Down, but not out. They were in the lead for a strong majority of this second half. Really dictating the pace. You see them getting vocal as well off the server. You don't see it from M80. They've fallen asleep a little bit at the wheel here. The comeback started towards the tail end. Round after round was chained together. But when it mattered the most, it fell apart. Welcome to overtime. Everyone who's watching this should know how this works. First to 16 wins. If we do not have a winner, if we go to 15-15, we reset it. OT2, you keep on pushing. First team to win 4 rounds. 12-12. Swisher, aggressive, over towards the lane. With the backup there from the IGL Def as well. Malb's even thinking about wanting to get involved with this one. So Nade is committed, and Legacy still not showing face as of yet.
Well, he's not quite the top of the scoreboard just yet. The man who's been so influential on these T-side rounds, Dumal, 5 opening kills to his name. Constantly finding so much space, manipulating all of these gaps within the M80 defense. It's working. Get towards the minute mark, and Legacy haven't really committed anywhere. Smoke going to come through in towards mid, and there's now at least a bit of an idea of where they want to head. Bombs will say it's committed towards B, and 3 players here to meet them. Definitely smoked out in through Jack. He holds a nade. He holds for any information. It's not given. The nade comes through, but does nothing. Now they pop through. Swisher drop one of his own. Molotov behind it as well as he tucks in towards the cubby. Swisher swings, but Swisher fails. Thankfully, Malb's there to bail him out, and the molly keeps them at bay. 30 seconds to work with, and Def could come up huge here. Do they clear him? Because this is where Swisher was playing from. If Def pulls the trigger now, he could find a couple, and he won't. 1, not quite the second as Cold will react in time. 2 versus 3, but the swing is good. Rek only good for one of his own, and Slack's left alone.
Gonna be getting aggressive, shotgun AWPing. Knows at least one of them is low. Is Dumal known right now? He is, and he whips the shot. It's a 13th for Legacy. It was a tall order to rely on your AWPer in that situation. The close angle certainly not advantageous for the long rifle. Quiet off the server for M80 right now. Comming, ensuring that every single bit of information is clear. one more kill there from Def.
And do you know what? This is the first time we actually get to look at what kind of the mental resilience looks like for M80. This is the first time where they've actually been kind of truly backs against the wall with them really actually losing a little bit of control of this game. Momentum's not in their favor. Legacy have started well in towards overtime. You know, the entirety of map 1, there was never a question mark who was taking it off the back of the first, like, 5 rounds. We knew what the end result was going to be there, but man, Legacy have made M80 work it, and Legacy looking like they want to push this towards an Inferno. If you crack open the door of a third map, who knows? Hey, John Anecdote does say all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno. That might be the case, but Nekis fluffs his line. Dumau doesn't. Straight down towards Swisher. 4v4, traditionally, trades benefit the T side, but where do they go with it?
Slax has found so many influential frags inside of mid here. Flash comes through, and I think Slax is ready for it. Does miss the shot, but blind, so we can give him the benefit of the doubt here. Def, playing an angle that Swisher would usually hold, and well, the information's now given up. Lato lucky to have the head left there. Flash goes in, with the backup there from Malbs, who we know can perform some miracles. Smoke goes in. Def's going to swing. They think that may be the only player there, but Malbs on the corner, yet to be revealed, yet to execute. Are Legacy going to push this? Smoke blocks off one of the sight lines, but we see a retaliation here from the CTs. Time ticking down once again. Everything blocked off, and now they hightail it over towards A, and this is an amazing call from Def to be able to make them rotate over as well. It's going to be fair Counter-Strike. It's going to be 3 versus 3, and he misses 2. Rek picks up absolutely nothing but chip damage onto Dumau. Slack's looking for the head. He keeps on whiffing, but Malb's looking to be able to bow them out of this round. Taken down by coldzera. It's the Orpa to come out clutch once again. Is he going to be able to find these final 2 to negate a round again for Legacy? Leg spotted, head taken off his shoulders, looking for coldzera, or Biorp spotted out, and he doesn't miss those. It's 14-12. Legacy, with only one more round in this first half of OT1, are looking to make this quick.
And Slack's way too many missed opportunities. The 2 guys who swing out for first, he has to find minimum one of them. And the fact that he doesn't actually really lets them down. Rek gets caught, isolated there, he does damage, but he's so blind. He, I think, was hoping at least the Orb would be able to trade him out, but it's not the case. And it does let M80 down, spacing an issue. And the post plant perfect from coldzera. Brilliant, brilliant work from him.
Look at the buy on the CT sides now, Nao. I mean, this is just a force buy. Not what you want to be seeing in OT at all. MP9's on 3, a Deagle on Swisher, and a FAMAS of all things on Def.
Oh, this is so brutal.
Oh, Swisher.
You might get an opportunity here. Body shot, but kills are all the same. Swisher gets an AK. Now we can work with an upgrade. Everybody's got guns across the board at the very least. More needed. The need to catch Legacy a little bit more off guard before there's even a chance there. Def sticks up close. Great reaction from Dumau. A rotation going to come through from Swish, and he might actually get a bit of timing, but he did hear the information through Red Room, so he doubles back. And speaking of, there's a double stack in towards Cave. As they stay up close, Rek reclaiming some info in through main. He'll post up. At the very least, if he just stays there and spots and hears nothing, that's enough to say, okay, you can commit towards B, which is kind of what they're going for.
We were talking about the calling style of Nekis earlier on, the fact that they like to rely on defaults just a little bit more, have a very solid default, and then your opponents, well, you just got to try and force them into these bad engagements. Oh, nades come in, but the timing, spots Dumau. Let his teammate know that he's there. Slax is going to go for the push here. Dumau takes down one. Lato, one of his own as well, as Malbs through the smoke falls. Dumau heading a swivel as he picks up Rex. Swisher taken down 15-12. It needs to be a perfect T-side from M80. And that wasn't their strongest one.
No, not at all, man. This is so much better from Legacy. This is a side revived, looking to push this towards the side and looking to give us all 3 maps. And M80 look dejected for the first time in this series. This is a side who have no answers, no responses to everything Legacy throw at them.
For the first day in 2 days, honestly.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they all looked hype as well. I mean, there was a couple of rounds that didn't go their way against Wildcard. I mean, that entire map that didn't go their way. But they still looked like, out of the server, that they were in this. What's happened now? The mentals starting to tick, starting to change. And we need to see something huge here from M80, because as of right now, they've fallen completely flat.
Oh, hello, Dumao. Being a little audacious, I'm a fan.
They're both clearing it.
Dumao's been pretty good here. The flash, however, actually works against him. He tucks his head and Swish is able to tuck himself in towards Cubby. So there's the opener. Going the way of the T side, and I guess for M80 at this point, they'll take absolutely anything. Legacy, got so many deep angles in through mid though. This is the big thing. Neck has got an opportunity, but he's kind of exposed to 2 different angles. He knows that there's a risk. Especially if he can find one, there's a world. Trade comes through, but information gained with his shots from Lato. Gives Def an opportunity, trades it immediately. Barton on the corner. Looks for an answer back, 2v3. Time starts to tick, but Barton looking to close this one in his favor. It's Cold Zero alongside him. Slack's given the sight, but his inconsistencies have plagued him. Doesn't need to overextend. Cold Zera's reclaiming spacing through mid as well, so they know where this bomb's going, they know where it's heading, and he might be able to stop it. Cold Zera can. Wreck will fall, that's the bomb, and Slacks has got it all to do. Bomb drop by Wreck, and Cold Zera's giving them a chance. This might be map 3 written all over it, and he plants open, plants for a fight, and he misses his shot. Map 3 needed. Legacy, stay alive, and we head towards Inferno. They say all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno. Well, ladies and gents, for a major spot, we're going to find out. Desk, what have you got to say?
Legacy, legacy, legacy. Trying their absolute hardest to continue that legacy that they're building for themselves, for their team, for their region as well. Winning 8 back-to-back rounds in order to take us into overtime, keep themselves in the game, and ultimately head us over into Inferno. Jacob, talk to me. What did you make of their performance?
That was quite the comeback coming in for Legacy. After that first map where M80 were dominating pretty much from start to finish, you're coming into the second map and you feel like they win the pistol, then they fail to convert, and as you said, Legacy goes on a tear. Couldn't win around for 5 straight, and you think to yourself, that's it, it's game over. They were never in the game, could never really get it going, and then somehow, some way, they find it in themselves, rather unexperienced team to pull up themselves, you know, pull in that energy, and you could see it on Dumao, you could see it on Lado, you could see it on Cold Zero. They were getting loud, they were getting yelly, they were getting that energy in there, and then it became this, I wouldn't call it a scrappy game of Counter-Strike, but it became a nervous game of Counter-Strike. You could almost feel that M80 got too close to the victory, and unfortunately, they slowed down a little bit, became a little bit more cautious about some of their decisions, didn't play as free as we've seen them up to this point, and that was enough for Legacy to grasp that opportunity and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, you set it up perfectly. It was the situation where M80 had just come out of a hot first map. They had a hot start on this map. At one point, they were up 7-2. Looked like they were really going to control the game from the T side, playing that faster pace, aggressive style that Def has brought to the table. Lost the final 3 rounds of the half, though. Lost Pizzle's second half, and that's where that comeback starts coming from Legacy. And I think the biggest thing is that, you know, Lotto has been one of the best riflers in this tournament. You know, he's of the teams that haven't advanced yet. He has been practically the best rated rifler in the tournament, and just finally stepped up in this game. Had a huge one with 25 frags. Dumao also finally showing his prowess. We know how strong of a rifler he can be. He finally showed up as well. And so the stars finally started shining for Legacy at just the right time, just whenever it looked like the door's going to get shut in their face. They were going to get sent packing, and our first North American team was perhaps going to be finding their way into a major, or at least majority. You know, they couldn't get it done, and it goes into overtime, and Legacy dominated the OT. Like, they never really looked like they were going to lose any of those rounds. Like, they were always either out in front or dead even, and were able to dot the I's and cross the T's to force the third.
Well, you know what, Jacob? I feel like you kind of teed it up, set up the scene for us absolutely perfectly when you mentioned and highlighted Dumao and Mouse to be 2 of the players to really look out for throughout the duration of this game. They really both popped off individually. So what was it that they were bringing into the server to enable them to do so?
I mean, obviously we saw Malps do what he does best. He likes to seek the duels, he likes to take the duels, and he was gifted a lot of duels as well. There was a couple of rounds, especially with the Deagle, where he came incredible close to once again swing the game in M80's favor. Unfortunately for Malps, he didn't have too much help around him this time around. The support cast weren't really there in the same fashion they were on Overpass in that regard. Whereas for Dumao, we spoke about it, a guy who honestly has been around for 3 years now. It's almost like one of those talents you feel like maybe this is the year, maybe this is the tournament, maybe this time around. You see them head to head right here. They're playing almost identical on this map. They're both putting up a monstrous performance for their respective teams. And this duel right here, we saw it on map 1, we're going to see it on map 2, and we're most likely going to see it on Inferno as well. It's a duel that is evolving right now to, could be at a point, you know, as we had yesterday, where it's Elise going up against Quesarado sort of style, where whoever's playing the better map of these 2 on Inferno most likely will also help the team to win the game.
Well, the Legacy boys were certainly struggling when it came to their CT side, but Dust, I want to come on over to you and I want you to break down for us how it was ultimately they were able to find so much more success on their T side and get the ball rolling.
Well, it certainly helped that they won pistol. You know, they didn't fall prey to any type of force buy either. You know, they were able to control the economy for the entire half, which I think was pivotal. I also just felt like they were just really well organized on their T side. Their spacing was always very good. They were clearing things with good caution, used their utility very well, found a lot of good opening picks they capitalized on. It seemed like once they found an opening, they didn't really let it go. Yes, every now and then Miles would disrupt them with some crazy play with the Deagle or something like that, and there was a couple of scary moments, but it seemed like when the going got tough, that grit, that, you know, veteranship that some of these players have really kind of shined through in those clutch moments and, you know, push them across the finish line to get to overtime. And once they got there, they just, you know, pedaled to the metal, right? Won every single round, looked very clean doing so, and forced the third map. So that's kind of my take.
Well, Jacob, we're going to be heading into your favorite map next. Talk to me. How are you feeling about Inferno?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun decider. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Inferno lately. It seems to be a map that most teams are staying away from. It feels a bit too claustrophobic. It's a little bit too tight for many players. So we're going to see two teams who I think will try to pick up the pace. You can play Inferno at a slow pace on the T side if you want to. I think most teams have gotten into a point where, yes, you can wait it out. Yes, you can wait out for the utility towards Banana. You can wait out for the utility to be used up in middle as well. But it feels like most teams are heading into a style where the more explosive you are in Inferno, the better chances, the better odds you're having of winning. We do know it's a map that relies a lot on the retakes as well, on the CT side. How good are these two teams at retaking? How good are they at playing it? How good are they at saving? So I feel like in terms of the explosivity of the map, it could be one of those that's just going to go complete out of hand because both teams want to be fast playing, or it could be the complete opposite where both teams are now heading into a third map, feeling the pressure, knowing that they're one map away from qualifying for the major, and that could stagnate the game a little bit and make it a slow-paced game. So I'm curious to see which one of the two is going to be. It's either going to be one or the other.
What do you reckon?
It's tough because Legacy are 2-4 in their last 6 games on Inferno, but remember, a lot of that has been being over in Europe and playing against European teams. They've usually been pretty good in the region. They also just beat Nouns earlier in this tournament. For M80, it's kind of funny. They have a 5-5 record. On the face of that, you'd be like, oh, that doesn't look that good. But of their 3 losses, 3 of those were OT losses. And they've also had a lot of really good wins against some strong teams. And I think Pimp really hit the nail on the head. It's going to be about the aggression. You know, this Legacy team is a team that can flip the switch and just hit you with these like heavy 3 to 4 main lane hits, or just pop out of apartments with 3 players, even on a gun round, something that most teams only do on ecos. They can really shock you and surprise you with their pace of play, and that's something that M80 is going to be tested on throughout the course of this game. But they're also capable with this new leadership of Def of kind of loosening up, playing a little bit more free, letting someone like Mouths loose to be a playmaker, and also picking up the pace in their own right. So I think this should be, you know, a lot of scrappy early battles will be what dictates this game, I think. Then, of course, Inferno's all comes down to, as you said, mid-round decision-making. Do you make the right call, the right rotation at the right time? And can you get those critical retakes when they pop up?
I think it's worth noting coming into this game as well for people watching at home, just to emphasize it one more time. Outside of Cold Zero, this would arguably be the most important game of their careers right now. They're one map away from qualifying for the major, one map away from getting the sticker into the game as well. I know Def have been there many years ago, but for a lot of these young Brazilians, a lot of these young NA players, this is the game of their life right now. So pressure is definitely on both teams.
Well, they say diamonds are formed under pressure. Is it going to be M80 or is it going to be Legacy joining us at the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major? We'll find out soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And Simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, Odyssey.
There is still life left in this series. Our canvas for this Picasso-esque masterclass seems like Inferno could be the one. Question marks remain around both teams. Legacy look back alive. M80, question marks over them specifically in terms of the AWPing department. Can they turn it around on Inferno?
Yeah, Slice need to step it up without mincing our words completely here. Plenty of opportunities, even an opportunity to keep them in the game twice. And just missing those shots. So we need to see a reset. We need to see this 10-15 minute break that the teams get in between their maps to just deliver wonders for the mental of all 10 players on the server, honestly, because at the end of the day, we don't really mind who wins. We just want to see some damn good games of counter. Yes. M80, of course, leading that first map. Incredibly dominant. We thought we were in for a 2-0 Quick-0 series and an end to us going back to the hotel very promptly. But no, Legacy, they come out the gate swinging over on that second map, their opponent's map pick of Ancient. And now we're here on Inferno.
Good news, both these two sides have played this map so far this tournament. Of course, we saw M80 play it yesterday. Win of Wildcard, and pretty damn effectively. 13-3, right? They made that one look comfortable. Over on the other side, Legacy took down Nouns 13-7 just a couple of days ago in their 2-1 victory over them. So, both sides so far boast that 100% win rate on it in this tournament specifically.
It would have been the third and final map against MIBR as well if Legacy didn't absolutely school them. But now here we are, a best of one to decide who goes to the major. Is it potentially the last hope for NA Counter-Strike M80, or will it be another South American team with Cold? in Legacy.
Let's see, man. Swisher, gonna play up closer in towards apartments. Gonna be tested in just a second. Drops down. Silent drop as well from him as well. He'll reposition in through short. Setting up closer. Eerily quiet. And he will be fought in just a second. It doesn't go his way. Nekiz to crack open the first round of Inferno. Of course, that's the bomb spot to do. Now they just pounce on the A site.
Yeah, really nice there from Legacy. A lot of ground gained. And with MAT having to fully rotate over from that B-bomb site, it's going to be a tall order for them to be able to convert this one. Lato picks up one in the form of Slacks, with Def retaliating to 3 versus 4. And I put the Glocks at a favour.
Oh, we say that.
Close range.
Def and Malbs, but coldzera closes. I thought for a second when Def finds that first. Bit of space for him to work with. Jesus, listen to that. Listen to what it means to Legacy. What a start. Coming out from the Brazilian side, we knew we needed them to keep this form. It still is smiles all around to M80. Not the dream start that they would have hoped for. Caught in rotation, caught in transition, Swisher, and they're locked out of the A site.
That's the last 3 pistol rounds in a row that Legacy have won. They won both of them over on Ancients, and I can't remember the first map in our series, Overpass. But I have a feeling they secured at least one of them there as well. So, really great for them to be able to convert this. We've seen M80 be able to clap back with pace in these force buy rounds. Scoped in the hands of Def. Head off the shoulders of Barton. Nekiz not quick enough to pounce and retaliate inside of mid. So they're a man down with plenty of time on the clock.
Def scouting players down mid in 2024. We are back, baby. A force buy out of M80, and it is a risk, but they've been so close on these force buys before. I don't hate it. Def spots one. Doesn't need to overface. Nekiz going to try and get up close. Def nearly caught in rotation, but he'll get a tag. Looks for a fight as well to try and confirm that kill. It's Rek up close with the pistol. Looking to try and lock it in as well. Def will re-pick in, spotting one in towards under. And it looks like they want to break it in towards brackets, and Slacks need something sumptuous. He spots the bomb. Doesn't need to fight here, so he'll just fall back as Def again getting more tags. Single-handedly, Def implementing the tag and bag strategy, and it could be working as the pistols look to converge. Neck is low. Lato dead to the hands of Rek, and now it starts to crumble, but with Swisher falling, it will leave a gap in the armor. And Slacks looks to try and close it. A double stack here. Slacks gonna find one. coldzera will fall, and so will Nekiz. Dumao is all that's left. It's Def who opens that round, but Def who closes it emphatically. And talk about that for a response.
Believe it or not, IGL of this team, not been on a server properly since 2019. Def ensuring that the round is his. A great first frag onto Barton. And of course, the damage dealt. Every single bullet that he connected, converted into a kill at some point in the round, ensuring that they will not go quietly into the night. The pistol round doesn't matter. They convert the one that does. They force on up. Galil's across the board, of course, saving the previous, and an M4 in the hands of Slacks. What does Legacy have to offer? Well, just Tech 9s basically across the board. Rek spamming down, only one damage onto Lato, but it's not going to be enough. Long angle hold here from Slacks. Needs to try and line a couple of them up, but not happening either.
Oh, Slacks, that's a really big rookie error to make. Gives Legacy the sight. Little lackluster there from Slacks. Bomb goes down. And both plans to be set up. They do have util. coldzera, he'll flop. At least that frag there. 3 versus 3, but it's not exactly a nice situation. Both Def and Malbs are barely alive. Health is so low, so very, very doable. For the 2 pistols, that's salvaged Galil. Nekiz, a couple of pop shots, looking to try and bait them in as well to bait and switch for another in towards Pit, but Nekiz finding 2. Dumao will close it, but man alive. Back and forth. I think you've got to put it on him again. Slacks just fall back on the angle. Really costly there. Him falling means they get Moto smoked out. If Slacks just drops back, you know, joins up with the rest of the team, they've got a numbers advantage in the retake. It's really rough to see. And Legacy, great response on their force.
Yeah, really nice swing there from Nekiz as well. Again, another round in which the IGLs are stepping up. Nekiz this time from the side of Legacy. and we reset it again. This time, we see rifles across the board from Legacy and a force buy from M80, another tag from Death. And he's looking to beat coldzera at his own game. He tags him first. He's not going to be good for the follow-up shot.
Double nades in the corner. Just about to get out of there. Oh, Swisher sticking around. He'll take some damage, but deal some too with the HE. Barton will take a chunk. At least he's invulnerable to those pistols and to the scout. Death's playing a dicey game, but he's a manager. He's a coach. Death continues to find kills. Death out-scouting coldzera is not something I expected to say. My God, is he making these work? He looks brilliant on the scout. On the corner as well, Swisher's holding the pop flash. Got the support of Mounts as well. If any information gained, a smoke can get dropped. They are waiting for it. Nothing offering just yet. In comes a CT smoke. Mouths can drop one of his own, and now they invite in a bit of pressure. But that'll tick down the clock at least considerably. Do they go through it? Looks like Legacy are going to disrespect it. Molotov in towards Nubox. Swisher lining up a flash. He's looking a little indecisive. Malv's going to hit a couple of shots. And of course he does. Of course he does. Malvs looks for more. Neck is all full. Looks to line up a second as well, but he isn't given the luxury. And now the scout pop shotting through the smoke. Won't be as fortunate. The 5-7 gets one. Can't quite convert the second. Where are those bullets going? Devs don't connect, but Latos do. It's a 1v2. Barton and Lato barely alive. Barely surviving in this round, and Rek now a known quantity. He looks to retake. Barton up close. Here's the first fight. Barton falls, and he transfers onto the second. Rek, what a clutch! 1v2 makes that one stick, and the force by walls go back and forth. Legacy lose a crucial round.
Communicating, of course, to ensure that everything goes to plan. Death. So good from him to be able to, again, deal damage to players, doing what the scout needs to do. Find the chips, find it left, right, and center, and let the better weaponry, or even sometimes the weaker weaponry, finish them off. I was going to mention, before they even pushed onto the bomb site, usually, that should be Legacy's round. All said and done.
Yeah.
Malb's on the site with a deagle, finding one kill, finding chip damage again to be able to ensure that these suboptimal weapons like the FAMAS, the 5.7, can find the important frags when required. This has been a back and forth game. Legacy secure the first, M80 scored a second. The third from Legacy, the fourth from M80.
Yeah.
The econ almost established on both sides. It's just going to be another force though.
Yeah, it's got to be forced by walls back and forth. The real kind of saving grace for Legacy here, off the back of their attack pause, is that bomb plant they just got.
Yep.
Yes, round lost, but money to squeeze in a couple of rifles. So, double AK, single Galil, double Tech 9 to work with. Not exactly the most beautiful of buy over towards M80, but salvageable, workable here. Double MP9, level 4, Malbs gets caught, Lato full blind. What a way to start off this round. Just when it looks like M80 might have clawed the momentum in their favor, an opening kill towards Legacy and an opportunity. Yes, coldzera's low, but Lato sticks around and that'll cost him his life. Swisher swings in to find one, he gets caught, but the trades are good. Swisher's nade gets cold as well. The answer back from Dumal, 2 versus 2, back and forth, just like the rounds have been. This round specifically looks exactly the same. It's definitely an MP9 Rek on a rifle, and it all goes quiet.
Rek was on the lurk in that previous round as well, and that's when he executed, and that's when he clutched out the round. We know how strong he's been on these site holds. Doesn't matter the map, it would seem. Now, with an AK in hand, the one-tap potential, not even the M4. Oh, uncharacteristic from him to not convert at least one. Death upgrades himself to a rifle, the M4, but it's going to be a hell of a long rotate here. Legacy have made this work. Even if they can't convert this round at this point, enough economic damage has been done to the CT side where they can chalk it up as a mental victory. Death, 2 low HP players, in the sense that the M4, now it's basically an AK. It's going to be able to one-tap both of them. Barton, a body shot will do it. A headshot onto Dumal required. Head spotted, not going to be able to hit it though. Dumal jiggling back and forth and hits that tap, and every single round now, this is what we see from Dumal.
That's for me, I felt like Rex misplayed that. Out through long, he doesn't need to go for those sort of fights. It's such a risk, and I feel like the reward off the back of it still would have probably been him being traded, and then still a 1v1 on the site in a post plant. So for Rek in those situations, well, I think there's definitely positives for both. Does he need to fight there? I don't think so. Really, really costly. Rek falls, and then it gives Def what is a near impossible 1v2. Small mistake, fine margins. This time, once again, the full bite back in, but it's not exactly bountiful to M80. They only have pistols to work with. They have barely any upgrades. Yes, they have armor, but it's not exactly nice. Pistol swing. Lato finds.
No scout this time, notably, as well, from Def. Does get taken down very early doors, and while he has been an influential force round after round, 6 rounds deep, of course, it's not going to be much help here. Is a deagle in the hand of Malbs, though. Could see something miraculous, but the fact that that is what M80's hopes and dreams are basically relied on isn't ideal, to say the least. You two are going to get set up over towards this B-bomb site. It's a pretty standard execute here from Legacy. Only Swisher holding, going for that long-range tap with the 5-7. It's only close range, it can one-tap. And he's going to get spammed down. Malbs' position revealed now as he begins his push on through, beginning his prayers with the bomb getting planted center of sight.
Not easy here, not easy. And they've got a real question, do they even want to give this a go, right? With 3 remaining alive, they can kind of save and recoup and use it in towards the next. Yeah, they've basically lost this round already. Unless Malbs found a couple of crispy ones, it won't be the case. And that should be all she wrote. Legacy gonna lock in a lead now. Fighting back and forth, they will extend it to a 2-round buffer zone. At the very least, you know, a bit of a sigh of relief in the sense that finally the force fight war's over. Finally, we have a little bit of consistent, consecutive form to go off. That can snowball us. So good work. M80 have 2 saves to work with. 2 bits of armor, 2 5-7s. Not exactly a dream, but they were going to be on eco anyway. So why not at least have a bit of armor, a bit of those upgraded pistols to work with. And of course, this round, going to be the expectation of a bit of a no-show out of M80, so Legacy can continue pushing that lead a little further. This is the start that Legacy needs, especially off the back of some of these slightly rough starts they've had. Of course, map number 1 was nothing to go off. Map number 2, yeah, not exactly great either. So this is good. First time we get to see Legacy come out the gates swinging immediately.
Big fight. Now down into Banana. Cold. Oh, he's let him pass. Begins the spray. You're killing your teammate there, my friend. Oh, it's really messy. Everyone's shooting each other. I don't think they know who their targets are. It's a target-rich environment, but sometimes it's your teammate you're putting bullets into. Swisher and Malbs have been able to recover a couple of weapons here, but the A-bomb site completely open. Malbs going to go for the jump, and we'll have to clear like 5 different angles during that one sweeping motion, and Damal trained on just the solo one. Swisher in a 1 versus 3 with the Galil in hand, a buy next round. It makes sense to commit and just go for a couple of these frags if possible.
Yeah, I don't hate the call if he wants to go for a hunt here, or at least play exits. I mean, there's 2 sides to kind of the sword here. You can either save and try and build up a little bit of stability on that economy, maybe drop it over towards the likes of a Def, for example, or gives it a go, see if you can upgrade that Galil to an AK, and then maybe you can take even more of a silver lining in the round. But all things considered, we're not expecting anything at the tail end here, and it will be Legacy finding that 5th. This is a really solid start to the T side. We spoke about them in terms of, at times, a bit of a lackluster start in towards these halves and these games. This is much, much better. Swisher will save. That's Legacy finding that 5th. A little messy, a little scrappy at the start there towards top Banana, but all things considered, a round is a round. Who cares?
Inferno, usually touted as Pugger's Paradise. I'll let you have a look at this absolute mess of a round. I love how far Def just flips back off the back of that grenade. It's certainly not M80's favourite map.
No.
Yes, they have played it this event already, 13-3 against Wildcard. They beat Liquid on it during the Chengdu qualifiers as well in a double OT, 19-17. Yeah. But historically, they've been getting beat pretty damn hard here. Nouns beat them 13-3, 13-10 against Wildcard in the past as well. M80 aren't really happy to be playing on this playground unless there's been some dramatic changes to how they approach this during this small off-season that they've had.
It does make me think as well that they've spotted something, right, in the ante. Maybe there's something to go off.
I'd believe it. Def in the server.
As well. And of course, they also had the choice of maybe floating that nuke too. Didn't go for it. A nuke, statistically, is actually a pretty good map for M80. So there's definitely a world in which they didn't want to risk it there. And risk out towards long. Def gonna get caught. Dumao is low, but Neck is getting a lot of space here. Slacks for one, looking for a second. Dumao is low, abiding by Bogdan's law with the AWP in play, and he'll make it sing. Good work, but not so much for Cold. So he gets caught. 2 versus 3. 45 seconds. Dumao low. Is making that AWP. Do some work, Swisher refaces in, and now an opportunity arises for Legacy. Numbers brought back, levels are sticking around towards A, and there is only Rec towards the site. We spoke about what this guy's like as an anchor. How reliable this man can be. Well, we need to see it once again. Bomb sticks around, the Legacy ticking down that clock, just shy of 20 seconds. Now they pop towards the A side. Got the right idea. There's one, there's two. Rec, never in doubt. And a round found there for him. Looking for an upgrade on a gun, looking for the AWP. And that's all that matters. We'll get it dropped over towards Slacks. And M80 respond well. Putting a third on the board. Very needed. Lose that, and they could be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, it was always those two in the round, Malbs and Red, who I would want in a 2 versus 2, almost wingman-esque situation. Of course, Malbs not really having to do much. Rec just solo holding the site, as we've known to come and love. Third round on the board now for M80. They need to chain another one, maybe even 2 together here, not only to level it out, but to break the econ of Legacy. We've started to build up something here. It's not in a good spot right now. But with a bomb plant, 2-round loss bonus, that can change very, very promptly. Set up here for Legacy. Smokes in hand, util basically across the board as they all get thrown over the top of the A Inferno building, blocking off every single sight line, but Slacks still forward-facing, has not had his head chopped off as of yet. Def, oh, this could be big. This could be good. I'm waiting for someone to push him because close range, just MP9, it might look like a meme weapon right now. But God, he can go massive, and no one's cleared him at all. Oh, it's a team kill as well from Barton to take down his IGL, and Slacks is going to ensure that he pays the price for it. A 4v2 now with Cold and Dumao. The rest of the squad look towards them to be able to close this round out. It's not looking probable. Cold taken out of the round, and Dumao, the same can be said for him as well. A 4 for M80, and actually with the econ, with the lack of plant, Legacy, they're not going to force into this one.
No, that's an incredible hold. That really, really is a beautiful A-side hold. Rec again in through Big Pit. Slacks hitting them shots out towards long. And the big thing there is Slacks keeps his teammate alive. Rec is, diving between the wall there. And that kill towards Barton makes or breaks that round. If he doesn't find it, he costs Rec his life and then the sight. Man, really, really good work. We've called on Slacks a little bit. He had his moments in towards map 1. A little inconsistent in map 2, but if he finds the form again here in the decider, there's a world to work with. Econ low.
Look at the confidence that M80 have on Rec here, by the way. They committed all 4 bodies over towards that B-bomb site, expecting a bit of a rush, and they were just like, yeah, we can leave Rec here. Don't worry about it. They've begun their rotate back over, though, and Slacks is going to be able to find the opener. Showing face, there's only pistols here.
Yeah, they've spotted something in the ante. But a default out towards Legacy is to dive towards B, and it looks like they might still go for that. Dumao, doubling back as well. In through Library. He's not exactly going quiet about this, but now becomes a bit of an unknown quantity as he pumps the brakes. Def up close. Slack's got the right idea as Def finds one towards Neckers, but Dumao will answer on towards Swisher. This is still a little janky, a little uncomfortable as he scoops up an AK. Does have something to work with. At least Malbs is holding for him. Tapping away on towards the site. Dumao goes to join up, doubling back towards brackets, but cannot hit the shot. At the very least, Malbs has got the right idea. Does he clear close left? But I'm going to go down. Already a win in many books here for Legacy on a slow buy. To get a bomb plant out of this is not bad. It's Glocks to try their mightiest to find this round. And it goes without saying, it's a big ask. Malb's got the right idea. Just does he get the timing of the clear? Spots him. Good. Flash better. Round the corner. Malbs will close it. And they find the round. That's all that matters. But honestly, a bomb plant on the kill, I don't think Legacy are too upset with that.
No, not at all. This is what they were going to be looking for in that previous round to be able to allow them to force into this one. The fact that they find Swisher and then a bomb plant here means that, well, they're guaranteed for a buy. Not only that, they have a little bit, couple of pence remaining. Sorry, I should say cents, shouldn't I?
Of course.
With the Americas remaining for the following rounds. 3-round loss bonus going to start ticking in as well. So Legacy should have a buy into the next. It's not going to be an amazing one, but they can get a bomb planted again. They can start putting some pressure on M80.
Well,
oh, hello.
Up closer. They might want to fight this Malbs. He's got the support of Swisher. He has rotated away Death, but I don't think it's still a problem. Double nade on the corner. Doesn't do as much damage as they would hope. The Molotov will do more as Dumal ticks in it. And he falls back. It's information gain, and M80 go and kind of commit to this triple stack. Def comes back to support them on B. You're going to pop flash on the corner. Malbs will swing. Nobody home. So at the very least, good information to be gained. They can drop a smoke. They can drop all this util to keep this control. And Malbs not really under too much pressure as he falls back towards the site. At the very least, Legacy are keeping some control over Banana, not completely giving it up. They're not really committed anywhere. They've got a minute on the clock to work with. They have no information on what this A setup look like. I know at least there's 2 towards B, but they don't actually understand what they're facing towards A, because Def has doubled back to support them here. Dipping and diving between the sides. Def, his presence alone, causing Legacy to go back and forth themselves.
Yeah, just completely rethinking it. Actually, there's someone pushed up a little bit closer than we would expect, so let's change towards B. Surely that means there's a double hold on the site. That kind of default setup that we've been seeing, this almost 2-2-1 with the split of Def rotating back and forth. Flash comes in, Swisher caught unawares ever so slightly. It's going to be able to get that Molotov down and picks up the Mal. Incredibly influential player to find, of course. Oh, the swing also. Swisher picks up another, but Trade is straight back. Time on the round, only 5 seconds on the clock. They start planting. Malbs going to be going for the swing. They are going to get the plant down, but instantly traded back as Malbs in the smoke. Picks up 2. Lato, oh, dead to Slacks, who picks up the kill. Between the shoulder blades with the AWP from CT. It's a 6th on the board now for M80. First time they've been in the lead this game.
What a response. What a resurgence from M80, who started so poorly, right? And that round specifically, Legacy, indecisiveness costing them so much. Didn't know where to finish. They go back towards B, but with not a lot of kind of time left to work with. And alive, it's a really, really uncomfortable situation. What about Malbs? Doesn't show his cards until they're needed. Slacks hitting a crucial shot just to make sure the round is secured. Final round of the half. Both sides have a buy. The bomb plant will at least bail out the finances of Legacy. His neck is with a Galil. Swisher is AWP. A double AWP as well for M80. A rarity, it goes without saying. Not too effective. Oh my god, he's caught by a deep flash there, but oh my god, luckily nobody there to swing. And speaking of going deep, Death, look at the angle he's got. Doesn't find the fight though. He will falter. Rex nade could do damage. It will. Lato is so lucky to be alive. Rek isn't given the same luxury. Slacks caught in transition, knife in hand. Didn't even expect anyone up towards A. And that'll be the site taken in a matter of moments. Swisher and Malbs thrust into what feels like a nigh-on impossible 2 versus 5. A clutch for the ages this would be, but it looks like we're going to be all tied square heading in towards that second half. Legacy have kept a game here off the back of a bit of a lackluster ending to the half. Keeping it even is all that matters. Down goes Swisher. Malbs all that's left. Spotted by the jiggle peak there from coldzera. But Malbs will only get 1. 4 men alive. A brilliant round, but M80 try and do something a little feisty into the second minute and it cost them.
Yeah, I want to focus on that a little bit, actually, because Def, he called a similar sort of play over on Ancient. And the timing worked out really well because he knew that, well, we're going up against pistols. We can do this, we can get the ground, and it's actually going to be quite easy for us to be able to ensure this one. Maybe it's a bit of a misread on the econ, because Legacy had full weapons. They went into second mid, potentially expecting a bit of a stack and like not as fortuitous economy from the at the time T side. And then just got bodied by AKs.
Yeah. It's a weird one. It is. It's an aggressive call.
It's a
really
bold
kind
call.
of a make or break sort of situation. It is even at the turn of the half. For the last 3 times that Legacy have played this map in recent history. They're 100% on pistols. They have yet to lose one. So will that streak continue? They won the first. Then, of course, it was very scrappy, very back and forth. Do M80 have anything in the locker to answer back? They're going to start slow. Doom out. First contact's going to be his. Has to support a neck is as well. They don't have to commit too much here. They're grouping up and they have cross, but that's the bomb spotted.
Yeah, good information found there. Of course, plenty of time for that to change, though. Can easily poke and prod over towards A and then begin their rotation towards the B bomb site. Long-range pistol here for Slacks. P250, of course, better at penetrating armor, but doesn't really matter in the pistol round. It's just the increased one-tap range that he's going to be using that one for.
I love this. Double stacking through Big Pit. It's a quad stack as well towards A because they have pushed Doomao a little aggro.
Molly on Doomao. Look at this. This is why they've allowed him to be here.
Spots him from the jump peak, in fact. Drops a Molly, and now time's starting to tick. He's actually going to re-aggress it. If he gets caught, he could be in a bit of trouble. The rotate isn't exactly close, so Doomao has to get out of dodge. Beckons over the rotate. This is such a weird pistol. It looks like they want to commit. And Doomao trying to play behind the smoke, will fall back behind it. Has to support a Lato, but they have not committed towards the B site. It's all a ruse. Running around on site, reckless in the nature, as he will fall as Def answers for one. They haven't cleared pit, as Barton makes it a double, looks for more, and Coldera from site, closing it out. It's only one man left, and Def, this is too tall an order. 1v4, and even getting one here would be a luxury. I speak too soon, he finds Cold. Oh, and a dink as well. A bomb plant would be lovely. You take that every day of the week, especially considering how this round had nothing behind it. But Def will fall nonetheless. Legacy keep this 100% pistol percentage in their favor.
Perfect on the pistols across the board. It's not just one individual player stepping up to the plate. It's all 5 of them. Look at them there. Clearly feeling it. Getting vocal once again. Incredibly important for these South American teams to ensure that they are still, you know, kind of feeling themselves in these games, especially when you're at a best of 3 this damn close. A third map that at the half was tied 6-6. That not only is a third map of just another game of Counter-Strike, but gets you to the first CS2 major in Copenhagen. M80, they want to be there. Def wants to return to a major. 2019 was his last. Can he make it 2024 his next?
That is the question. I mean, for M80, off the back of a bomb plant and a couple of kills, there is at least a buy to work with. Malb's got an AK-47. Double Deagle setup, double Galil. At least there's something that makes this round salvageable. Makes it a possibility. Swing in the corner, Doomao. A nade will meet him in towards Coffins. He might be having to jump inside of one soon, because Def will delete him. Headshot at range through a smoke. Doomao dropped. Now we have something to work with. You'll slow down at the back of it. An opening kill in these sort of rounds, these sort of buys, gives an opportunity to work with. Swisher, individually getting a lot of information in through apartments. Nobody offering up to him. So at the very least, he's given a lot of freedom here through A. With nothing spotted, he'll understand that the site is stacked back. Nobody fighting through short or long. The bomb stays committed. And for Swisher here, he needs to start making a bit of noise if he wants to bait in a bit of attention his way. Nobody offering in comes the smokes. Lato could be in trouble here. All alone on an island towards this B site. A smoke in his face, he'll pop flash to fight through it. A big risk, and it might just work. Lato gonna find 2. There's an opportunity now. Yes, the ball goes down. Neck is on the swing. Gets a freebie, Swisher. Oh, that's a bad miss. Bad miss, and gives an opportunity. A 2 versus 3, bomb goes down. And Malbs will re-aggress, playing in through Church. He'll get the support as well. So tuck himself in close. They surely expect this in some way. Is he gonna stick up ante? He has Slacks in support too. He has all of these steps. On the corner, misses his shot, and Slacks can't get one. Low HP on both Cold and Neckers, but the round goes the way of Legacy. And that's all we care about.
Almost looked like a mistiming there. Slacks was meant to be the one to draw all of the attention away from Malbs, but Legacy just pushed too quickly for them. Malbs not ready. Aim not trained on the angle. he expected. It was a great opening from Death. An amazing retaliation from Latto. And it all fell flat when Nekis was able to find that kill on Swisher, who could have been the difference maker in the round. An extra body there for the T side of M80 to bring a 7-7 would have been perfect. Alas, 8-6. Now down to Tech 9s across the board. A P250 on Swisher to support Coldzera. Ready and waiting for this. It's a barrage of bullets, and Death going to be able to take down Cold. Cold's only going to be good for one onto Rek, with the M4 recovered and an AK on Malbs as well. Very much doable as Bartan loses his life and loses the bomb site in the process. And now Latto and Dumal, they have to fall back. They don't have the economy to be able to go for this one, and they're just going to move towards the B-bomb site.
Exactly. They've got to call for a save. They have to. What a response. M80. When the money was low and the chips felt like they were down, what a call. Nice and aggressive in towards mid. A pot flash in the corner, a second as well to give them long control. And both fights traded out. That's all that matters. In these sort of rounds where you're expecting a scrap, you're expecting a fight, trades have to be exquisite, and they are. Beautifully done. Bits of damage dealt, yes. Only the one kill. And that's actually massive for the econ of M80 as well. Aside who...
Slax is dead here, right?
I think so. I mean, in all fairness, it's not actually planted for him, but he's just taking so much damage, and I think it doesn't help without the armor either. But all that matters, 3 men alive. And like we said, big for the econ, having gun saved over for M80, who've had a little bit of a lackluster start here.
Really notably on that one is the fact that Cold had an amazing position on 3 M80 players, and Death, just playing a little bit slower than the rest of his teammates, worked out wonders. Being able to take him down, not expecting another person inside of mid to be able to tap him on the side, saved the rest of his team's lives.
And if I'm right in saying, that was a CT nade from Long, the first guy got caught, who actually broke the smoke, which gave away Cold's position. So it's a small little misplay. They gave Death an opportunity. Exactly. 7-8, game on. Still life left in this series. Ladies and gents, you do not want to avert your attention. This game still got a story behind it. 7-8. Why back in for Legacy? Not exactly the most bountiful of investments with a double MP9. And the more important thing is they're quite limited utility.
Don't count Legacy out of this round. The 2 MP9s, you might think, they're not going to be able to do much. We've seen that statement completely flipped on its head across this series. And is Bartan going to be able to go huge inside of mid? Coldzera still playing inside of Anta. More util being committed. Bartan destroyed. Latto traded. And Coldzera picking up another, looking for a second as well, but Swisher is there to ensure that is not the case. Latto looking for a couple more frags on the bomb site. 3 versus 3. With the health advantage going easily towards Legacy. That's where the high rate of fire SMG comes out to play. Rek there with the trade, though, in a 2v2. The other CT player on B, they might be able to overwhelm Latto here. And he's not expecting them up close on short. He's expecting them on long. And all the timing has not worked out in his favor at all. Malbs has revealed himself with only 24 seconds remaining on the clock. He needs to go for something here. Bomb is in no man's land. Or does he call for the save? No, he does not. He's Malbs for crying out loud. Spots out one. Not going to be able to connect it this time. Knows that he's crossed on over. It's to Mal. Latto close, but he gets another as well. Gets them out of this round and gets them out of dodge. Legacy up to 9.
That round, for me, feels one off the back of the re-aggression from Neckers. Really nice play in through apartments. It looked like M80 was setting up for a kind of rotate round to pop out of apps there, but Neckers pushes through, catches the low HP player with the MP9 and then falls back. Yes, he gets traded a little bit later on, but it's information gained, and with so little left on the timer, that will make the difference. 7-9. 2 rounds ahead. Legacy find themselves. What a game we're being treated to. M80 buy back in. Rek, the best he could do is the Tech 9, the upgraded pistol, and through the flame, through the fire, Death will drop. Not what he wanted. Barely even sees who hits him as Dumal finds the opener.
They fall back. Gain more control of that B-bomb site. The AKs of the Ts waiting for their opportunity to find the head of at least one. But this defensive angle being held by Latto and Dumal. Doesn't matter. off the back of the smoke. Malbs tries to get aggressive and is punished for it. Lato boosting onto Flowerpot, takes down one. Swisher there for the trade onto Dumau as he tries to get aggressive through the smoke, trading it straight back. Now in a 4 versus 2, and oh, the grenade! It's about to clear the smoke. Lato takes down Slags, but Swisher, he's found 2 kills so far. It'd have to be an ace if he wants to win this one. Molotov goes down into Banana, just showing, displaying that he isn't aware of too much information at this current point. He needs to get this bomb planted to be able to at least give him the opportunity of securing this round. Isolating these fights is incredibly important. 9 bullets in the clip. Starts the reload, has to cancel it though. Oh no, does get it committed. Pushing on through, and it's Lato again, coming out on top. And it's a 10th round for Legacy. Double digits here, 3 rounds away from the major.
Feels like they don't really have anything left in the locker area, MAT. They're letting this one slip. I mean, that round feels poorly played. 2 kills there, both with players not seen. You know, fair enough, the first one deaf. He's got a Molotov behind him, 1 in front. It's kind of a pick your poison, but you have 1 smoke coming through without a CT smoke, and then 1 guy getting killed above the CT smoke. Small incremental errors from M80 are adding up to a point of no return. Legacy now 3 rounds ahead, but most importantly, 3 rounds away from a major. Eliminating M80 at the final hurdle. The penultimate series in this entire tournament. The bomb plant keeps the finances alive. Barely. At least they have rifles.
At least they can hope for. Molotov phase in a couple of moments. Smoke to be able to replace it. And that completely halts the approach inside of Apps. Malbs leaving the charge once again, looking for that opening frag with a backup here from Slacks, setting up this high-low approach with him crouching on through. Oh, bomb dropped. Don't think there's anyone close enough to be able to hear that though. A lot of CT util being committed here, and Nikiz looking to deal a lot of damage here. Destroys the smoke. Nobody home. He's going to fall it on over.
Rotating away, but this is all heard. This is the worrying thing about this. 2 guys in towards long, heard the 2 steps jumping away. Now you can see a setup once again. This worked last round. Minute to work with, just a little bit off that. Got to make a decision. We saw Legacy have these problems on their T side of indecisiveness, leaving them not a lot of time to work with, and now it feels like we could be having more of the same. Another smoke to come out in the direction of A. There's not a lot of util left to work with. They're all going to pop in here. Smoke thrown. And they come. They're going in the direction of A side. There's 3 players here to meet them. Neki's just going to fall away. Pop flash in his smoke. He'll swing off the back of it, but he won't get the kill. Malbs will drop in 15 seconds. They haven't got time. They've got to find these kills. And if you call upon Malbs, he will deliver. But so will Cold. Good for 2. There's not enough to deny that bomb. Down it goes, planted by Rek. A numbers advantage in the post plant as Dumau and Lato isolated in this rotate, in the retake, not playing together. So an opportunity for M80 to work with. This could be them finding their 8th. Molotov aptly timed, perfectly placed. That'll keep Lato at bay. And Dumau, I think now...
That was forced him save, actually.
The round's up, yeah.
Yeah. 7 seconds is all that was needed of a wall of fire to stop the approach from Library. Dumau going to be holding a little bit closer to the site, looking for these exits. Ooh. Can hear Malbs running on through, wasn't expecting him to be there, knife in hand. And now with full HP, these 2 players should be fine. There we go, down to 40. AK's taken through to the next round, going to be good for them, considering that T-side economy not looked amazing. 3.7, 3.8k almost across the board. Have a look at this from Malbs though, smoke fades. Really nice of him to be able to take down the Kiz, and dear Lord, it was almost all said and done. If Cole found another one there inside of Pit, the solo hold, almost Rek-esque on that CT side. 10-8. We've still got a game on our hands, ladies and gents. The buy from Legacy is pretty damn good, honestly. Even with the MP9 and the Kiz, we know how influential we can be with it. The util does leave a little bit to be admired, though.
It's a massively important swing round. Both sides, limited funds available in the long term. Win this and you could actually guarantee a second with it, a 2-for-1 special.
M80 need that. If they can get
it, this could be them tying it up. If Legacy get it, this could be them getting map and series point and the opener will go the way of Dumao again. Another round in which simply he fights in through Banana and given a freebie of a fight. Malbs this time the man to fall. Probably the most important scalp to find on the M80 side thus far this series. The man who's been keeping them in the conversation, the man who's been keeping them alive in each and every scenario. A smoke will come down. They are regrouping. They are giving the top Banana control now, so they don't exactly have to shy away from the fights. We've already seen them work wonders on Flower Pot once before. Atto boosted. Dumao sticking in close. He'll avoid the flash if he sticks up close here as well. On towards first orange. Good swing for him. Good find. Drops away to reaggress. Caught by the flash. But Lato isn't. That's the bomb. Swing on the corner. This two-man setup is delectable. Lato and Dumao. Brilliant work from them. And man, that round is so important. Finding that could spell the beginning of the end for M80.
We need to see a change from these CT setup smokes for the T side. Right now, they're just being deployed for the long angle. There's lineups you can do to be able to block off Flower Pot, and they're not using them. And Lato has abused it round after round. I would say getting vocal, but we muted that on purpose for reasons of everyone's headphones, your speakers, your windows, you name it. These South Americans are going hard, and a tactical timeout on round 20.
Yeah, first as well for M80. I mean, of course, they do get the added advantage of having, I guess, you know, advantage, disadvantage, however you want to put it. Coaching the server. They don't need to call a pause to get him vocal, but yeah, I think this is more mental take reset. A breather, you know, chill out. That they know the situation they're in, and they are going to make, I mean, definitely, this is the ballsiest call of them all, but I think, honestly, a necessity. They're going to go for a force buy. The last time they had these sort of buys, it worked. They popped in towards A. They were able to find that round. If they don't find it here, this could be it. This could be Legacy finding 12. And M80 having nothing to work with. They could go quick here.
Looks like they're thinking about it.
He spotted 2 into a second mid. So that alone should at least give them an inkling, give them an idea. They line up, coldzera will find 2. coldzera looks in for more. The flash is good, the pistol might be better, and it will. Switch is gonna fall, and it's falling apart at the seams. M80 letting this one slip. The bomb not given the luxury of the plant, because Neckers will drop, and Rek caught with his pants around his ankles. That could be all she wrote. The fat lady could be singing as M80 could be on that first flight home, and Legacy the first flight to the major.
Another force here for M80. It's not what they wanted to do. They've had these rounds that work out well for them when they're only down on the pistols, maybe a force onto an SMG or something like that. It's happened in this game. The last one they tried for it and it didn't work their way. Legacy, 12 rounds right now. On the cusp of finding one more. coldzera, a year out of the major circuit after a failure of an attempt for Paris, is hoping for a return to the bright lights on a major stage. 10 appearances, 2 trophy lifted, and now the opportunity to be at another one in Copenhagen as Dumao comes on clutch once again, finding 2, and with the pistols that could be enough.
Could be a rotate though. They have left Swisher in the direction of A, but there's no information he's gained. This is the problem. Swisher went in towards apartments. Yes, nobody fought him, but at the same time, no real idea of the setups. 4 versus 3. Pistols to try and keep M80 alive. And rotate over from Legacy. This is good. Necker's going to go support over towards B. Now they can play a 2-2 stack. They know as well that Molly is going to load. Molly comes a little early, so it actually will be extinguished by the smoke. And no surprises, Lato going to go up again. And it's another CT smoke. There's a meta smoke to work with, and they're not using it. And Lato, I say, will play further back, so he's not spotted on that clear. Lato is going to get that one. Drop it down for a second. The swing from Neckers as the IGL looks to close it. Legacy are going back to a major. coldzera rolling it back. And look what it means. Look what it means for South American Counter-Strike. M80 is commiserations, but it is congratulations. Legacy are going to Copenhagen. Desk, what do you got to say?
History has been made yet again for coldzera and the rest of his team. It looks like all of those squats that Dumal was doing left, right and center throughout the game well and truly paid off. So credit to them. Fantastic showing.
Yeah, fantastic showing coming in for Legacy. They were by far the better team on Inferno. I can't stay away from that, especially in the second half. We got to see them shut down on the CT side. As you can see on the pictures right now, this means the world to this team. They've been a team who's been struggling quite a lot. They were Godsend, they became 0-0 Nation, couldn't find any success whatsoever, and then they became Legacy, and finally coldzera, Dumal, Lado, and the boys find a way to qualify for the major again. It'll be coldzera's 11th major. He's won 2 before, and without offending anyone, I don't think he's going to win the next major, but for him to get it to it, for him to qualify once more after such a long career, what a story.
And for many of these guys, it'll only be their second or third major. I mean, not a lot of these guys had the same type of experience that coldzera has been able to have throughout his glorious career, but now they will get to add another chapter to their own resume, you know, being at the first CS2 major. Young guns like Lado and Dumal, who look like maybe the future of Brazil as far as rifling goes, will get that chance. Nekus, you know, becoming that IGL that can also go out there and entry frag and really help his team in that way. Barton returning from a Valorant-cation back to CS. It's incredible to see. And now we have 4 Brazilian teams in the major out of the 5 slots that were available for Americas. And obviously you can see the sorrow on the other side of things. M80 so close to tasting a trip to Copenhagen in their own right. Won the first map, had their chances in the second in overtime, couldn't quite get it done, but Legacy, as you said, just a beautiful CT side of Inferno to push it on to Denmark.
It's such a heartbreak. I can't help to feel it. M80, man, they did such a tremendous effort in this game, such a tremendous effort in this tournament alone. We know the circumstances. They lost their in-game leader heading into Katowice. They had to play with the coach, Def, as a stand-in, and yet they still came so close. As you said, we're talking 1 round away on Ancient second map for qualifying for the Copenhagen Major. I understand why Def, I understand why the M80 guys are feeling disheartened right now. I understand the disappointment in their faces, but honestly, they should be proud, you know. It's easy to say for me. I have no skin in the game, but in terms of expectations, in terms of what we saw coming into the tournament, no one expected them to qualify anyway. So for them to be so close from the outside perspective at the very least, that's a great performance. However, it must feel very hard for them.
Yeah, M80 certainly exceeded all expectations, shall we say. But Dust, I want to come over to you, because obviously we ended things on a 6-6 half. It looked like it could have gone either which way. For Legacy, as you mentioned, incredibly strong at CT side. We mentioned before heading into Inferno, a lot of it relied on those mid-round calling strats, how things ended up panning out. So talk to me, why was it that they were so effective on the CT side?
I mean, raw fragging was part of it. I think their counter utility was excellent throughout the course of this half. I think that M80, you know, really got burned by not using the meta smoke for the boost spot on this location that's oh so popular now in Inferno. So it was just free reign anytime anyone got boosted up from Legacy on that ledge to be able to peek over the smoke and grab 1 or 2 kills, or establish crossfires with the player first oranges and make it very difficult for M80 to ever be able to have any type of finishing sequence on the B side of the map. They got stalled throughout the game really in general. Could never really just get their feet underneath them on that T side. I mean, brilliant of them to get that 4-round run in the second half to at least put them in contention, but once the sides flipped, they lost pistol. They can only fit around in here or there. You know, just excellent defensive play. Again, Lado and Dumal, the rifling stars of this team. When their team finally needed them the most in a very key match, they came up and played huge. coldzera had a couple of flashback clutch moments at times with the M4 in his hands as well. And just through and through, Legacy putting up a great performance throughout this qualifier. And, you know, while they may have missed out on a couple of events, you know, losing the Chengdu qualifiers, for instance, and not qualifying for EPL, they do come through where it matters most for the major.
They do, and they do so by playing good Counter-Strike. It's also part of the history for those of you maybe not, you know, following the Legacy trend and following that team in depth. It used to be coldzera being the in-game leader for the longest time, and they couldn't really find the success with him. Now they brought in Nexus, they brought in a real leader, they freed up coldzera to be the primary upper, which in itself was a bit of a surprise, but it just goes to showcase that yes, you can have a lot of raw talent on your team. They had Malps, you know, for one instance, you know, with that team when coldzera was in-game leading, but in order for them to unlock their full potential, they needed a real leader that could set up the structure for the team to succeed. Now we see Lado play well, we see Dumal play well, we see coldzera find an awful lot of impact, especially yesterday in the game against MIBR, so you're now unlocking all these players to their full potential. So you may have a team that on paper were a bit weaker than the Legacy / particular 0-0 Nation team that couldn't qualify for the major because they have a real leader in Nekis, all of a sudden that becomes unlocked and they play much, much better Counter-Strike.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and speak to the IGL himself. Nekis, I want to say congratulations to you and the entire team. I want to kick off the discussions straight away, though, because after losing your map pick of Overpass and then heading into Ancient, being 7-2 down, I need you to explain to us, was there a turning point for you and the boys where, you know, the momentum just started to build from there?
Yeah. Hey guys, how are you guys? So the thing is that picking Overpass sometimes is rough when you don't start well in the beginning of the game. So the city side over there is very good. So it's hard. We lost pistol. We lost a couple of rounds. It was hard to get back in the game, and yeah, it was rough. Ancient, we started a little bit weak in the beginning. The city side was not that good as are during the practice, but it was crazy. We came back super strong. We were super confident. We were IGL. I was IGLing the guys to do their stuff. Cold Zero was helping me a lot, and the guys were delivering headshots, which is what they do the best. You know, Dumal, you have Barton, you have Lato, you have Cold Zero. They are insane, and yeah, I'm very proud of the guys. And going to Inferno, as we were super confident that we won Ancient, Inferno were like, okay, we got this.
Nekis, it feels like you're a team that plays a lot with your emotions. You can almost hear it, you know, here in Romania, you guys yelling from Mexico. Is it sometimes hard to keep the guys calm in those tense moments when you're so loud and when you're so passionate about the game?
Yes, it is. The Brazilian, you know, the Brazilian emotion, I think every team has some, like one player or two players that are very loud. So it's hard to control it. It's probably one of the things that we are going to talk after playing the major. We're talking like, guys, we need to chill a little bit because I need to call in the freeze time, and sometimes it was like maybe 4 seconds to end the freeze time. I was like, man, I need to call, and I was going to pause because I couldn't call. So yeah, it happens. I know the emotions during our RMR are very high, and yeah, we're going to fix it.
Yeah, so Nekis, you've obviously been around Counter-Strike for a very long time. You know, you had a very, successful tenure with Pain, played with Luminosity for a time there as well. But you came to this team in the middle of 2023, and it seems like you've really been able to help turn things around with the star players that you have around you. What do you think you were able to do to kind of unlock this team and to take them to the next level?
I feel like the players that we have were not in the right positions. As I was not the IGL, and I was trying to put them as Barton. I can give an example of Barton. We put him to fragging during the tactics. I just put him in the front, and he's like a headshot machine. He's crazy. So I think if you put the players in the right position, you can get the best of them. And I think that was one of the things that was not happening, in my opinion. Another thing was I like to play more on defaults, and back in the days they used to play more in tactics. So yeah, that's one thing that I really like, and I think is helping the team to have a success.
What about Cold Zero as a primary opper? How has that come to be, and how do you feel that's going to help you going forward into the major?
I think you guys remember Cold Zero second opper during his prime. He was insane. Yeah, I remember a Cobblestone. You have the chicken cube over there. He was like the best one. You have the bomb side, the default on B over Cobblestone.
He was freaking annoying.
Crazy. So
don't you dare even mention Mirage Apartments one time. I'm a North American.
Oh yeah,
allowed.
sorry.
Right.
The jumping double from Cold. So you guys know that he's very good AWPer. So yeah, I think is just normal for him playing with the AWP and his delivery.
Nekis, congratulations to you and the team once again, being the 4th South American team to make it to the major. Go on, give your thanks to all of the fans at home.
Thank everybody that believed in us. We didn't have any holidays during the end of the year. We were just practicing. I miss my family. I miss my girlfriend. I know that the guys as well. So it was a great journey. We were super confident that we were going to get this spot, and I'm very proud of the guys.
You absolutely should be, as is everybody that has been watching your journey so far. So go on, go celebrate with the boys, and we're looking forward to following your journey.
Thank you very much, guys.
Amazing. Amazing. I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, they should be. You know, it was, as I said, it was fun to watch them from the outside as well. The raw emotions, the yelling, sometimes, you know, a bit out of control, but that's part of the game and part of what the RMR offers as well. I think in terms of, you know, how they played Counter-Strike, how they approached this tournament, they started off slow. They wouldn't play the best point of CS. I think the last couple of days, though, the victory against MIBR yesterday was solid. The victory today against M80, yes, it was in a thin line, sort of. You know, it could have gone wrong on Ancient, but when we got into Inferno, third deciding map, it did feel like we sent the best team out of the two to the major. And for my money, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's only one more spot remaining to join the boys at the Copenhagen Major. So thoughts and feelings about that Liquid and Complexity matchup?
All right, hold on, North America. So I'm not going to be analyzing this next match because, well, I don't think I could stand it. I think I might go crazy. You know, I don't want to see a grown man cry at international TV out there on Twitch. But also it's because I have an early flight tomorrow and you fucks weren't even supposed to be playing this game, honestly. If one of you could have taken care of Furia, this wouldn't have happened. But here, Liquid, I'll start with you. You have so much incredible talent on paper, so much experience. If you can just clean up some of those little issues, you could be one of the best teams in the world. So let's see it happen in this game. Now I'm looking at you, Complexity. Elige, you're a stud. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. You're doing a great job. Love you, buddy. Halzerk with the op, doing a great job as well. But where in the fuck have Floppy and Grim been? Listen, boys, I know that you can be some of the best riflers in North America. You've proven it time and time again. You remember IM Sydney? I do. That was the second place finish. It wasn't that long ago. Top 4 at Blast, you did that too. Let's rekindle some of that. Let's get it going. I think I can believe in you again. Stop making Elige look like the meme of the guy asking why y'all help me from Friday or something like that. Let's get out there. Let's pump up those numbers. Let's have a good match.
I think if you head to the airport now, there's a way you could be in Mexico before end of the game. So give them that motivation speech, you know, because I think they will be needing it. Complexity versus Liquid is going to be a bang of a game.
Yeah, what he said. Coming on up. See ya.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And Simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's not away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Only one spot remains here at the PGL CS2 Americas RMR. We have seen a dominant performance coming out from all of our South American teams, but now this is where the real sauce begins. We've got 2 NA teams going head-to-head, former teammates meeting each other on the server. It is Liquid versus Complexity. Mac, I'm going to come on over to you first, buddy, old pal. Talk to me how you feeling about this matchup.
I'm feeling all sorts of ways, but not as passionate as Dust. Dusk was feeling on the desk a second ago. I could tell you that much. But these individuals, it is crazy, right? There is only one chance for there to be some US representatives at the major here, because Complexity has a couple of them. Team Liquid doesn't, right? They got a couple of Canadians, they got a couple of people hailing from all over the world, but not necessarily anyone from the US. So there is only one shot now, one team left that can solidify the Stars and Stripes in Copenhagen.
Well, you know what? We heard it from Dust firsthand, the fact that Elige has well and truly been the driving force for the side of Complexity. But Jacob, I want to come over to you. What on earth has enabled him to be such a dominant force?
I think Elige is one of the absolute best players we have to offer in the game. I think the way he started playing Counter-Strike 2 has been nothing but stellar. He came into Complexity. He knew he had to be the guy who would teach the other guys to win Counter-Strike. We knew Complexity was a team filled with a lot of NA talent, but they didn't really have the mentality in order to get it going. Now, you see the difference between Elige and the rest of the team right here. And of course, you're expecting your star player to be the star. The problem is there's no support cast around him. We used to speak about Grim being a great player. We used to speak about Floppy getting off to a good start in CS2 as well. Hell, even I praised JT for leveling up, you know, playing some solid Counter-Strike, getting into a 1.0 rating for an in-game leader of his caliber was great for him. But it does feel like the entire team has taken a drop down, whereas Elige have manifested himself as a world-class player. For my money, you're heading into a game against Team Liquid where if Elige is not playing well, there's simply no way Complexity is winning, so they are a little bit vulnerable in that regard.
That seems to be the case, right? That's exactly what we've seen this whole week, is if Elige isn't there, that's when they lose those maps. And there's only really been one scenario where that's happened, is yesterday, where he didn't show up against FURIA on one map, that third map, and they lost, and FURIA was able to qualify. So look, that's just one of those things that hopefully in the last 24 hours they've been able to fix the small issues that they might have had, fix the confidence of a couple of the individuals, because confidence definitely seemed to be a factor playing on their minds yesterday. There were individuals missing from Complexity, and they need to have at least 3, if not the whole team, all playing up to par. Or Liquid, if we see the Liquid we saw yesterday, they're going to be taking this slot.
Well, taking a look at the flip side of that, how has Elige's former teammate Twist been performing thus far?
Well, overall, Twist as an individual has been in a similar position to what we've sort of seen Elige doing, right? Where they used to be teammates back in the day, and it's been a while since they have played together, but Twist and Elige, look how close these stats are. They've both been keeping their teams in the Americas RMR, and now there can only be one. They've been playing in majors since the last time they missed out, I think, was the PGL Crackout 2017 major. And since that point, they have both been to every major. They've won a Grand Slam. They've done bloody everything together until Twists, you know, left the club, flew overseas for a little bit, played on a bit of a mixed international roster. But now he's back. He's trying to solidify his position back home. And there can only be one. There can only be one.
He's a point of conversation because he said no to continue with FaZe Clan. It wasn't FaZe Clan kicking Twist. It wasn't them not wanting to continue to play with him. There was also rumors surrounding him and Vitality. He could have joined Vitality. He could have picked any European team he wanted to because he's a world-class Counter-Strike player. Now, Twist, he wanted to be a star again. He wanted to come back to NA. He wanted to solidify himself, as you said, as a star player, as a player who could come back to Team Liquid and help them to come back to a level that was respectable. Now he finds himself in a game against Elige, against Complexity, one win away from success, one loss away from a massive disaster. A player of this caliber not making the major in Copenhagen would be an absolute disaster. So for Twist, there's added pressure right now because he said no to guaranteed success with FaZe and Vitality to try to do it in Liquid. So if he can't do that now with the teammates around him, that would be seen as a first failure of potentially many.
Well, Yakinda did an interview with HLTV and stated that Twist and Cadian, coming off the back of playing in EU teams, entered this new roster of Liquid a little bit shocked, a little bit surprised, because despite the fact that, yes, sometimes you might be able to book scrims within NA, the scrims that you do book, the level of opposition and enemies you end up facing are far worse than that of the teams in Europe. My question for you now, Jacob, is does this, by theory, by some miracle, mean that this showdown of Liquid versus Complexity should theoretically be a little bit more comfortable for them?
I think so. I think Liquid will feel more comfortable playing against Complexity because it's a team that has European roots as well, a team that plays the European tournaments. They're often in Europe to practice against European stylistic teams. So for Liquid, it's probably a more familiar and a more comfortable opponent. I also don't think I've ever heard any European player join any NA team without being shocked of the level of the practice level over there. So it's not really a newsflash for anyone out there. It's just the harsh reality that the level of practice and the second tier of the NA scene right now is just not on par. However, there's no excuse. You're going into this game, you're going up against a a world-class opponent in complexity, so I don't really see it as an issue.
Oh, veto time, baby. Where are we going? That's the big question here. These two teams haven't faced off against one another in a hot minute, so it is just going to be full blind. You know, we know both their map pools. We know what both teams would prefer to be playing on, but the question is, what are we going to get? There's no Vertigo. They've seen how complexities ran on that, and Liquid's taken that right out of the pool. Mirage as well. So middle of the map pool has gone. We're going to a few more of the strategic maps here.
Liquid have been picking Inferno so far in this tournament. They've looked somewhat decent on it. I know they had a bit of a scare. They're continuing down that trend, picking Inferno into complexity. For my money, not too big of a surprise. Vertigo, obviously not an option for complexity. That haunts them a little bit. It could be an Ancient potentially, or Anubis. Okay, interesting. They're going for the Anubis pick. It's a map that Liquid have played an awful lot in all these NA qualifiers. Complexity as well, but I don't know about that one, you know. Anubis is a bit of a gamble, but probably something where they feel, okay, we got ours on hold. We know how to play Anubis. We know how to approach that map, so it's not going to be too big of an issue for us. Whereas Overpass is going to be the third deciding map. Now, the win percentages, if you guys are looking at HLTV, you'd be saying, oh, complexity, you're not great on Anubis, you're not great on Overpass. The difference is Liquid have been farming NA teams in NA qualifiers, so their win history is significantly inflated by that. Whereas for complexity, they play against the best in Europe, so don't take that for granted to be an issue.
Yeah, the only times they faltered, and they pushed Falcons, they've pushed Natus Vincier on that map as well. But when they played it domestically, they were winning at 13-0 last time they played, and that was against PA, but a few months ago now. But the big question for me is, you know, are these maps going to be slight bait picks? Because Inferno, we know everyone that's been picking that has been struggling to start on that T side. Everyone that's been solid on the CT side has been coming out so strong so far in the Americas. And the same can be said on Anubis, right? There are a few teams that have a ridiculously solid CT side, so they'll choose to start there, but then not be ready for the force that's coming out from the T side on these Anubis games. And I just have no idea how this one's going to go. Both these teams on paper should be so evenly matched if everyone's firing, and we should be getting the best game of the Americas RMR right now.
Well, it's going to be Liquid with the Inferno pick. So Jacob, talk to me. Hopes and expectations for Liquid picking into Inferno.
Well, I think we've seen Liquid play to a high level so far. Two of the players that we've been praising a lot, especially on the CT side, have been Twist and Skulls. That dynamic duo towards the bigger bomb side have really been shutting it down, especially Skulls have been strong in pit. Very good at just holding his own. You know, you can always rely on him getting 1 kill, 2 kills, and if not, then staying alive. He's playing it to a high level. Twist as well, highest performer for Team Liquid on the map. He's doing well. For my money, it's Elish going up against Yakinda. You know, the two entry players of each their respective teams. Yakinda have been struggling a little bit, so I'd give the upper hand to Elish. Question is, how much can Elish carry a team like Complexity right now that has better fundamentals? They should have better strategics. They should have better team play, better synergy, as they've been together for a long time. But the individuals of Liquid is a scary prospect.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's run it all the way back. It's a best of 3, the final showdown. It's Liquid and Complexity.
It's a nightmare matchup for North America, but for one of these two teams, their major dreams will be made. Team Liquid taking on Complexity for the final spot at the first CS2 major in Copenhagen.
It's going to be a difficult one, isn't it? Too close to the call, and the fact that we get one representation coming out from North America throughout this whole America's RMR, and we have to choose between Complexity and Liquid. It really just feels like the storylines write themselves here in Monterrey. A little bit of a pause before we actually kick things off. Liquid, of course, running a lot of utility. Desk mentioned they do like to pick this Inferno a lot. Haven't been punished for it yet. Looked a little bit touch and go against Boss, but that felt like they were playing a little bit disrespectful. They were getting confident. They wanted to overswing together. That won't happen against the caliber of Complexity, and that won't happen with this much on the line.
Liquid with 2 Infernos so far here in the Americas, and yeah, both of them have run relatively close, but I imagine against Complexity, as you say, we're going to see a bit more of a refined Liquid in the mix. Bunch of utility on towards NAF Skulls as well, enough for a full execute. In fact, there are 3 smokes on this T side to kick things off.
This is slow as well, just patient. Liquid wants to try and take map control with contact, try and save all the utility for the execute. 1 flashbang for Cadian to get them in towards top banana, but they're currently walking into this trap. 3 players stacked here for Complexity, and it's Elige, that man in question.
JT with the flash as well, so he can enable both Elige and Grim with the dual Berettas up on high. Pete comes on through, Grim gets his kill, but JT was dealt with. But Grim's doing everything in between the oranges. Elige now steps in for one as well. Jumping over the top is Naf, and Elige arrives with a triple.
And there he is. Call his name, and you mention him. The fact that there's so much utility there for Liquid actually slows them down. It feels really telegraphed coming into this bomb site, and Complexity. They've overstacked it already. They've got their guns out to fight. The different elevations, Grim starting off high, dropping off low, and it sets the trap for Elige to strike. It's extremely clean. There's not a single kill in response off the opener. Complexity draw first blood. Liquid with the force. No bomb plant.
So much intent from Liquid out the gate, but nothing to follow it up. And into this round, they've opted to force. The Tech9s are out, and again, it's a full belt of utility across multiple players. Holzerk gets the information off the jump peak. Nafish is walking forward straight into him, and Holzerk is removed. Floppy on the side needs to step up, getting overwhelmed. Taken down by Skulls, and that's now the site compromised.
Oh, but Elige is not done yet. Even peaks just before the smoke blooms, and look at how quick these rotations are. Sure, JT Grim held back by the molly, but with Elige applying this much pressure, they're ready to go.
Yikinda, though, gets the kill, looking for the long-range spray, but Grim finishes him off. And it's Skulls creeping on forward, looking to take the fight to him. Can't quite connect. Grim with the double. And Liquid may have found the entry into the site, but it's Complexity to keep the run going.
This is very Route 1 Counter-Strike from Liquid. Especially in the first 2 rounds, the pistol felt a little bit toothless, but this one packed a lot of venom. Sprinting straight up in towards second apartments, overwhelming Complexity, who may have expected a force, but probably didn't expect the amount of acceleration that Liquid are looking to bring into these early rounds. A bomb plant is fantastic, and only 2 players alive means that Liquid are going to double dip again. Deagles, just on Cadian, but everyone else armed with rifles.
Keep the fun going, keep the action rolling. Galils and an AK or 2, definitely an upgrade over the Tech9s from the last. Cadian firing off the deagle just to give the impression that it might just be the pistols that are in play. The Complexity is certainly aware that with that bomb plan, the damage done. Yikinda finding success in Banana. That's something to be keeping an eye on throughout this map.
And look at Cadian, just sprinting up, taking the space. That's drawn the rotate over from Holzerk, but Liquid, they don't need to commit. They're very loud upon the approach, but then they reset over. Elige has even come in to reinforce. But this is all just a game, a ruse. They reset back into middle, it's just Floppy on the MP9.
You've left Floppy with an MP9 and a HE. One flashbang, he's the only defender over here. They're going to get a bit of info, at least try to. The flash comes on over. No one's spotted. Rotation will come, but it might be a little bit too late. Elige, Holzerk starting to run over towards the support Floppy, but he's going to be alone for a moment. Floppy needs to go big. Nate jumps straight past, but he gets the kill into Naf. Flying into the pit, but Cadian coming around on the flank from Archers. And that's going to be Liquid on the board. They have to save these rifles.
It's really interesting looking at that mid-round from Liquid initially. Because on the face of it, you might think that's just an apartment's pop, but no, there's so many more layers. After taking the control in towards top Banana, you look at Yikinda, he's the one that gets the opener, and then he rotates immediately, ready for the flashbangs to come over at balcony. He's there on short, Cadian steps out long. They're already cutting off the rotations. They know that Complexity are going to be looking for information, so they time it to perfection. And they're even thinking about hunting. If they can restrict the weaponry here, that would be big.
I know Complexity's economy is not in a good place. Grim trying to fight for his life, but it's denied. Holzerk is just praying in the church that he can keep an eye on this one. I think he hold on to it. The smokes are giving him a bit of coverage. So 1M4 will be saved over, but for everyone else, it's 2K in the bank. And you know Cadian's going to be bringing that fire throughout this entire matchup.
It's needed as well, because you take a look at just the player cams all throughout this journey here in the Americas RMR, and Liquid, when they lose a couple of rounds in a row, there's some dejected faces. It doesn't feel like the confidence is truly there. Twist has already spoken about the teething issues of this team, and the journey hasn't been as smooth sailing as everyone would have thought. So now's the time to get loud. Now's the time to apply the pressure, and pressure definitely being applied yet again at Banana. Yikinda being used solely to find these entries.
Yeah, and Cadian picking up Yikinda there with the entries, that's so important. Definitely a conversation that's been going on is surrounding Yakinda's individual performance throughout this event. Has been struggling so far, but he's off to a good start. Smoke enough to deter Liquid. Will it be enough to send them back to the stack on A?
Doesn't look like it. A small variation of the round previous where they disguised the audio reset for the apartments pop. This time they run away and are now redropping utility. Grouping together as a unit. Gonna go into the bomb site with really decent trade spacing, and yet again, they gamble correctly. Grim, the only player here, wants to be an electrifying result, but in fact, it comes up with nothing.
He gives it a good old college try. Lightning and fire. Skull's just holding if anyone comes on down. Don't want to give over an AK. Wouldn't be ideal. JT almost does actually find him. It's all good. Naf's here to provide some nice comforting support. Still crazy to me that Naf and Cadian are on the same team, just such diametrically opposed energies. That's kind of what you need, right? The dynamic.
For sure, it feels like everyone needs to be on that same page, of course, but also you can't have too many voices in the team. And the article that Yakinda was speaking about within HLTV that got brought up on the desk was saying that there are actually a number of voices in this team still. Obviously, Twists is going to be very prominent in that. Yakinda did take over the mantle with the in-game lead-in, so it makes sense that he will also require a lot of output and opinion. But it's up to Cadian, it's up to Zeus to combine and just mesh all these ideas together. A good equalization. Obviously, the buy will now come in for Complexity. This is the first time this half so far we've actually seen all the rifles come out alongside utility for this CT side. JT left wanting with the fan mass, but everyone else well equipped.
Kinder's holding onto the MAC-10. He's heading towards Banana. He's not going to be going with a great deal of pace. They're going to reassemble this boost, which never got spotted in the previous round. This time, Floppy is going to be up on top. So double layering in towards short.
It's interesting that they've done the smoke that goes deep out of spawn on towards Banana rather than the other one that goes in towards middle. The reason for dropping it over towards Banana rather than middle at the moment is because they want that boost to come into play. They want Liquid to be funneled in towards top brackets early, but they're taking their time. Winding down the clock, Skulls might get a bit inquisitive, but resets back to his position. Just to try and hold these rotations as Liquid once again scale Banana without any opposition from Complexity.
Yeah, just walk straight on. All the control is there. Skull's going to at least keep some presence over here, but it looks like Liquid are just setting up to burst onto the site. Complexity holding utility to deploy in response. The smoke immediately goes down. Just the first barrage. Oh, not the best smoke. There is a massive gap on the right-hand side. They might just take liberties. JT drops the HE to get a clear line of sight, but the flashbang is so good, and Twist sprays down a leash thanks to that bit of space being given over. Yakinda finds his entry. And the B bomb site is Liquid's.
As B bomb site is Liquid's too easily. This really feels like we're seeing a rinse and repeat round on round ever since Liquid have got the guns out. There's been no sort of information plays. Floppy's still been boosted since the start of round 5. And this is the furthest progression Liquid even showed in towards Banana. If you can even call it showing presence. Limited utility deployed over towards top brackets. Complexity never wanted to fight for that control, apart from early when they dropped all the flames, creating the carpet down Banana. Since then, not a look in. They're playing scared at the moment. They need information.
Passive setups on both sides of the map. Kind of hoping that just Liquid would respect their smoke that's dropped down, but even the smoke is not ideally placed. Liquid getting onto a good run early on this T side. Now it's a conversation point on the desk as well about the T sides being a bit of a struggle for a lot of teams on Inferno so far when they pick into this map.
Definitely in the Americas region, but actually when we just take a look just at the wider competition, it actually feels like the T side is where some teams have been finding the majority of their success. And it's because you feel like on the CT side that if you don't make the correct read, if you don't make the correct gamble, then you're forced into these moments where you have to save. Obviously, there's a lot more retakes coming through on Inferno, but if you don't establish the control early on the CT side, you always feel like you are playing from behind. So Complexity calling a pause, taking 30 seconds. It's a good time to do this as well, just to reset. You still got the rifles in play. You've still got utility to be able to go for these little information peaks, gather some clues across the map, because currently you're working in the dark.
Inferno feels like a really nice map for Liquid just as a map. Just, you know, you've got your Kinder, who obviously has made a big name for himself during the VP days in the Banana area, just the amount of control and dominance he used to have there. Then you got Cadian, who called for Heroic for so many years, and Inferno is where he got the work done, and this time around Complexity are going to get aggressive towards the mid-smoke. Elish is just walking on through, but it's being held. And over towards top Banana, they catch off Grim as well, so both attempts for Complexity to poke and prod at this Liquid assault all flat. Holzak finally gets a kill back and finds a second as well. Something to work with. But Naf is fully aware of his position, and with Cadian fighting JT, it's all too easy for Liquid.
That went 0 to 100 real quick. When it came to the Complexity attack. Talked about giving space and maybe just fighting for it, but that was everyone at once just trying to crunch onto this position. You see the mollies, in fact, they don't really go deep enough. So as a result, you've got that funnel in which all the Liquid players can just stand in and around and just wait for the contact.
Yeah, I wonder with that smoke, you know, how orchestrated Alicia's moves are there, because it felt like he kind of walked into that tiny little wall there and had to jump up on over, which revealed him rather than silently creeping on through. Being held regardless, so probably wouldn't have panned out any differently if the smoke had been slightly different. Now we've got Complexity just under some pistols.
This is really good call-in out of Cadian. Although, that's a good shot from Skulls. Caught off guard, that means the AK has now just dropped on the floor, but going back to these calls, they know the economy is quite low, so you're grouping up, you're executing. Where's been the place of least resistance? B.
Back though at the moment, Floppy finds the first, trying to push at the smoke, and Cadian falls. It gets blown open though, and Twist is taking liberties. 3 as he charges on through, never stopping for a second. But they're both so incredibly low, and Holzak hitting shots with the scout and even the pistol. The half-buy gets Complexity back into it.
Nice! And that's just a case of Liquid wanting to go before their utilities dropped. You see the smokes flying out, you see the mollies. Where are the flashbangs? Just not there. Wanted to try and catch Complexity off, but you're going into this stack. It's all accelerated by that kill that Elige gets on towards Skulls. They feel like they might be pushed at Banana. They have to force the issue, but no flashbangs. That really is their downfall. Complexity still one away.
Huge rotation as well, bringing everybody over at the right time. Oh, Cadian, what a timing shot onto Grim. He's then punished again, and Yukinda finds the lead. JT at least gets one back, but Liquid have the advantage.
You also know that 3 players started over towards B. There's probably going to be a rotation one way or the other, and for Complexity and JT, he's actually going to call himself away from B and reinforce A. It's a gamble stack at the highest magnitude. Skulls, full blind as Floppy goes round the corner. That's more info, and that's again going to accelerate this B play. Liquid have got the site for free.
Yep, 2 on A confirmed. Straight on in they go. Smoke down. And no way for JT to do anything. Not even in a position to throw the incendiary to deny. Have everything they need for the retake though. They throw it forward, gonna clear out New Box. A re-smoke lands, but the HE gives some coverage. Cadian with the AWP in a powerful position in dark. Smoke goes forward. Naf is sitting on the edge of this one over towards Coffins, and this could be the killing blow right behind them. They are not expecting Naf. Floppy cannot even get involved, and Naf with the final shot through the head.
Yeah, that really is the final nail in the coffin when it comes to that round. Resets the money again. It's a difficult decision for Complexity. And here you just get undone by slight variations. Cadian finding the first, that becomes the activation point for Yukinda, who's doing so well at finding these entry kills over at Banana. Had a very good event so far, this RMR, off the grid, but on the server here on Inferno.
Great kills from Naf to close that round out. Lexi is still working with something into this. Holzak's got the AWP out. This time we're seeing it in his hands.
So many compromises though. MP9s to just afford this utility.
Did a lot with the scout, so definitely see him stepping up here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the HE straight onto the noggin, but it doesn't deter him at all. Holds his line, and Yukinda is felled.
That's nice from Grim as well. The fact that he actually goes forward off the back of the contact of the AWP shot, at the very least gets an upgrade. It gets info that Liquid aren't forward facing towards top banana. Cadian on the angle. Hulzerk wants to be the guy, wants to be that player to get Complexity back into the round, and it's not helping.
He knew the opposite play. Hulzerk picks right in, and the double setup does find success. Skull swinging out through the apartments. JT gets one back. Cadian's position known. He doesn't quite hit. He pick up the AWP to go for a rogue shot. Bomb to be planted. They can re-smoke off Moto as well. Cadian's got that one ready. How did JT and Grim approach it? Utility being thrown over just to send Grim through. Cadian's walking in the smoke. He's standing in it. Waiting to play shotgun or up close and personal, and Grim's on the other side, swapping to the Tech 9. He's going to be behind them. A smoke criminal, but in fact, Skulls is the one that activates first, and Cadian's just completely unknown. That extra smoke has actually confused things a little bit further. A tap on the bomb, but no commitment. Cadian with the clutch.
Cadian just playing games with Liquid. Nefarious plans on Inferno so far. That's the last thing you expect an AWPer to do, to walk in the smoke, pull out his Tech 9, let Skulls play this first contact. It feels like it might be a crossfire with the apartments, but no, it's not. It's Cadian hiding in plain sight. And it's moves like that that really hurt morale. When you're getting outplayed by just smoke walks.
Considering you got the opener with Hulzerk as well. A decent hold in towards short, did so much damage. Skulls are a big player in that round for Liquid. Finding the space onto site. Sends Complexity reeling back onto the pistols. Now with that half buy, that is how they got their third round. Certainly don't count them out. Elige, he's interested. Having a look out the windows, he's flying with a headshot, not quite found. He's brought down low, just about gets away.
There's still good information here. The Complexity, they know there's a number of players over towards second middle. Gotta be so careful if you're Grim not to lose your life. Liquid still hanging around. And Elige walking back into the angles. Yakindar's dealt with Grim, which means there's an open pathway to that bomb site. And with Naf remaining over towards middle, this makes things complicated for the rotate.
Liquid are just taking their time with this one. Hulzerk's going to step into Elige's position. And well, he does good damage with it. Twist removed. And Hulzerk's not done. But Skulls will let him fall. No further damage from the Norwegian. JT over at B, the only one standing. Good shot onto Yakinda. Even further damage still, but can't find the head. Now they're just going to charge into the site. Overwhelm it. Yakinda does give up his life. Shouldn't get any more scary. Bomb planted. JT's presence known. Cadian could meet a bit of a deagle right on the corner. And now Floppy's getting close, but Skulls keeping it safe and clean. Naf to close. And they survive the pistols.
Yeah, they do. But my oh my, that gets close. And in a round like this, I was going to praise Yakinda quite a lot. Because he gets the kill on towards Grim, and you look at his positioning. He doesn't overextend, he doesn't push in towards CT, he doesn't go in towards Coffins, he clears the bomb site and then he waits for the rest of his team. He was being punished in that boss best of 3 on Inferno itself. Because he was the one that was overextending, he was giving kills back towards this side. And it felt like he learned his lessons. But crossed without a smoke, gave JT the opportunity with Floppy closing as well. It really felt like that was doable for Complexity, but not to be. And now this round, this half, it's cascading out of their hands, out of the control. Sure, this is Team Liquid's map pick, but you don't want to be blown away early.
Yeah, that would be a huge hit to morale. And does feel like Complexity are a team that, if they don't get off to that hot start, if they are getting absolutely smashed out of the server, that can really bring them down. And once this team's in their own heads, they're not playing their best game. And Liquid will never let them back into it.
7 rounds already collected on this T side is fantastic if you're a Liquid fan. Fortunately enough for Complexity, they've still got the full buy.
Back 10 out again. Could have got multiple AKs with the money they have, but they're going fast. Elige, though, meets the Mac 10, but the trade is perfect from Twist. Not slowing down. Floppy's the only one here in towards the pit. He needs a big moment, and he's found that first kill. JT comes to support, and at least the trade is quick, but JT traded out as well. Puts into the 2-on-2. Skull's doing good damage. And retake is so tricky, but it feels like you need these rounds. There is a kit highlighted by our observers, but an AWP, a half HP Grim. Utility is bare bones. And Cadian is holding Holzerk's angle. This is the fight, and Holzerk just walks straight into it. And now Grim just has to walk away.
I feel like that right there is another example of Holzerk wanted to be the player that really steps up for this side when things are going a little bit topsy-turvy and not in Complexity's favor, was clutching round after round for their journey to get here in the first place. 1v4s, 1v3s. That was a flash on Grim.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe there's a bit of a communication issue there, because Grim could have thrown a deep flash in, it could have popped in front of Pit, given Holzerk the time to get onto the line, right? Lock Cadian out. Nice little change up in pace from Liquid as well.
That's really been the intent all half long. They're picking one area of the map, they're sending your Kindar there early, whether it's with an SMG, whether it's with an AK, but it's to claim that space. And then once Liquid have got that space, they can just hold it onto it. They can come back to it later. This is all theory crafted. This is all a counter to the way Complexity set themselves up. Finally, a fight for Banana. Grim testing his luck straight into the dome. Goes Cadian's bullets. Elige needs to fight forward, and he does. At least there's a trade, and your Kindar evacuates.
Yeah, it feels like so many of these early kills that Liquid get are really unfair for Complexity. Quite a few times over to Banana, someone's got caught through a smoke on a timing. Skulls, he's also got a timing. Walking on through, JT aware. Gives the advantage back to Complexity and Elige. The solo player in Banana, Yukinda gonna be facing Elige, gets the first, but again, the trades so strong from Liquid. Bomb spotted. Madden Sentry is good, slows them down.
Gap in this smoke, JT can look over the top of it, so he'll soon confirm to his teammates, remain on A. That's where the hit's coming in. Holzerk can't go around this corner, has to hold the line, he can't do it. Twist's experience prevails, and now him and Naf, brothers in arms for so long, looking to orchestrate this clutch. Floppy though, looks like you can stop the flop with Naf getting the trade, and you know JT was on B, and he's on a very long rotate.
Got everything he needs, save the kit. Might be one that's recoverable, but Naf's in a powerful position here, in towards Pit. That should be communicated over by Floppy. Naf is walking around the back lines. But JT is coming straight to him. The shadow spotted, but JT's swing so much sweeter. A Complexity will end the half with 4.
Much needed lifeline there. JT leading by example. Naf loves to play these little games in the afterplants. He loves to get up to his mischievous little ways, creeping and crawling around the apartments, but JT sits him down, wants none of that, but regardless, still a fantastic half of T-side Inferno for Liquid. And we're feeling very happy with how this map pick has gone so far. And look, at the end of the day, we've seen players step up with Elige. If you look at the kill distribution on this Complexity side, they're all there. They're all performing. They've just been shut down by the tactics and also the immediate reactions out of Liquid. When one thing happens on the map, they're already moving, trying to make their next play. It feels like they're always one step ahead.
Which, if you're a Liquid fan, it is a great sign to see, right? Because that's not always felt the case in this team. I mean, it's such a new team, right? It's been barely 2 months since the new imports have come into the squad. Cadian having to reshape how this team is led, an entirely new calling style, a very distinct calling style that he perfected on Heroic. It's been changed around, workshopped with Zeus into something new. New pieces to work with different skills, different abilities.
And that's even without mentioning the cultures that are all coming together on this team as well. Just trying to mesh together and blend. It's not all being harmonious, but if Liquid start peaking at the perfect time, it would come at a cost of Complexity, which is heartbreak for the entirety of the North American community. But we're still a long way off. And this extended pause in play might also help Complexity. Just having a couple of minutes just to respite before we get back into the action, they can properly reset And remember, pistol rounds are ever so important. They claim this, they get the follow-up as well. It feels like you're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from equalizing out the scoreline.
Kinder 3 for 2 in opening duels. That's a good sign for him early on.
It's also been the fact that throughout this RMR, Liquid have not been very good at getting pistol rounds as well, which is definitely a window for Complexity to work with. And my mind scales back to yesterday where it was the boss 2 versus 5 in which they were given that opportunity. A lot of overextensions, but just the familiarity of these two sides, it makes it feel like those mistakes aren't going to be present here in this series.
What did Kinder say? Running around like noobs in the positions where they're not as comfortable or familiar with? Certainly don't seem like that today. It's crazy that 5 players in this server have made, at the last major, the champion stage, right? The playoff stage. And half of them won't even make it to the major.
It's brutal. It's a tough road ahead. The path to Copenhagen has not been straightforward for either of these teams. Both losing to FURIA. South American oppositioners outclassed the majority of the North American teams here. This is the only time we're definitely going to be guaranteed a North American team exiting the RMRs and progressing through to Copenhagen. And it comes at a cost of one of the biggest organizations within North America.
Yeah, I think if Liquid win, it's still a minor win for South America as well, right? We got Skulls, the Brazilian rep. You just can't stop winning.
And if Liquid win, then there would be no Americans whatsoever attending the major.
And that's so crushing, right? Considering this RMR has looked so good for quite a few of these teams. We looked at M80, who sadly fell earlier today in that best of 3 versus Legacy. With that had all sorts of storylines going on. coldzera now back at the major. 2024 first CS2 major, and he'll be there, but it comes at the cost of one of America's new shining teams, which has been beset by all sorts of setbacks of their own, but has still managed to rally to the very end. Continue this saga between Liquid and Complexity. 8 onto the CT side. Liquid feeling confident.
Important one, fast up banana immediately. Yakindar feeling confident, but gets a dink for his troubles, backs off. First blood drawn to Complexity, not in terms of the kill count, but in terms of the space as well. Respected by the young Latvian. He just falls back into a difficult setup to try and break. There's enough utility. There's a molly on JT as well.
Yeah, the molly's the big thing here. It goes in towards New Box, and suddenly this site becomes a whole lot smaller. That's exactly where it's intended. Yakinda's already trying to get ahead of it. Doubling up to maybe bait out his teammate. Tucking at the pillar, not spotted, but now he's under pressure. All these blocks running him down. Flashbang is great to support, but he falls, and Naf gets eaten alive by Grim.
And that's all the flashbang's gone. You see the Canids was throwing them over, and now suddenly you've got to try and retake this through utility, through 5 players, and Liquid want nothing more to do with that. Another pistol round escapes them. There's Complexity with 1 foot forward into this second half, closing the gap immediately.
Looks all too easy for Complexity. It's just a straight up execute onto the B bomb site. So few angles that Liquid can be in, and the Glocks at close range when they're just swarming a site. There's nothing you can do.
You look at that positioning as well, it feels like that molly forces Yakindar in a position where he always has to fight. There's a decision that Naf needs to make. Does he swing with Yakindar off the back of the flashbangs? He probably would have got more purchase on it. Instead, baited in, but hard cleared.
The Grim Reaper kicking off the pistol with a slamming shot. A lot of eyes on him and Floppy in this matchup. They'll be needed to go toe-to-toe with Liquid and all of their stars. JT's top of the pack right now.
And he wasn't. He was without a kill for the first 5 or 6 rounds. Now hoping to motivate the team forward. Into top brackets they go, forced by Alpha Liquid as well. Bullets, glances exchanged between Twist and Floppy, but it's Alicia that takes the control up Banana.
Cadian loves to gamble stack on the CT side of Inferno. Pretty much any CT side, really. Trying to keep that bay as long as possible. The smoke goes forward. Now going to respect it. In fact, JT kind of shooting through might even tell Cadian that it's being respected. Again, it's just a pause. They are going to go for the second barrage. So Liquid are going to stack over towards A, which means that might get one of those unicorn rounds.
It's a complete role reversal of what we saw for Liquid's T side. Instead of Skulls being in the position that Grim currently occupies, trying to hold the rotates, it felt like Liquid were thinking about going for a top mid push, but there wasn't a flash to really facilitate it. So instead, with the investment, you're right, they're just going to save, they're going to hold on to what they have, and they're future-proofing. They're thinking more long-term. There's complexity with back-to-back. And the space to grow into these rounds. Once again, Liquid not really giving already a fight early in, was worried about just holding their weaponry, might not even be able to hold on. Is your Kindar. Grim finds the first. Extra money being made too, and now Elige wants to step in and get in on the act.
You'd love to see Grim trying to farm up on the Mac 10. Elige, clinical as he gets two. And they're dealing with everybody, just trying to save this armor and pistols. I don't think even Naf will be allowed that.
What a fantastic hunt from Complexity, finding everyone, only losing Grim in the process, and he had a Mac 10. That's a win. That's huge. That means that Liquid coming into this round, it's barren. Nothing to show for it. Bar a grenade, bar a smoke.
Smoke thrown out instantly. That's going to go deep towards middle. Cadian going to throw a HE down. Do a bit of damage with the utility, then maybe these USPs can do something back. Get a fun little stack. Everyone assembles. Oh, slippery heads. I think a guy called Skulls would be good at stacking on people's heads.
He does get there eventually. They're going to walk into this, but at the same time, Grim is just going to be that recon mission. As soon as he sees it, he gives up the Mac 10. In Complexity, they reroute. Great nades. Thrown forward. Cadian, though, having to defend the bomb site on his own. Fully blind, doesn't know where he is. Lost in the source, and Hallzerk will punish. That's the bomb site open, and for Liquid, it's now just a game of how much damage can they do.
Really cool idea to, you know, stack and then throw the HE through top mid. That's like almost works for them, right? Does a lot of damage on the whole deck. Elige needs to be careful. Or not, maybe they need to be careful of Elige. He's going to need to get away, and Naf is going to be holding. It's Mac 10, so he might get himself a couple of kills. Buxy don't want to lose too many players here. It can get very costly for them early. Zach does manage to elude Naf, maybe shutting the door. The kill would be nice. Elige is hunted down. They've done a significant amount of damage. Hallzerk does survive. Twist keeps an AK. Complexity now within one of tying things up.
That was $900 that Liquid invested into that round. And they came out away with 3 kills and an AK. Really smart idea. Constructed by Cadian, but this is the round that it matters the most. Orp brought out, none on the other side for Hallzerk. Again, this deep mid-smoke. Being thrown down towards Banana. Looks like Complexity smoke missed as well.
Naf is setting up a flashbang. Ready for your Kindar to swing off it. Cadian there to support as well, so it's quite a forward setup over towards B. They're waiting for the tier side to try and re-aggress it. But Complexity completely respecting these smokes.
This is really good as well, because whilst all this is going on, you've got the control being taken by Liege over in apps. The spam being supported by Flash means that Liege can just peek out, poke and prod, and it relies heavily on this double pit setup to get work done, even if Complexity want to go into that bomb site in the first place. Counter utility being dropped deep. You can see the bounces. Elish knows that was from pit, which means this T side is going to accelerate back up B. It's a fake.
Yeah, still got a lot of bodies present though. I'm not sure if it is. JT comes over with the bomb, but it's just to throw a bit of extra utility. They're about to pop out through apartments, and it's ready. Skulls is holding, gets one. Elish with the trade. Twist now has to do a lot of work. Elish is above him, and Twist is tapping them out of the server. The Incendiary keeps the bomb at bay. Naf's worried about to push through, but it's still going to be Twist that's put under pressure. A Molotov forward, and he's forced into the fight, but Naf can now step up and support this crossfire. Looking unbreakable, JT just trying, but time is running out, and Twist isn't even giving up his head, just ducks down and lets Naf find the kill.
Yeah, well done there from Liquid as well, because it really felt like Complexity were looking to fake them out over at B. The bomb for a minute was even committing up that way. They weren't sure which way they wanted to go. But it was Yakindar that remained there. But it's Twist, the executioner. Giving a haircut to Elish and the mullet man, Hulzerk.
I don't know if Elish needs a haircut.
Look at this as well. Final pause being called by Complexity. This game with the potential for it to run deep means that they don't have a chance to go back and talk to the coach if things get a little bit rocky.
Lose this round and you're likely up against 11, right? Bringing Tech 9s into the next at best. So I know the importance of being able to take this round. See what they bring out. JT is just relegated to the Deagle. Feels like Elish has been a little bit tempered. Haven't seen as many massive openings from him so far, but maybe this is the round. Pushes it on up over the top of the half wall. I'm not spotting anybody. Again, Naf is holding this flash. Kinder on the corner. Gonna be noted. I'm sure this flash comes at any moment. On JT's contact.
Cadian just resets off the angle. Look, Naf's being dropped another flash. Yakindar already is thinking about going around the corner. Oh, Cadian finds the shot. Yakindar close angle, but it's a leash to trade with the utility. It's there to prevent further escalation up B. Chaos can't ensue for Complexity. Instead, they've got to recall, reflect on what's going on. Naf and Cadian still reinforcing, and Naf still pushing the issue. JT holding the angle. And that's an overextension that can be punished.
Yeah, 4v3, and he goes for the information play. Cadian is the only one on B, and all three are coming towards him. First is his, and he's under pressure, still able to get away, but nowhere to go, but it doesn't matter for Cadian. The flick onto Floppy is perfection, and Hulzerk looking for him, but Cadian, he takes the fight straight to him.
Huge round from Cadian as well. He collects all of the kills. And it's the fact that grenade from Hulzerk bounces awkwardly. It doesn't go behind that new box. And it's the new in-game leader that stands the tallest. They assumed he'd rotate off the contact. Naf wanting to take space in top banana, but it's all Cadian in this one. He gets the ace. He gets the full house on towards Complexity, starting to make the stars and shine a little bit duller.
That one is poetry in motion. And now we see what it's done to Complexity. As mentioned, that round was so important for their economy. Back onto pistols, Elish is fallen, and Yakindar is looking for some more frags. His patented aggression continues. The MP9 at long range does betray him to the Glock, but Twist is here.
And now, for the rest of this round, it just feels a little bit desperate. You see just a flash thrown by JT, Floppy just hoping that he can find anything, just go straight into the crosshair of Skulls. Twister's already in banana, waiting for JT to make his move. 1 minute left on the clock. Treat this as an extended tactical pause. JT, get some motivational words going in the chat for your team, because it's falling apart. Look at how passive Liquid are. In every single one of these scenarios, they don't want to give chances. It doesn't matter if Twist gets smoked off because he can reset, but look at the cavalry rotating in. Tap of the bomb, tries to draw in, Twist into the trap, but he doesn't let it happen. Elige up to 11.
Liquid on a roll on Inferno. And Elige is trying desperately
It really is.
to get something to open up these rounds. But his former teammates are ahead of him at every point, it feels.
I think it's really interesting just taking a look at the way that Liquid control this CT side, because look at where Elige has positioned himself as he's gone over to Apartments, he's gone over towards Banana, and every single moment he feels like he can get a kill, no one is there. And he's only met with utility. He's only met with a crossfire. There's never been an instance in which Elige can have a one-on-one fight.
That's the critical thing. That's where Elige thrives. His mechanical prowess. Strong stack over towards A for Liquid. Complexity have been going heavy B. These last couple, and Cadian is just the sole defender. He's got the utility to drop. Grimslurk gives contact. At the moment, Liquid see no reason to budge.
They're holding all their utility as well. They know whilst the smokes are up, Complexity aren't going to progress. Finally, they start to drop it around the minute mark. They haven't felt pressured whatsoever to drop it. Finally, Yakindar over towards Long. Elige desperately pushing the smoke, but not coming up with anything.
He wants that fight so badly. Just something to open up a round. This is looking similar like the other round where JT goes over to Banana, bomb in hand, shows a bit of presence. Maybe it's just a split. Cadian needs support. Yakinda's going to come on over, but they're already walking through arches. Skulls, he's going to be the one that spots it down, but he is not ready for Elige. And now the pressure is on towards the B bomb side. Cadian in the back misses the first shot, and he can't find it on the second. Yakinda tucks in the corner, but he can't complete either kill. And with Cadian falling, Complexity have found their way in.
Complexity just brute forced that over towards Long. Also, it's a little bit of misinformation from Skulls, which isn't his fault, but he drops a grenade as soon as the lurk smoke comes over at Long for that Archer's wrap. He blows it open. Complexity don't peek initially. They wait. They hit the timing. Yakindar's not ready. Skulls overwhelmed. And from there, Cadian's just too many targets for him to look at.
You can't repeat the ace every round, can you? Good, clean round from Complexity, losing just one on the hunt at the end. Keeping 4 alive is going to feel very good. Polzo can get the AWP out as well. Feel like he's been steadily ticking along, but we've not really seen him get to wield the sniper too much. Complexity aren't done yet.
They're not, but they need to rely on everyone, as you've mentioned. Floppy now enters that conversation, largely absent here on this T side, suffering the same treatment as Elige is right now. But it's rounds like those in which Complexity are going to have to do their best work. It's ones in which they're going to have to force the issue into Liquid, try and test some of their setup. You see that Elige was brave for going for the peek over at Long. It makes Liquid scramble a bit when it comes to the rotations. If you can't disrupt the setups in the first place, you've got no chance of overwhelming them when the executes come in.
Kinta continuing his aggression, and he's found the kill. Another successful opening duel. It's going to allow further presence to come over towards A, but they're fast up here. Twist catches the perfect timing on Grim, who had a Molotov in hand. Skulls cops one in the pit, but Twist can now come and help him out. And everyone else on the CT side is swarming back on over to support. Complexity might find an opener. Twist is caught sleeping, not ready for Elige to be that close. So now Skulls is definitely going to feel that pressure in towards the pit. Elige finds him, and Elige is continuing to fight. Holzerk finds Nath. Kinda's walking around the smoke. Wanting to make a bit of a hero play. It gets blown and he's found the head. In fact, it's Cadian that hits the shot. And that's the bomb. Elige is so low, he wanted to be set up for the post plant. He didn't want to be involved in this bomb going down, but now he has to do everything, and that feels like the story of Complexity.
Just so awkward just to be in that situation there. The fact that Holzak is finding these kills, but the smoke that was thrown Moto, there was a gap in it on that left-hand side, and it worked out initially for Elige, but it comes back to bite Complexity in the end. And look at that, the first pause being taken by Liquid. All map, that goes to show how comfortable this is. And it shows they don't want to make any mistakes. They want to close this out early. They want to have the advantage in the journey for Copenhagen. Really got to praise as well the forward thinking of Liquid. The fact that they get ahead of that smoke. As soon as the bomb is dropped, Floppy, Elige, not in a position, you mentioned it, have to be set up for the afterplan. But then the burden's on them to go back into the bomb site, navigate their way through the tunnel of smokes, and find the nasty surprises within. Liquid commanding, asking, demanding that respect.
Now Complexity have a long road ahead in Inferno. This campaign to Copenhagen has been a difficult one for the squad, and it doesn't get any easier. Liquid 4 chances to take their map pick. And another variation, Buddy aggressively, but Holzak, oh, the mulleted monster is a menace in mid. And Complexity onto their 9th. There is nothing Yukinda can do.
They take a pause, they take 30 seconds to breathe, and the answer is for them to go aggressive. And you walk straight into the Galil of all weapons. Holzak churns you up and spits you out. Come up clutch for this team. Bailed Complexity out of a number of situations. Sure, that wasn't a 1 versus X situation, but the impact is just as relevant.
The Galil of all weapons as well to get it done with. There's an AWP and 2 rifles facing you down in pit, and Holzak doesn't blink. Lifeline.
The only positive in this round is the fact that Complexity don't have economy. So Yakindar, Naf, they can hold on to their guns, they can bring them forward, and they can drop. Yakindar can throw a weapon over towards Twist. Cadian can also invest if they want to. I don't think they should, though. They won't have all of the utility. Something that has been a crux, a strong, reliable factor for Liquid in closing a lot of these rounds early game.
Look at that back. First is easy enough, but these follow-ups, pristine, all headshots from the AWPer. The honorary American. And now there's a chance for Complexity.
They've all ended. Liquid really want to put this game to bed right here, right now. MP9 thrown on KD and everyone else. Equipped with a better arsenal. A double boost over on the A bomb site, but your sights should be set on B because it's just Cadian defending right now, only with the MP9.
Drops the smoke, he's going forward.
Right.
Just about gets away. Guess he feels he can call the stack to stay on A.
Because him doing that suggests to Complexity, oh, hang on a second, there's got to be more than one person here. Surely he wouldn't be doing that by himself. Yakindar comes over just to drop him some utility. Naf also gets the call. He goes over to reinforce. They really believe in this bomb site defense with the boost, and they're doing it on B as well. But Grim, he's stepped in. He's already far and deep up Banana. Twist needs to hold alongside Skulls, and they can't do it. Skulls will trade. Holzak misses the shot. And the bomb now recoils. Important kill to be found here. Skulls, if he drops the bomb, that turns the round away. Out of bullets. Holzak also missing the mark. And suddenly this gets confusing. This gets difficult. Elige running through the smoke. Will at least scavenge the bomb and now can regroup with Floppy.
Cadian's already walked into the side. He's behind default. How thorough will they be? Floppy walks all the way around to pit. Is the angle revealed? Is Cadian safe? He's not known. And Elige is fallen. Floppy has to come in clutch and he can't do it. It's Cadian and it's Liquid taking map 1.
There we have it, boys. Liquid managing to close out the very first map, their own map pick of Inferno, 13-9. Pimp, I'm going to come on over to you. Homie, talk to me. How are you feeling about that?
That was a fun game to watch. You can definitely feel it's two teams right now fired up. Two teams maybe also hinged a bit by the pressure of the game, right? The magnitude of winning this game, qualifying for Copenhagen is very, very, very much upon them, both of them. It wasn't the most beautiful Counter-Strike game, wasn't the most polished, but you could definitely feel that there was a lot of tension going on the server. For Complexity, won both pistols, converted both pistols. They couldn't really get it going in the buy rounds. It did feel like Liquid were by far the better team when it came down to outmaneuvering their opponents. The individuals showed up as well. We had Canids showing up massively, Twist and Neff, obviously, as they always do, showing up with the rifles. So I think it's fair enough that Liquid is winning. And for Complexity, kind of disappointing when you convert both pistols.
Yeah, I think Complexity, for me, it felt like they had a good read and they had a game plan, but it just unfortunately got countered. I saw a lot of moments where Liquid knew exactly what Complexity were doing and were able to be in the right place at the right time. Not only that, but even in that second half on the CT side, they were very mobile with their positions. At the start, I started to do a Complexity T-side B-hit counter just because I thought they were going to go there every round, expecting there to be like a Naff and a Yakinda holding that site. But round after round, they realized it. Liquid started to adapt. They started to leave Katie in there, bring Twist over a couple of rounds, and just spread that firepower out. So it wasn't just in one place. This round in particular was one that we'll talk about a little bit later, where Twist decided to put his hand up and really stand tall there for Liquid. And that, of course, was that first gun round for the second half. That's where the difference was made. Complexity from there only was able to find 2 more rounds thanks to individual heroics, but off the back of that, it felt like Liquid were too fired up. Everyone showing up for them today, and it was a effort by committee.
And I hate to keep pounding on the same point I made coming into the game, but it does feel like in terms of firepower, Complexity doesn't have what it takes in order to match the firepower of Team Liquid. We see it again, Elise having a great game, found an awful lot of impact as much as possible. Almost 100 ADR, 19-14 on the scoreboard. He went 3 for 4 in opening duels as well. He did whatever he could, right? But the support cast to Elise is just non-existent. That's why Complexity only won 4 buy rounds in the entire game. Outside of that, they won pistols, they won conversions, they won against weak buys from Liquid. But once it got into the nitty-gritty, once they had to clutch out rounds or get the openings, they couldn't get it done. So I do feel like, as much as we want to speak tactics and we want to, you know, amplify the fact that Counter-Strike is more than just your aim, in this case, it does feel like in terms of raw firepower, Complexity couldn't match what Liquid offered on the server.
It just feels like Liquid have that momentum push that they need, right? As soon as they win first round, second round, out of nowhere, that's where the snowballing starts to come into effect. Across the board in fragging potential, as well as in terms of strats as well. So I know, Mac, you wanted to talk about this a little bit more. How was it that Liquid were able to keep up that momentum throughout this game?
Well, it was honestly this man on your screen, right? Cadian was able to figure out exactly what was going on in that second half. And even in the first half, it felt like they were just trying to establish, okay, we need to figure out where the hell Elige is and avoid him at all costs. And that worked really well. All they had to do was not run into him. I think it was on that first pistol you saw Elige with a very, very classy looking 3K. And off the back of that, they're like, all right, he's on again, you know, expected, get away from him. Run the other way.
I think it was just the mid-round decision-making that we've been speaking about time and time again, especially when it comes to Inferno. So go ahead and talk me through some of the mid-round decision-making.
Right, so let's bring this round up. Let's have a look here. So this is one of those rounds where over towards the B site, before this started to happen, Complexity were starting to throw out a bit of a fake, but some of the util they threw towards A and then kept quiet. Liquid didn't react to the B site util other than leaving it, saying, Yakinda, drop this molly, we're gonna leave you here. Cadian was sprinting so quick to A, they knew something. They came in with a perfect counter strat to that setup. I think it was Skulls and Twist, you saw him there in pit, just holding strong, never moved a muscle, knew exactly what was coming at him. Mollies in the right places, flashes in the right places, crosshairs in the right places, and it made Twist look like a bloody champion that round.
Yeah. Well, off the back of that, let's go ahead and check out Cadian and his contributions throughout that game, Jake.
I think it's an excellent point you're bringing up here, Matt, because the reason why they would allow themselves to not move is because of Cadian. They were trusting his abilities to lock down this bomb site by himself with the AWP, and we see that in the following round. It's 9-7, the game is still very much alive. Cadian by himself on the bomb site. Yes, it may be a 3v3, but if he goes down with only getting 1 kill, you're into a 2v2 retake where all of a sudden Complexity are the favorites to win. The second shot he hit right here was absolutely world-class. class, and that's what Cadian does. It's back to his old heroic days. He's not afraid of calling 4 players towards one bomb site. I will take care of it over here, or maybe 3 players towards one bomb site, and he's alone in a 4v4. I'll take care of business, right? Usually Cadian and CS2 haven't really had the individual level to power that off, but he's slowly but surely ramping up. This was a beautiful sequence, and that's essentially what locked down the game. Because at this moment, Complexity still had a chance of finding their way back into it, but 2 rounds in a row didn't go their way. Yeah, that was done and dusted.
Well, I want to know from you boys, do you think it's going to be business as usual for Team Liquid? Will they close this out over on Anubis in a 2-0 fashion? What's going to end up happening?
I don't know, like they came in with a very solid game plan there on Inferno. The big question is, were they expecting this Anubis pick from Complexity? Are they going to be as solidly set in stone with their strats moving into Anubis, or is it going to be a little bit different? Because at the moment, this Liquid that we just received on Inferno is the Liquid we have been expecting here at the Americas RMR, and we didn't get it until that game yesterday. We got it on the first map. Will we get it in the second?
I'm not gonna lie, I do think Liquid are the favorites. I think they have the better team, they have the more raw potential, so to speak. Complexity still seems to be struggling a little bit, so for my money, you're talking a lot about the reads, the calls. Cadian is a world-class in-game leader. JT is not a bad in-game leader, but he's not on the level of Cadian. So yes, I do feel Liquid are coming in well-prepared and most likely will win this game. Whether it's gonna be 2-0, 2-1, well, we're about to see.
Well, you know what, Jacob, I've got a little gift for you here. Since you like the weapon display so much, there you go, you can hold that one, model that off for us. You can go ahead and grab your very own metal magnet-mounted poster with display. Visit display.com/PGL and use code PGL at checkout, because if you order 3 of them, you can grab yourself 33% off. They look pretty sweet, no?
They're made of muscle. They're solid.
Yeah,
I like it. I like the weapon one, you know, where the finesse still my favorite. This one is coming close to that one.
Really? The AWP was my favorite.
Yeah, but then I found out that the UK made it, so nah.
Cheers, mate. Thanks. Really appreciate that.
Couple of these.
Throwing hands left, right, and center. But Anubis is going to be the next map. Jacob, you've said that Liquid are coming into this looking pretty hot, pretty strong. Mac, mate, what do you think? What's your expectation for this?
I feel like this match needs 3 maps. I want to see it go to 3 maps, or there's just going to be way too much heartbreak. You know, there was a lot of money just put into Complexity, a lot of money. And if they don't make it to the major, that could have consequences.
And for that reason, it's going to be 2-0.
Ooh, okay, bold prediction. I want to hear from everybody in the chat. Let us know who's going to win this series, who's going to claim that final spot to join us at the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major. Is it going to be Liquid? Is it going to be Complexity? I guess we'll find out soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection, and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Throughout their history in CSGO, Complexity have never beaten Liquid on LAN. But that was without Elige in the equation. We go to Anubis. What are we expecting from Complexity, Brandon?
A lot of aggression on this CT side. Normally you see teams quite a lot. They'll look to fight B main. They'll look to go for water control. Complexity vary it up quite a lot. I feel like they were one of the main instigators of creating all of the different dynamics of CT aggression, and they need to be on the same page here today. Fast one out towards A main. Skull's holding, but not ready for Floppy. And Elige, the dual Berettas, already chiming out with 3 kills. Yakinda not spotted with the bomb, but completely isolated from Cadian.
What can he do? Cadian's going to try and get something done, just walking down towards Dark. But JT is holding for this as well. Does get the kill, so that's something to work with. Cadian's position known. Yakinda isn't a known factor, so he can extract himself from the situation. They don't know that he's here with the bomb. And he's hoping that maybe someone crawls up. Cadian's just looking for the fight, looking for something to get a kill back. It's all trying to pull the distraction to enable Yakinda, but now it's just Yakinda. First kill is his. Now they know exactly where he is.
It's difficult. He's just trying to find these kills, and they won't be given easily over to him. Complexity. They got him trapped in the corner. He's just dropping all the utility to try and create a escape plan, but he's worried about the walls closing in from him behind over towards Spawn, creeping over the top of the smoke. Gun barrel spotted, but no kill available. Yakinda has to slink back around in towards Spawn. 30 seconds left. He can extract himself. There is a world in which he can get to this bomb site, but already been spotted out. It's going to be so difficult. Grim's just lying in wait. Will take the contact of Elige. Yakinda, one more headshot, but can't get past the dual Berettas. Complexity, get the pistol again.
Yeah, empty from Yakinda, but that was domination out the gate from Complexity. The double dual Beretta push out A main devastates them. We'll see that one back again. Look at those dualies go. All 3 full. Nice shot from Grim as well. And it's a clean pistol for Complexity. Floppy getting fired up early.
This is what Complexity need to do. They need to take the initiation on a lot of these fights. Sure, it's difficult, especially on the T side of Anubis. There's so many long-range sight lines for Liquid to try and work with. But at the end of the day, if you're setting the tempo of where you want to take these gunfights, you're going to be a lot more prepared for them. It felt like on Inferno, Complexity weren't really sure where Liquid were going to end up. This round, it's clear again. JT finding Cadian, and that's the bomb dropped as well.
Liquid are loving these second round force buys, even without the bomb plant. Tech9's one has fallen, and JT gets to feast. Is brought down low. Drops the incendiary. Premeditating a swarm. Holzerg starts to get active in the back lines. Yakinda dealt with eventually. Floppy's the one that gets the kill. Doesn't quite feel like the force by Liquid, just not getting anything done with these pistols.
No, just being caught off guard. JT just, again, swinging, taking a lot of the contact, and Liquid know that there's one confirmed player over towards Dark. They want to group together, try and overwhelm with the Tech9s, but as soon as he takes the contact, that's where Holzer can walk out towards A main. That's where players can come over from middle as well, just to reinforce and support. It really did not feel like that forced round, as you mentioned, and taking a look at the buy now, Yakinda's actually opted for a scout, a hero scout, surrounded by Glocks and a couple of Deegs.
Yeah, so I think the reason for this is into the next round, he's going to pick up a MAC-10 and they're going to go for a fast play. He's already shown a proclivity to be picking up that MAC-10, even when they don't necessarily need to go down to the SMG, so I suspect that's the decision-making here.
There's a lot of set plays that Liquid try and pull out on Anubis. They really favor this A bomb site quite a lot, especially through the closed qualifiers. They were whipping out AXX pretty frequently, so that's something to keep your eye on. Yakinda's got his eyes just trained completely over at Dark. No one presenting a kill. This double setup on A is potent as well. Liquid are more than happy just to kind of take this space over towards where the boat used to be and just the water and sit back. The issue is you're not doing anything with this space.
Complexity aren't feeling too stressed. JT is going to get flashed forward. I think, whoa, never mind. It's a great flash, but it's a better kill from Naf. The P250, despite dabbing, is able to find the kill. Damage done on 2 of these players, but thinking about hitting into B, there's a double up in towards Dark. That's going to be very difficult to unravel. You might expect one, and Elige, well, he's doing it all anyway. The secondary presence now going to be called upon. Grim does swing on through, and he's going to finish the job.
Yeah, nicely done. You know, there's not going to be too much utility in that round for Liquid anyway. Probably a surprise factor was that scout being brought in by Yakindar, but ultimately, as long as Complexity play together, they're just going to trade out. They're going to win that round in its entirety. Here's the one that gets a lot more interesting. Prioritization on orbs for both Cadian and Hauzerg already entering the fray. And for Hauzerg, you looked at Inferno, you watched him play, and it felt like as soon as he got 1 kill, he instantly wanted to go for another. And it was the complete inverse for Liquid and Cadian. They'd take 1 kill, they would be happy. They'd disengage completely.
Ops won't be facing early. Cadian takes his over for the Dark Peak, while Hauzerg is initially locking off mid. The flashbang is keeping them flustered at A main. But Elige and Floppy are getting fairly aggressive there. Oh, JT needed to be careful there. Cadian on the left side, not spotted. JT thinks he has maybe a chance for a fight onto somebody. Gives up that opener.
Good blow on the smoke grenade, and that forces the A main defenders away to go and reinforce mid. Cadian did shoot out when Elige flashed over towards A, so at the very least, presence is going to be noted by Complexity. But these smokes, they're going over towards B, but it's a Trojan horse set up by Liquid. In fact, their final destination, they want it to be A. Elige caught off guard in mid, not ready for twist. Naf is still forcing the issue, anchoring Complexity in.
That was a bit of an odd sequence for Elige, right? Just shot a bullet and then turned right into the T. With these 2 kills, that should be Liquid getting onto the board. And Naf's already on this leg, looking to try and hunt down, but Hauzerg feels like he has that kill. Naf eventually taken down by Floppy, but it's good damage done. Yakindar's accelerating, but Grim hears it. Ready for that push through, when Liquid can't hunt too much further.
Good round of CS. There's a lot of moving pieces there for Liquid, but what they are doing is just creating an even blanket of pressure over the map. JT gets caught just looking for that control after dumping his utility. I'll pause my train of thought for a moment because there's a chance in which this AWP gets denied. Skulls doesn't want to overstep. So they'll fall back away. But Complexity never knew what was going on. I think that's the most important issue. Normally, in the rounds previous, the ones in which that they've won, they've definitely gone to take this control. This time, they get stunted right here, and then it feels like they can't go for the A aggression.
Yeah, both attempts at information gathering, the lookout through Dark by JT off that smoke being blown, and then Elige wandering into mid. Both of those are dealt with pretty easily. But at least for Complexity, saving those 2 weapons, actually enabled a second AWP. Elige wielding the sniper.
Good variation now. Complexity are just weaving in this nade that is very meta, that lands over towards the top of the steps, but Liquid are prioritizing this control round after round. Hauzerg reposts. Wants to turret over towards A main, but can't find anything. Utility holding him back. His aggression and patience potentially rewarded, but no. Double nades. One doesn't quite hit the mark, and finally, Hauzerg strikes.
Nice idea from Liquid. Doesn't quite find the purchase it was hoping for. He's just walking up towards Dark solely, but the smoke is going to deter him. Bomb grouping up outside of B mains. It does look like this is where they're interested. You can see Complexity are worried about middle. That's been open this entire round.
Second AWP's come over from Elige as well. He's gone in towards the B-bomb site. The rifle in Grim is now flexed over towards mid, but Liquid, they're about to charge forward. Smokes, block off the angle. Elige now needs to move to an angle in which vision not obscured. Denial utility. Whilst it's here, it's Skulls that denies JT. Now through the smoke on towards Grim, and Elige, the only player to defend, gets overwhelmed by twists. It's so clean from Liquid. And for Hauzerg, he's just left saving, scratching his head, thinking, what went wrong? It felt like everyone was in the right spot, and he can't hold on to the sniper. Expensive investments get shut down by a simple Liquid exec.
It's a crushing round from Complexity. And yeah, the exec does feel simple, right? But the way Complexity play around that. They drop a smoke forward, the group tries to lurk around, but I think Skulls is a pivotal piece. He takes on JT, and Elise never feels like he can take any of the fights he wanted to. We can see before the hit comes through, he's kind of layered with JT. He has the perfect line to fight forward, but as soon as his teammate falls down, he can't get involved.
It's good entry pathing as well. It's just rehearsed offline in the server. Skulls takes the first contact. Naf then moves through the smoke. You're fanning out over the bomb site, and you're making it just feel so claustrophobic for Complexity, even though they had all the players in the right positions. And now Liquid know they've done the economic damage. They've seen 2 snipers. They know at best there's going to be a P250, maybe a Deagle thrown in. Instead, it's just USPs. There's no utility. And it's just a stack on this B bomb site.
Gonna walk out through B main and find it empty. Might be able to get onto a decent flank timing, but actually Liquid are starting to accelerate on this split. Being very careful. Make sure they don't walk into a stack. It's going to be empty. Liquid looking to equalize. Any damage Complexity here can do would be fantastic. They'd love to get a rifle or 2 if possible.
I think this is very interesting. We take away the look at which Liquid set up this round, and sure, most people would just say they're grouping together, they go into a bomb site. This is the first round in which they've actually poked and prodded in towards middle. In case the stack was set up there, in case Complexity floated members over, Liquid is still showing presence in this area of the map. And now they can look to potentially work it out. USPs don't find anything. It's collateral damage for Complexity at this point. Liquid growing in confidence. Finding 3 in a row.
The difficulty of that double AWP setup that was run 2 rounds ago means that you don't have one into this round. And you'd love for Holzout to get his hands on it. Found that opening kill on the round they ended up losing. Off the back of Liquid's great execute onto B. Prioritization of the AWPs early on their CT side, to me, kind of signals that that's where they feel their strength is on Anubis, to lock down some of these lines, deny entry for Liquid. It's just going to be the rifles into this one.
And these are the rounds in which you normally see Complexity sort of fight for space over towards A. We saw it on the pistol, but also look, you think about how Liquid have set themselves up. You see the information that JT has gathered every single time he's peeked in towards dark. There's been multiple players occupying that area of the map just outside A main. Complexity have wanted to try and force the issue through the doorway. Instead, they've actually got the read. 2 in mid, 2 walking close. This flashbang, it's everything but Naf. He just spams it. He expects them to be there. And through Skulls goes JT. Needs to get the trade and he can't do it. Liquid have breached the bomb site again.
So explosive. It just feels like as soon as the hit comes through, there's elements coming at you from every angle and you just don't know where to look if you're the CTs. And the way that the CT half plays out, it just means that if they're hitting into the side where Leech isn't, he just can't get involved in these rounds.
What I will say as well, what a perfect call from Cadian. You know Complexity are just investing in. You know that there's not going to be a sniper in this round. The utility is going to be weak. And the way that Complexity play these CT sides, they're dynamic. They go and look for these information plays. It felt like if that flashbang came through half a second earlier, that round goes a completely different way, but it doesn't. Naf's even holding the edge of the smoke for feet.
Worth noting as well for Cadian, this first CS2 major, this is in Copenhagen, the first Danish major. Already a couple of Danes there, but a lot that are absent. You know, it would mean so much for him to play once again in front of the home crowd. With a different squad this time.
It would also give NA home crowd advantage, potentially.
That is true.
2 cultures coming together in unison, potentially. Complexity not in the same page when it comes to the buy. Yet again, it's just Floppy with the M4. Everyone else is on pistols. Again, fast showing in towards B main, but it's Naf that fires off with a hat-trick. Very simple stuff. One flash doesn't deter him whatsoever. The experience shines through for Liquid. And finally, they're going through the motions, the hard work, the perseverance. It's starting to pay off.
That's a bit nasty over towards B. It just feels like he always is finding this opening kill. Grim gets one back. They don't need a hunt, but maybe Holzek will do a little poking of his own. As well, he can get the ult, but no, Skulls is there to support Cadian. Has his in-game leaders back. But the money's been saved. Floppy 6.3, Holzek 6k. We're gonna see an AWP out.
What's scary is how much better this could look if Liquid could get a pistol round. It just feels like it's the follow-on from Complexity being able to win it out. The rifle rounds have all been Liquid's. Exchange of utility, the war of attrition, but the poke in towards A main. At least Holzek is there to trade. But immediately, look at the pressure being applied elsewhere. Yakinda round the corner, JT dropping incendiaries and finally securing a headshot.
Yakinda's kind of unlucky for him, but he's trapped by the Molotov and JT just knows he has to be in that corner. A very easy pre-fire for him. And a drop down in towards mid. Elise is behind Twist, and Twist is being pinned at every angle. Finally, a response from Complexity, and it's looking thorough, only losing the one.
Much better. And that all comes off the back of Complexity reacting to things in a lot faster of a manner. Important fight, obviously, is the JT one on towards Yakinda, but Holzek trading out A main. Keeping the sniper over there. He can remain rooted, and it allows Elise to be a little bit more inquisitive over towards middle. We've mentioned it, the only round in which Liquid has prioritized mid control, something that is very meta. So we've seen the Molotovs evolving to the point where you can walk behind, peek through the doors. They've only used it once in that eco.
Picked up the ult off Cadian's body, so Elite is going to be running the second sniper again. Complexity continuing to prioritize this AWP. And they're getting aggressive at A main, so they're going to get information early. Liquid, though, are all set up outside of A. How fast do Complexity respond?
That is the question. You can see that Grim has been sent completely solo. And immediately, JT, Elige, they're going to have to be reinforcing this bomb site. Floppy, full blind, Nap, overwhelms, but Holzek is here to clean up at least. And finally, that's allowed space for JT to stand up and deliver alongside his AWP. And Yakinda can't even find the flank. Complexity are back.
Massive from JT to step into that gap that had been made. Floppy falls, and it's on to Holzek to get that first kill. They slow down Liquid, and JT slips in. Play is low from the utility, and he finishes them off with style. Complexity even things up 2 in a row after Liquid got that 5-round run, as you can see up the top. And it's caused Liquid to take a moment, reassess their approach on this T side.
Use the word style, and that has to be synonymous with the way that Liquid are setting up over the last couple of rounds. It feels like they have changed their style mid-game. Previously, it was defaulting. Now it's just execs, pop plays that are almost called out of spawn, it feels like, to a certain extent.
But it's really good from Complexity, despite feeling the pressure on them, still going for the information plays, right? Still trying to work out what Liquid's setup is. And that was what allowed them to get ahead of that hit. Elige poking out main. They set up here again. This time, there are 4 Ts on the other side being held. The HE is brutal. But they will live.
It's only a lick of damage on Elige in reality because he's got the sniper. It doesn't matter too much. Here we go. More defaulting towards mid now for Liquid. They look to take the space. This is the first time that Floppy is going to have a gunfight over at camera in this half. But keep your eyes on B, because as this is going on, JT, Grim might push the issue.
Flash comes forward, Floppy now aware of that presence. Holzek gets Twist. Nafto wins out the fight to JT. And they can come back, but Elige's AWP is strong, and Floppy holds from heaven. Cadian in mid by himself, and Holzek holds the line down. And he might not be done yet. Skulls has to find his way back into this round. Does get that first kill, but can't adjust to Floppy.
Starting to see some of the same mistakes that we were commenting on. Not just us, but the desk all throughout Liquid's journey here in the Americas RMR. They get in the control, and then it just feels like individuals are trying to overextend themselves. Great trade. Naf finds the kill towards Dark, and then re-peaks. Feels like he needs to take the space, gets shut down. You take a look at every single kill on these highlights. It's one-on-ones. There's no utility. Complexity have got the superior angles just to lock things out.
From the trade spacing, we were praising Liquid so much for in the early stages of this map, and notably Inferno is now Complexity. Stepping up and having an extra element always ready. Naf expecting a bit of aggression. Grim is looking for the angle, but Naf is precise, and now Elish has to come on back. Gonna be mollied off though. Soundku gives up his presence, and bursting through the smoke, they just jump on in. Cadian gets the trade, but Holzek is here. 3-on-3, but JT keeps on fighting forward and somehow wins out the duel onto Yakinda. Elish misses his mark onto Naf. Rescopes onto the angle, and Naf is ready for the push, but Elish sharp with a shot. Leaves it to Twist, the superstar of Liquid, returning to home soil. Has done so much work for this team since coming into the mix. The 1v3 for the final round of the half is going to be a difficult trick to pull off. Some time to work with. Bomb isn't too far from him. JT is low. JT goes for the information. Twist can't find the kill though. And so Complexity will lead by 2 at the half.
Really solid CT side from Complexity. It just felt like they forced Liquid into going for those plays. Where Liquid weren't getting the trades, where Complexity was surviving. These pushes through the smoke. Turns into a little bit of desperation at times, and you can see that Naf completely trapped in the corner. Ali just so right just to rescope, position on the angle, knows that he's got him locked in. It doesn't matter if Twist needs to go and get the bomb. On one area of the map, you know that you've got these players locked in. You know that you got these players sweating. Because it was a position of strength to now a position of weakness for Liquid. Because Complexity are taking the lead, and one thing they've been thriving on so far in this series has been pistols. They've been 3 for 3.
You feel like Complexity get this pistol, and we're looking out towards that decider of overpass. They get off to a strong T side. Shoes on the other foot. Liquid now feeling a bit more pressure. They've gone for 3 over towards B. They're going to poke out main early. Complexity are just going to hit straight into the A side.
This would have been a cool idea if Complexity weren't ahead of this smoke. But instead, they are, which means they're just going to peek through. Yakinda, Skulls need to hold the line, need to scream for rotates. Naf's on his way, but he's a long way out. Yakinda just surviving. Naf steps in, but can't hold on. And it's Yakinda who is here from the start and now needs to close, and he can't get by the P250. Elish exacting revenge. 2 kills in the round, keeping Liquid out of A. It's Cadian and Twist that need to save. And I feel like a broken record, but it's Complexity with another pistol round.
And Elish is now going to get started to get fired up on this T side. He can take the initiative. So many rounds in the defense where Liquid were just going to a different side and he was forced to save, to go for retakes. But now he can be the one setting the tempo, making Liquid play to his tune. And he knows the songs that they like. He's not playing any of them. Twist gets the save. A bit of armor and a flashbang. Will Liquid force around this?
I don't think so. I don't like the investment if they choose to do it.
They've been liking the second round forces.
But his CT side is a little bit different. Although as soon as I say that, it's Cadian that whips out the MP9. But he hasn't got armor. Is he going to drop it over to someone?
He drops the... Yeah, okay. There's a bit of a discussion around how they're going to play it out. Twist keeps the body armor, wanted the head armor, but decides the FAMAS is a little bit more suitable. Complexity just going to run it back. A rush this time. Speedy, and there you go. Skulls can't do anything, but Canids does get one back. Twist falling though means that FAMAS is now out of action, and Cadian run down by Elite. 2 into the site. Complexity looking for 9.
I know you got to save. If you're Naf, if you're Kindar, you can't really give this a look in. Naf poking and prodding towards heaven, but surely it has to be a recall. Grim's already on an adventure. He wants to shut down any potential of Liquid trying to save these guns. And the Complexity, again, it's a good call. They're not showing anything different on this pistol round. And what they did on the pistol, I should say, just again, another A execute. It's very simple, but they changed the acceleration. They drop flashbangs early, just in case Liquid want to go for a fight. They get blinded. They can't trade. They get overwhelmed. This Anubis pick has always been incredibly strong for Complexity. Faltered to various different oppositions at the top of European competition. Liquid always look good, but that's because they've been playing domestically. So contextually, stats go out the window. Zeus on your Kindar. Molly. Doesn't affect him, but he can't get anything going.
That was so close. Unlucky for you, Kindar. God loves a try-up. Easy as you like. For Complexity to get 10. The eco from Liquid. Finding too much. You gotta stack up. Looking for a hunt. Bit of an odd avant-garde stack. I don't think it's one you would ever expect. JT might actually start looking through there because he's got the Mac 10, so I wouldn't be surprised if, as the clock ticks down, he starts to go on an adventure through Temple. But no, it looks like it's just going to back off. Stick around the bomb just in case. I would have liked, considering he did make the choice to bring the Mac 10 through, you may as well hunt. But looking like he doesn't want to give anything over to Liquid. No kill bonus, no Mac 10. Regardless, Complexity double the scoreline of Liquid.
Goes the other way as well. JT's not able to farm up any cash off the back of killing these players around with USPs, but he's not going to mind whatsoever. Nearly at $7,000. Cadian prioritizing the AWP. Almost kind of feels like one of the final stands here for Liquid on Anubis. First gun round we're going to see in this second half of the back of the resultant forced buys. Finally, it feels a little bit even. Bar Cadian being the only sniper in the server. More of a bonus for Complexity.
I see a big smile on TC's face. Liquid not quite as vocal as they were on Inferno. JT is going fast. Yukinda does win out the fight, but the trade is immediate. Natho quick on it. Grim in as well. It's a fast pounce into the side. Cadian at least keeping the advantage for a moment, but he is so low. Run down by Holzek. Skulls and Twists will arrive at the scene.
2 on 2. Like, they haven't planted yet. There's so much room for them to get in.
Skulls tries to get ahead. Twist not ready for Grim. Over towards the pillar. Now leaves it on Skulls, and his position is known. Nice little maneuver to get ahead of it, but he's heard. Touches the Molotov, and Grim sees him around the edge of the smoke. 1 HP. Skulls has no chance. Surely no. Grim makes it so. Complexity are running away with Anubis.
They're just taking the fights. They're feeling in complete control. They feel really comfy in running down Yukinda over at Dark, taking the fights on towards Cadian as well, and reinforcing their control with utility. Cadian takes 1 shot onto a Liege. What's the immediate follow-up for Complexity? It's a Molly in towards Glyph. It's a HE over the top, and they're already wrapping him. He's so paranoid about there being more players in towards Dark, but that's not where the majority of Complexity are walking in from.
I spy. Where is Zeus?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
I think he was ducked down just out behind Katie, and I could see a shoulder. Tiny little bit.
I spy. Where's Liquid on this CT side? Not around to show for it. And as soon as they call a pause, it's Complexity that rubs salt in the wound. Oh, you ready to go? That's tough. We want 30 more seconds for you to sit in it, for you to stew.
It's a wacky buy we're seeing at the moment. What is going on here? Kinder Cadian with the M4s. Twist has dropped one over from the looks of it. He's got a Zeus. Naf has 2.5K left.
I don't know.
This is a VP-esque economy management.
Yeah, this one is a buy. I'm not sure quite what you'd call it.
This is a standard matchmaking buy.
That's a better way to frame it.
Liquid have intent with it, I'm certain. Twist in towards Dark. You know what? Zeus gets a kill. It's done its job.
This is a great smoke. This is one that Liquid didn't throw all half, but Complexity have immediately brought it out. It lands in towards the middle of Dark, and it gives them so much room to work up. Look at JT and Elige, not a care in the world. Twist has to respect it.
He walks straight on through. It's also a pretty decent angle. Oh, Elige decapitates Twist. Yukinda getting aggressive, and Grim deletes him. JT fast, pouncing on towards the site. Cadian with this M4 just wants to save it for another chance into the next, but Liquid are just coming up with nothing on the CT side. No answers at all.
It feels very bare bones, doesn't it? And the buy also really just reflects a lot of question marks into the approach of the CT side, but also the approach into the macro of this game. Feeling like they can do something with very little. And at the same time, on one hand, you've got to admire the confidence, you've got to respect the fact that Liquid think that they can win with anything. But in the end, they're not setting themselves up for long-term success. Sure, it's going to go map point, it's going to go 12-5. But the buy for overtime is going to be incredibly similar to what they just brought forward here.
You know what Des said? This series deserves 3 maps. And Complexity looks set to send us there. A flawless run on this T side. Putting no foot wrong. The closest the rounds have come have been a 2-on-1 in their favor.
It's good to see the resilience as well. It's good to see Complexity are fighting back into this series where it felt like Liquid completely knew your next move on Inferno. Here on Anubis, it's been one-way traffic.
Here's the answer to our question. It's for this round. It's allowed a double AWP to come through, and Cadian, peering around the edge of that deep smoke, finds the opening kill. So it's fully calculated. Every penny counted to allow this set of weaponry to come through.
This is difficult though. There's double AWPs on B. Elige just walked through the smoke. This needs to be accounted for. Floppy trying to apply pressure. Elige will be traded out eventually. You still got one AWP in NAF. They know this. Complexity want to get as close as possible to try and remove it.
Double AWP on B. Smoke lands forward. Floppy's found a double. Grim gets his as well. NAF is the only remaining member. A is completely undone by Floppy. The bomb is hightailing it there. They know this AWP is in play. NAF misses his shot, and Complexity are not done yet.
Yeah, they get another shot at booking their tickets to Copenhagen. And that looked completely dominant from Complexity as well. Overpass, our decider.
There we have it, 9 back-to-back rounds. Complexity managed to pull themselves together, pull out all the stops, and give us a performance of a lifetime in order to take us into the 3rd map, the deciding map that is going to be Overpass. Boy, oh boy, Jacob, what a fantastic showing.
Yeah, that was a very good showing coming out of Complexity, showing us why they picked into the map, showing us that they were in control of the game. There was a certain point in the first half where Liquid strung some rounds together. You're thinking to yourself, okay, maybe Complexity got their mouthful right here, but then they instantly bounced back, and from that point onwards, it felt like they were in full control. Their own T-side was stellar, almost spotless in that regard, and I think Complexity played significantly better on Anubis than I think anyone would have expected to be.
Well, that's it, right? It's all about comfortability. The amount of times we've seen Complexity pick this map in big international competition has been pretty prominent in the last, 6 to 12 months. Now, what I want to focus on is how everyone picked up their game and made this a huge dominant performance. So you know that the confidence is there. All that they needed was that comfortability of their map pick. And if we're talking comfortability, I don't think anyone can be comfortable moving into overpass. That's a huge talking point for me, but we'll get to that. Let's focus on Grim and Floppy. So someone said before, where the fuck have they been? Well, they showed the fuck up, and this is what we need from Complexity. Everyone playing their best damn Counter-Strike and bringing their A game. Liquid couldn't show that. They tried. A few people maybe had a couple of whiffs here and there, which led to some rounds. But it did look like Liquid, at least in the first half, had some solid structure. So I was hoping we'd see more in the second, but they just never got an opportunity.
It was great to see Complexity winning on their own terms as well. As said, coming into the game, right, they have the better team play, the better synergy. They've been together for a long time. You could clearly see that in this game, right? You're watching them win 13-5 and you think to yourself, they're dominating. They must be winning the opening duels as well. Well, in fact, Liquid got more opening kills in this game than Complexity. They were just so good at playing from behind, so good at trading, evening out the advantage from the get-go, and then whenever they were executing on the T side, it was just spotless. They had the perfect spacing, the perfect timing, the perfect utility usage, and everything was just looking in full control for Complexity. So, for my money, it feels good when you're winning, obviously, but when you're winning in such a demanding style where you're not putting a foot wrong almost throughout an entire game, it must fill you with confidence. It must fill you with the saying that, listen, when we're playing well, we can damn well take down team.
And more importantly for me, it wasn't Elige at the top. It wasn't Elige dragging the boys, the kids, kicking and screaming back home from the playground. Everyone turned up for business.
And I think that's really the difference maker in this matchup in particular, this map in particular. We've been saying it time and time again, if Elige is not fragging, then everybody from Complexity starts to crumble, starts to fall apart. So what was the difference between the Complexity we've been seeing before and now? Because you know, before when Elige wasn't fragging, everybody was struggling.
Well, I think Anubis is a map that allows you to really hone in on the fact that you have good team play. It's a map that when you're on the CT side, when you're Team Liquid and you're a little bit disjointed, you're not gelled together yet. I do think right now Anubis is probably the hardest map to play when you're just a mixed team or when you're not fully gelled together. So no doubt in my mind that Complexity took advantage of that, especially in the first half as well. Obviously, again, winning the pistol, converting. It's now 4 for 4 pistols so far in this series. Something we have to look out for as well when it comes to overpass. You cannot afford to lose both of those over there either. But it does feel like to me that Complexity just were a much better team, much more synergy, much more team play, and unfortunately for Team Liquid, none of the individuals showed up either. Nafly was trying his best. He went 5 for 5 in opening duels, 13 kills in total, but apart from that, no one really showed up.
So there's two things for me, right? One is Complexity haven't had a chance at the RMR to actually play Anubis yet, and there's a reason why. We just saw it. But now moving into Overpass, it's not Complexity's pick. It was Liquid that did that last ban, which means Complexity get to choose sides, and you know what that means. They're probably starting on the CT side. They're probably going to get off on the right foot, and this is really going to test what Liquid is made of. Yes, they came out swinging. Yes, they took Inferno, and they looked good. What's so fucking funny?
Go on, Jacob.
Hit me with it. I'm ready.
The thing is, I don't disagree with you. It's more so just Complexity having lost and lost and lost and lost on the overpass, right? I'm thinking when you're saying what you're saying, it's the CT side, and I'm picturing Holzerg in toilets. He's been uncomfortable, haven't been hitting his shots. I'm picturing some of those B defenses where Monster area have been a big point of conversation and they haven't really been able to shut it down. So as much as I want to believe in what you're saying, I just don't see it from my mind right now.
I just saw Holzerg playing real good.
He did.
I just saw
Listen,
Big Halsey doing work.
In the tournament as well, he's been playing well. I think he's been stepping up. We called him out on one of the first days saying that he's one of the players playing for a contract right now. He has to step it up, and in all fairness, he has been playing significantly better at this tournament than we have seen previously.
Well, you said that over on Anubis, the team play for the side of Complexity has certainly come into effect. Now, win conditions, likelihood for them to bring in that same teamwork over into Overpass. Talk to me.
Oh, I don't know. I'm getting anxious. I'm feeling this one. We're back to best of one territory, and you know there's been so many upsets when we've been in this situation so far at the Americas RMR. And I don't know if it's going to happen again. I don't know who takes it. I'm feeling like it's Complexity because they're coming in. They're looking for that reverse sweep angle, which, you know, if you get that momentum going, if Liquid can't stop it, if your Kinder's whiffing shots like he was just there on Anubis and can't find form like he had on Inferno, then Liquid are truly in trouble.
I agree with that. You know, I was feeling relatively confident that Liquid were going to win this game, but after watching Anubis, after thinking Overpass, a map that requires an awful lot of team play, especially on the T side, if you want to break down that defense, it does feel like it's a team going up against a team of individuals. Obviously, Liquid being the better individuals, the more firepower, but as you said as well, we haven't seen your Kinder play well for quite some time. We have seen Twist step up, we have seen Naf step up, but KDN occasionally as well, and Skulls is not really the difference maker in the middle of the rounds. He's a closure more so. So I'm curious to whether Liquid are going to be put put in a position where the team play will outmatch the individual skill. And for me, that's the name of the game right here. A game within the game. And let's not forget that it's a map for the major spot, right? Only one of these teams can make it. Only one of the setup players can make it to the major.
One map is all that remains, all that stands between these two teams. Is it going to be Liquid? Is it going to be Complexity? Overpass will be the decider.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And Simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, Odyssey.
Well, it's not the first time that Complexity have faced elimination from an RMRs and on Overpass of all maps, this time against different opposition. Liquid, do they have what it takes?
It's going to be difficult. As the desk highlighted, I've really got to agree with what Pimp was saying. It feels like Liquid have always been struggling on these T sides, and the fact that we saw really a lack of team cohesion when it came to that Anubis map, it really just tells the story. But let's not take anything away from Complexity. What they were doing on that CT side of Anubis, it looked really strong, and it felt like they were always in control. They were taking areas of the maps and forcing Liquids to just respond and go straight into their setups. It was a hard watch if you're a Liquid fan, and now you swap to Overpass. The only thing you've got going for you, if you are supporting Liquid, is the fact that Complexity have really been struggling on this map in recent time.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it really felt like Anubis was a stark contrast to Inferno, which kicked off the series, where it kind of felt like Liquid were in control the entire time. They had their game plan. Kind of makes you wonder if they expected Anubis to come through. Definitely would have been preparing for Overpass as a likely decider coming through. A map that I feel Cadian is quite strong at calling on, at least in his tenure on Heroic. Will that translate here with Liquid?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. A lot of pressure on the line here, and it also splits North America down the middle. It's the Canadian collective of Liquid versus the American dream of Complexity. One of these two teams will book their spot in Copenhagen. One of these teams won't make it to the airport. Hulzerk taking contact, falling back immediately out of toilets. Liquid began to immediately take the space.
Floppy in towards short with a leash, door blown open so they can peer through the connector, see nobody's home. It's very slow from Liquid. The Complexity, they are not just sitting on it. Elige goes for a push.
This is big. This just means your players can sit here. You've also got the space from Floppy in towards short. They're going to be ready for these rotates. Hulzerk in towards long. He deals with twists. JT as well on towards Naf. Yakinda feels like he's trapped. There's no space. There's nowhere to go. Liquid, they've got to fight their way out. And they're losing every single gunfight. Elige has been noted over towards Fountain, but Skulls, he's wasting so much time coming to clear him. And Elige just slipped the net. It's been such a nuisance, finally dealt with, but the damage, you feel like it's already been done.
Hold up, JT went on an exploration mission and Cadian was able to swing. Thought he could trade and find Skulls when Elige goes down, and suddenly we're into a 2-on-3 after all those opening kills.
Setup's still really strong though. Floppy is still over towards short. He can hold the connector rotation, which means you've got these players in the right place at the right time.
Cadian's going to reroute to long. Both these teams have now picked up USPs. Favoring it for the long range. Now Cadian can flash Skulls through to try and clear close in towards the truck. That's where Grim lies in wait. Flash comes in, doesn't matter. Hulzerk's blind, but still hits his mark, and Cadian not ready for Grim to swing. Complexity with another pistol.
Yeah, really well worked by Complexity. Even though they overextend, even though JT just completely nearly throws the round just back into speculation, it always feels like they're ready. Elige taking the initiative. Floppy always holding the space in towards short. You can hear the audio. If Liquid reset, but they don't. They're funneled straight into these crossfires.
Great kills from Hulzerk. Grim, the extra element, really good setup, as you mentioned. And this time, Liquid, they've decided, you know what, we're done with these T-side forces. Still got a tiny bit of investment. A couple of flashbangs, pistols. You can see the deagle on Skulls thanks to his kills. And perhaps a bit of a pop play, try and test out the B defense with these flashbangs. Hulzerk's already going to be in the back line, so there's plenty of support for Complexity. They're going to be ready for anything that comes through Monster.
Yeah, they're locked in. You can't go connector, you can't go short, you can't go back through because Hulzerk is there. They're trapped. Completely cordoned in towards Monster. There's 2 flashbangs, and that is it to get Liquid through the smokes. But Complexity, it feels like they can do no wrong. Floppy taking the contact, the MP9 spamming as well. Finally, you get that flash, but JT's ready. Bailing Floppy out. It's a complete mow down from Cole.
Everyone contributing to holding the site. Locking Liquid out, but it was just those Glocks. The Deagle don't really get too much done. A good early test to the defense on B. Now Liquid to bring out all the rifles. This is the round they're playing for. See what Canids approaches to this T side early on. Interesting, he's actually, again, we're seeing these VPS buys. You gotta call them that because he's saving for a future orb.
This means it's going to be fast. It means they're going to try and take the space in towards short early. You see that Naf's got the intent. Flashbang's flying through. He's running through the mollies, but full blind. It's Floppy and JT that combine. Skulls and Twist trying to provide an outlet, but it's Grim. He stands tallest on that bomb site. He locks Liquid out.
Where his teammates fall, Grim steps up and he reaps the rewards. Those flashbangs blinded everybody. There wasn't a damn person on that side that wasn't seeing white for a good 3 seconds there. So I'm not sure if that's just a bit of that miscoordination, it feels. As Liquid are still getting together on these T sides, still putting the pieces together, trying to smooth out any hitches in their assaults. And you can see that might have been one there. Naf definitely should never have been blind on that entry pathing.
No, absolutely not. And also, I think they're running through their own molly there. Just trying to already have that element of surprise. Everyone, for Complexity, was blind initially, but when the dust settles, it's Elige to get the kills. It's Grim to be that anchor, the pillar of support that Liquid is so desperately trying to answer, and they can't come up with anything. But it's the support network that Elige desperately needs.
And now you can see kind of, there was 2 ways that round was going to pan out for KD into the next round. It's either going to be the AWP coming through, or if they lose, he gets the hero AK. So there's still a fair bit of potency into this round, definitely more than there would have been. It's an interesting approach, definitely one that we've seen some teams adopt. It's a double up towards Long. Grim and Elige wielding the hot rods, and they are running over Liquid. Cadian's AK goes into the hands of Yakinda, who doesn't even have armor. Elige has no issues dispatching of him. Naf running through the fire, and now his position is known as A defense, doing it all. Just one falling for Complexity.
Really impressive the way that Complexity are constructing a lot of their defaults. It's fueled with aggression, something that we saw on Anubis, but they're carrying it forward in towards Overpass. Think about Elige pushing in the pistol. Players already walking down long, holes up with that MP9 for quick flanks. Liquid never feel comfortable. They never feel like they can get set up and just take one area of the map. Everything is done with accelerated pressure. And they walk straight into the trap that Complexity keeps ensnaring them within. 4-0. Shut out on this T side, hoping for more, but it's Elige again. Finally punished.
Kinder was such a nuisance on Inferno. He definitely tampered. Couldn't find his impact on Anubis. Gets the opener into this round. It's a big ticket player to take down. Now Liquid have a lot of time to work with and the advantage.
This isn't going to be the commitment at the first instance. This is them just dropping utility to try and get responses, trying to get Complexity to drain out their resources so they can double pump the execute. But for Hulzerg, yet again, he's pushed, he's got the info. Complexity in the best possible position to set up against this hit.
Gonna be late on those come through. That flashbang is good, but it's only the one that comes through for Floppy. Still JT and Grim into the side, and Grim finds the first before they can even get through the door. Grim continuing to lock down B. JT swings through for his and even a follow-up. This B from Complexity is looking like a whole different beast.
Let's go!
Really well done from Grim. Exactly what Complexity need. And now it's a bleak outlook for Liquid as well. They tried the A plays over towards the pistol, hasn't worked. They tried to even fight in towards Playground, find the opening kill. That was a 5 versus 4. That could have been in their favor. But they don't react quick enough. Complexity hold them. At the first instance, Hulzerg starts to walk and work his magic. And it's just the information game. That's what's prevailing right now. Going for a peek, not securing the kill. But the statement of intent is there. Complexity want to fight Liquid early.
Cadian's got his ult out as well. This one unarmored. Still seen him find a few good entries. Hulzerg now repositions all the way out towards long. No presence at B has caused space, allowed Grim to come back over.
This is the conditioning that's also been set by Complexity by going so aggressive in these early rounds. Liquid are now using their utility, Miss Molly on Divider. Twist jump spotting, we're at the minute mark, and now Liquid have only just progressed by the toilets. Eliege lying in wait, and it's still got Grim. Can still be bailed out with utility. Skulls clears connector, deems it his. And now Liquid can have this fight and this brawl in the toilets.
Complexity have the perfect read. It feels like JT is a step ahead of Cadian at the moment. Puts the pieces in the right place, but they still need to find their mark. Eliege is going to catch a good timing to come on board. Yukinda spotted and Cadian. So much damage done, but no kill found. Information for everybody though. Bomb spotted, 3 bodies seen. And now Grim, it's his chance to step forward. Close to the bathrooms, Holzerg lying in wait as well, but it's only the one. HE over the top, can't find any of these low players. And Floppy comes around, but he's loud about it. Cadian gets his.
10 seconds, you got to get in there, you got to plant the bomb. Is it still difficult? Holzerg locking them out. JT completely denying anything, even though they're not getting the kills.
Cadian can't even get away. And that's the energy from Complexity that's been missing. Fired up, and why wouldn't you be? What a way to win that round.
The pressure that Eliege is applying towards front toilets means that everyone from Liquid is so tunnel visioned over on that area of the map. Skulls has just cleared connector, and Floppy walks right back into it. There's already a lurk. There's the AWP Horzerk element, who is now feeling fired up. He's feeling reinvigorated into this series. Having peaks, getting successes, but more importantly, setting the riflers up to trade. Fortunately enough for Cadian, he dies just before the time expires, so he's still got money.
That could have gotten very dicey. We can see Horzerk shots as well. Great one on the Skulls. And JT, that smoke giving enough coverage for him to see the players as they come through. With the time left, he could just feel that round in his hands, ready to confirm. As I mentioned, it just feels like Complexity, they've got the right reads. They're getting the info early, putting the players where they need to be to find success, and Horzerk takes that opening pick. This time, finds his target. Grim spotting, JT under pressure is run down by Twist. That's an AK that can be picked up. Able to get away with it, but Eliege is now all the way down connector. Ready to lock them off. If Liquid want to leave, they have to go back through T-spawn.
This is better though from Liquid because they understand that Complexity are going to take space back. They're going to expect that there's always going to be players lurking around the corner. Horzerk's dropped into the bomb site to cut off Monster, so Grim and Floppy can just retake this space. And it also means another rifler can go over and help Eliege.
So much information gathered for Complexity. And Liquid still haven't crossed past Fountain, so there's time for this rotation. Floppy can come on up. Grim's gonna join him. And Eliege could be the fly in the ointment. But if he falls, Liquid have a lot of options. There's so much riding on Eliege in this round. Players on the other side, he picks up at the perfect time. The multi-kill is his this time. Twist gets the kill back, but it's the advantage for Complexity. And Naf's just got a deagle. Running down long, 30 seconds of smoke in front of Twist. And Grim is holding for Naf. A difficult kill for Naf at the best of times, and both fall in quick succession. Complexity keeping it flawless.
It's really well done from Complexity. It's all the moving pieces on the map, and it's just the timing of when they go for these aggressive moves. Elige's got all the connector, but at the same time, he's isolated there. He needs the support of Floppy, of Grim to walk in towards water, and Horzerk takes the gamble, holds off Monster just in case anyone is there. They can then just rotate up. They can then be in the best possible position. And where Liquid are being so static, where Liquid are not providing any source of outlet on more than one area of the map, they are making it increasingly easy for JT to call a perfect game. Time's running out already. 7-0, Horzerk again being active, this time with the sniper. Yukinda very good with these entries, but in fact, the first contact comes down con, Skulls removed.
This map feels very small for Liquid right now. Complexity are taking liberties at every single position. And this is where you're going to need someone to step up. You're gonna need some decisiveness in the server. Something to get Liquid back into this T side.
I feel like if you're Liquid, you'd be relying a lot more on your executes. That's where you'd go in towards B. You'd test it, but you've been shut down by Grim every single moment you try and execute onto that bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the executes. We saw when they tried to go fast onto B and that the flashbangs were off. They couldn't get the correct pathing to enter in. Doesn't set a lot of hope. And Allegiance again in the back lines. This is a split attack. 2 players going through. The bomb is in towards short, and Allegiance has managed to find Cadian. He cuts them in half. That's the bomb lost. And known about. Twist is going to try and recover. Looking for Allegiance. Does get the kill. And Naf swings on through. There's a way back in. But Floppy is still here. Yakinda on a very late flank, and there's no time. Yakinda's heard. Holzek does hear him back though, but 10 seconds. Twist needs to get into the site. Yakinda being held for, but maybe if they could just find the kills. Grim can't deny the bomb. Twist has found a way through somehow. Liquid are making this work, but Grim can still unravel Yakinda from up on high, and Liquid get on the board in the most unconventional fashion.
What a round from Yakinda. I mean, you feel like at 18 seconds, the way he's out long, he hasn't got time for that rotate. But it's the AWP that comes back up heaven. It's Holzek that's the rotate. He misses his mark. Yakinda doesn't miss his opportunity. Not once, but twice. This second headshot on towards, I think it was, I'm not sure who it was on. Floppy in towards water. There it is. It's just surgical. Grim can't clutch every round.
And that's the way they make it happen. And honestly, this could be the path back in. Complexity are on a teetering edge. And that's caused them to play a bit more passive this time as Stack over towards B early. Elige, the sole defender in charge of holding A off, but Liquid are taking a slow approach.
Grim spammed, Grim now rotates. He's now going to be the player that works his way over here. It's still very slow. Here comes the utility. Deep smoke down divider as a lurk to allow progression here for Liquid up toilet. Yakinda also takes space at long. This is looking a lot better. It's looking like a lot more concrete default. Flashing towards Monster. Also can't see anything. Naf punishes. At least there's a trade for complexity, but they still don't know where this is going to end up.
They did spot the bomb on Cadian at the very least, but he can now fastly root around. Is Alicia going to be ready for this? They're so close. Now he knows. Skulls would have loved a rifle in that position. 2 players so close. Grim's going to slip on in to support. No further rotation. Ooh, Grim has spotted a whiff of Twists. Surely feels like he's aware of this. And it's caused another rotation. It's loud though. Swinging on forward, trying to get ahead of it. Grim's just fighting every single angle, but Twist hits the headshot. JT slips on through. Elite is still out towards long. A time in history, but Twist's headshots are not. Elite, no! Elite! 3, and that's complexity with 8.
He's the one that knocks. But it's Liquid that are breaking bad. Battered and bruised. A burden of the clock yet again. They're running out of time continuously. They're trying to piece the rounds together. They're trying to formulate where complexity could be. The start of the round looks so much better for Liquid, but this kill out long unraveled things by Elige, and then he keeps on going. The revenge arc, it's nearly complete. Liquid transition to EU, but for Elige, he wants to remain rooted in North America. Exacting revenge on his previous organization, trying to prevent them from attending the first Counter-Strike 2 major in Copenhagen. And he might even get the first contact here, Yakinda on the smoke fade. Meanwhile, the rest of the roster looking to push Monster on a similar timing.
Leash finds his mark. Twist though, another clean kill, and Cadian as well on the drive by the JT. Grim steps in for one, but they have breached the site. Elige is now spotted, and Naflight enacts his revenge. An immediate bounce back from Liquid. Holzek is clutching this AWP, but he can't give this one a look in. Naf's already on the hunt. Liquid know if they can win this one, they can start to finally get these T rounds rolling. Remove this AWP, remove any potency for Complexity.
This buy is going to be shocking regardless. The AWP would be the saving grace for Complexity. These rounds have still been close despite the one-sided nature of the half so far. It looks like Hulzerg will get away unless Naf walks down the stairs and looks for him. It's going to be close. Barrel not spotted. Hulzerg gets away. But that's such a better round from Liquid. Look at the timing on that execute. It comes as soon as Elige takes the contact onto Yakinda over towards Fountain. You know that he's far removed from the equation. And this time there's a layering of utility. And it's the experienced members, it's Cadian, it's Twists to formulate these headshots to extract Complexity out of this site. It's to assert some form of domination.
Liquid know if they win this round, there's a good chance they can end with 4. They use their last tactical pause, knowing how much rests on this round. If they lose it, that could be the end of their run in this RMR.
They just got to trust themselves. When they've been playing their default Counter-Strike, where they've been looking to take toilets control, where they've been flashing over towards long, at the same time, this is after they've gathered short water. It's such a long map overpass. You can really push and pull these rotates. Sure, that's an advantage of being on the CT side. They're fast, but if you're unpredictable, that's where you benefit. Hulzerg's gone for that peak 3 or 4 times. It's only profited once against the pistols. Grim now jumping, spotting for info, knows that Skulls is locked in.
Please, jumping shot doesn't connect. He's sticking around. Love to find a headshot. Opportunities, but thinks better of it. AWP is still present over here, so a double scoped up defense. Each gets onto a different line. Skulls is close in divider. And Liquid's intent is clear. A is their destination.
Only scope weapons defending this. You can see that Elige is ahead of it, but there's no utility. Boost up, Hulzerg can't hit the mark. And now Elige is potentially caught in transition. He picks up the sniper, he jiggles, but it's Yakinda again, giving out haircuts to these snipers. And Liquid are in. And if you're Complexity, you're saving on B. You have no more say into this round. And finally, a lifeline. Working off the back of every single one of these players, finally contributing impactful kills.
You gotta wonder, with so much riding on holes like that round, why is he standing so wide in that kind of middle of long there, right? The boost is not an uncommon play. Even if a wide swing comes out on that angle, there's nowhere for him to go after he fires off that first shot. So as soon as he misses, Yakinda is there, ready for the kill. And Elige for the scout can't get anything done at that point. Picks up the AWP, but doesn't even really get to shoot it. So Liquid will find their third.
Terrorists win.
Complexity are going to be working with barely anything going into this final round of the half.
They're still going to be feeling very comfortable, though. As the Des mentioned, Complexity have won every single pistol in this series so far, and it continued here on Overpass. They've already given themselves 8 rounds to work with on this CT side. They're even going to take 30 seconds just to figure out how they best want to position themselves. The B executes. Those are what Liquid have been looking to try and achieve towards the end of the rounds. But in reality, they're finding a lot of success over towards A because the ground for toilets has often given up. If there's anyone anywhere on that side of the map, it's normally Elige and Connector.
Complexity entered CS2 with a bang with that finish at Sydney where they were second, barely second. There was a real chance they could have won that final and even lifted that first trophy, but great results early, but it felt like maybe some magic was starting to fade away, but they're not going out with a whimper. 8 already dominant, a chance for 9. 2 FAMASs, an MP9, a Scout, and a 5-7 to get it done.
Yeah, pick a mix. The Cadian, this time he starts in connector, anticipating a peek from potentially Hallzerk. This time the boost up on the right-hand side, Elige. Only peeking on his terms. Only taking the fight with his audio. But for Liquid, it's a case of just taking these long-range gunfights, spreading themselves out over the map. Short control's been gathered, but that would have been heard by Skulls.
They're going to rotate players over, and Liquid continue to move as a group. It's almost a replica of the round prior with this long presence. 3 players out there. But now there's an extra element on A. Elige, JT, both here. Hallzerk goes to a forward angle and a boost up for Elige. I like this angle for him. Get him enabled.
I'm not sure. Keep a peek. Because look, they're going to walk through long here. It all depends on the contact. Naf will find Elige as well. Spams out on the boost. Hallzerk can't find the trade. And now the pressure's also being applied at long. They're trying to split into this site. The flashbang, not good enough for JT. As he will still find Jakinda. Hallzerk tucked in the back of the bomb site. 30 seconds. Liquid need to try and overwhelm Cole.
That smoke that's been dropped by JT has given Complexity a lifeline into this round. Floppy's going to come up to support, but Grim's still over towards B. So it's JT with barely anything. Hallzerk with a scout, and now Grim will start to rotate. But they have to come through. Time is such an issue. Twist is going to be leading through, and Twist leads with 2. Floppy can't get anything done, and Grim, a 1 versus 4 is not going to happen here. 3 players are low, but they're not going to allow him into the site. A re-smoke comes through. Funneled through towards the bank. Cadian's holding the line with the AWP. And there's so many players ready to swing, even if he misses his mark. But he doesn't, and Liquor will find 4 at the half.
Feels like everyone sweating is watching that, apart from the players in the server for Team Liquid. Cool, calm, collected. But my oh my, that's another round in which they use the clock, every single second burned off it. And you feel like a Twist doesn't get purchased, so those players potentially don't line up. And that round has got so many different ways in which it could fall out of fashion, could go against them. But they're able to find that 4th, they're able to at least give themselves a foundation to work with. But for Liquid now, they need to do something different immediately as the half swaps over. Get off to a good start.
Get a pistol round. They've been so elusive for this squad, and it feels like a necessary step here to get this comeback happening. 8-1 was the scoreline at one stage, so the first step is done by Liquid. Complexity, a whole group of them ready just to hit fast onto B. Hallzerk has the Heaven Smoke ready to go. Flashbangs to follow up, but a boost in. Skulls is pushing. Naf is spotted. Now Skulls got to be up fast. The flash from Hallzerk strikes and sets Grim up. Twist with 1 kill. And the entirety of the CTs start to rotate. They're fast on through. Grim is not done yet. Naf tucks into the corner, and Naf strikes, but it's only for 1. Grim with 4 in the round, but it's Hallzerk to close, and Complexity with another pistol.
And now they look with grimaces on their faces, because once again, they're being shut out by that man. Star performer on Anubis. And now really elevating this game here on Overpass. Grim really delivering when it matters most. Providing a lot of pressure on towards Liquid, and also just alleviating some of it from themselves, because they walk straight into that setup. The boost, the players up close, decimated by the Glocks.
And what a resurgence from Grim after a frankly disappointing performance against Furia. It felt like him and Floppy weren't able to contribute in the way that you expect from these 2 players, but Grim is here, top of the server right now. By a good margin.
They've got the util, they're flashing. About to be a head-on collision in towards the long toilets, but the flashbangs, they're dodged. Elige will at least find the first twist. Down low also meets the same fate. There's one more player out here, and of course, it's Elige. It always feels inevitable. And for Complexity, they don't even need to commit. The rotations are through. At least Skulls is lying over in towards short, but would need to give up the audio if he opens connector. And Complexity are just going to group. They're just going to go away and test that MP9 and NAF.
The force buy from Liquid. And if NAF falls, they've lost almost everything. Sticking around, looking to get something done, gets a kill at the very least, but he's so low. Skulls is gonna flank around, and there's a chance here. Elish is low. They'll be anticipating this surely. 20 seconds. Skulls. This round hinges on what he can find. 5-7 in hand. His walkthrough. Players aren't looking, but he can't find the first shot. And Grim strikes for his. Naf is low, can't deny the bomb. A fight into Elish could go his favor, but it's the tag, no kill found. And it's 4 in the round for Elish. And Complexity so close to Copenhagen.
It feels like a lucid dream for Complexity now. Feeling every emotion. Remembering the journey that they've been on. It's so close. It almost feels real. The fact that it relies on 2 of Complexity's players finding quad kills to really damage the morale of Liquid, to really hamper their expectations. They thought the journey back into the NA RMR would be smoother sailing than it currently is. For the Complexity, they've stood and overcome hurdles. A close loss to FURIA, but right now it looks like they're closing the door on the potential and the ambitions of Liquid in their brand new roster. For the first chance for CS2 major success story.
Stuck in play. You're a rifle for NAF. Out towards tree. Might be given the fight. Elish starts to look around. He spotted NAF. They know, but NAF still finds that first kill, and Elish can't find the shots. Polzo tries to step in, but NAF has found the headshot. Twist comes around the corner. And in the most unlikely of fashions, Liquid might have found a way to extend this game. Cadian's caught though. And it's given an avenue in. There's no kit in play. The bomb gets planted, and every second Complexity can waste is everything. Grim fights on forward. A double push in from short, but Floppy has smoked it off. It feels like Complexity are so locked in perfect flow state, but Grim makes a fatal error, and it leaves it to Floppy, the previous clutch master for this squad. Tapped by Twist, and he's sticking. Floppy coming around, and he's being helped by Yikinda. Liquid are able to do it.
What a round from Liquid, and to be honest, that one is given to them by Complexity. It's the individuals starting to feel themselves, starting to get in the mood, starting to think that they can book their tickets already. Instead, it's individual gunfights, something that has not really been associated with Complexity so far in this map. The afterplant looked promising, the plant for heaven, that was always the original intent. But the stick out of Liquid is the last thing Complexity were anticipating. And it's forced them just to be within pistols. It gives Liquid an opportunity to build, gather some momentum, redeem themselves, instill a little bit more hope and belief.
Critical that Liquid keep this one clean. They need this money to build up. It's still a long road ahead. Yes, this one's against the pistols, and should just be a formality. This team that has been put together to achieve greatness. Decided to think that maybe they'd have to put that greatness on a rain check, but still fighting. Still keeping the dreams alive. So many eyes, so much pressure on this squad to perform immediately out the gate, but it's not so easy. So much change has come to this team in such a short time. But a win here, to come back from this position, will be a massive statement of what this team can achieve. Polzo gets one. The Twist limits the casualties. A nice collection. Liquid onto their 6.
But now Liquid up against Rifles. Twist screams, let's get back into this. Believing that they've got the experience necessary within their individuals rather than in the team itself to carry them over the line. No AWP for Holzerg. Limited utility on Grim and JT. An early molly is being dumped by Twists through A to short B, meaning that these players, well, actually it's missed. You could just see on from Floppy's POV, but it meant that there's still more incendiaries, but not ready for Floppy. That missed incendiary nearly cost Skulls his life.
Lucky to live. Floppy shakes that one off. Trying to see if he can find the target of his early damage, but needs to be careful because Cadian is here with the AWP. This has caused an extra rotation over, but not Complexity's intent. They're putting some space now over towards A, 3 out towards long. Grim lurking in towards the connector.
This is where the limited utility is really going to be a factor for Complexity, because they haven't got enough to really feign any presence. Floppy's got a smoke and a flash he could potentially use over towards B whilst Complexity gain the space, and they've been able to travel a fair bit of distance. Lurk smoke down long, that'll keep your Kindar interested at the very least, and your Kindar nearly hangs around for too long. Elige with the spam, it's not the kill conversion, but a lot of damage has been inflicted.
Oh, Floppy's Lurk though, it could be everything. Cadian was falling off the line, but Cadian gets back onto it. There was a moment where Floppy could have done a lot. And off the back of him falling, they go straight in towards A. The flashbangs forward, the Molotov twist is still here, and everyone is rotating for the CTs. Time is now limited for Complexity, an issue that faced the other squad. But Naft and Twist are stepping up. Grim gets one back, it's Grim and Elige. And Grim again gets a kill. Elige in the clutch, the first is Elige's. And Yakinda is so damn low, and Elige puts him even lower.
Punishes Liquid immediately, and it's that dynamic duo again. Grim and Elige, a 2 versus 4. It felt like Liquid had got that all locked in. All they had to do was survive. All they had to do was not overextend. They wanted to deny the bomb, but instead they get denied the opportunity of closing the gap. That's such a swing round when it comes to momentum. Liquid had it in the palm of their hands. But it's Complexity to snatch the ideals right out of them.
Elige has help. Somebody is stepping up alongside him, and you can see the difference it is making. Good flashbang. But both AWPs fire off for nothing. Elige misses the shot, but there's that support. Grim steps in, Twist is spotted, but can't find the kill. Naf actually spamming out from short to get that.
That's the bomb. Grim had the bomb. So now Twist has got that under his control. Skulls can step in, he'd love a gun. Finally, retrieves an AK. But for Complexity, this is a really difficult mission. How do you want to approach this? Do you reset in from T-spawn? I feel like you have to. Smoke's just been thrown completely to deny Holzerg any opportunity to find a trade, and Cadian playing so passive means his riflers can work.
Very difficult to recover for Complexity. They know it. It's so hard to find anything. Spell slows them down further. So might just peek into the angle. If Skulls falls, it becomes a lot more achievable.
That's been heard. Now, he's waiting. Skulls needs to be the player to take the first contact. Instead, smoked off. Is Naf going to spam? Yes, he is. He's trying to sell the idea that Skulls isn't here. But Skulls is. Double decapitation for the Brazilian. He's seen so many South American players qualify through to Copenhagen, and he wants to join them. He wants to be in the ascendancy with them. Make Liquid that conversation piece. But that's a mistake. That's a small thing that snowballs into something far greater for Complexity. The bomb on Grim in connector denies them a chance to even get back into the round and denies them potentially a chance into round 19. It has to be Tech-9s with limited flashbangs and limited HP bars. They are being worn away by the attrition of the spam, the flames, the nades.
Kinder's spray doesn't work out though. Grim gets the kill. And Cadian needs to step up because he is the only one here. This is the second shot. Now he's going to get overwhelmed. He just kept fighting forward. Twist at least is able to step in, but JT's Deagle is doing everything. Oh, it is doing everything. He is leading his team to 12. Taking them by force to Copenhagen. Skulls has a 1v3 on his hands, and it's the Deagle of Holzerk that strikes. It's Pistols, a force die for Complexity.
Johnny Bravo.
Series point.
Johnny Bravo. Take a bow. Talk about leading by example here. First shot, you think, all right, not bad. They've run down the AWP, and he just keeps on going. Holzerk twists the knife. Complexity take a breather.
A force buy with Pistols is what breaks the back of Liquid. And there's so much room for Complexity to work with now. You could paint the picture of the way Liquid would build their way back into this. But that round is devastating. The pause in Complexity at least allows Zeus to get on the mic because Liquid haven't been able to call him in once in this half. It all comes down to this for Liquid. A cobbled together by the highlights of 2 M4s.
And the dream of North America resonating within Complexity, within Elige. As he once again marches forward. Grim and Floppy by his side. The South African calling from the front, swing into Naf, but not the kill. Naf trying to stand the test of time. At least there's a trade from Skulls, but Cadian cornered in towards Connector.
Look at Elige. He's walked on through, but it might not matter. He's gotten so much space. He's going to be ahead of the rotates. What can Elige achieve? They should be aware that there's a gap here. You can see Yakinda's approach is slow, tucks in towards Bank. He can cut off all the rotations though. Maybe he'll get a little bit more inquisitive. Needs to find an advantage, but he's spotted. And now they know. Holzerk's gonna come on over, has a smoke so he can lock off one of these angles. Liquid are playing this so safe, just sitting back, waiting for Complexity to make the mistake. Is it too much respect being given on over? Holzerk's gonna get the plant in the 2-on-4, and now the AWP posted on up. He can look for his mark. There is a push coming through from Skulls. He's recovered an AK, and he might be what ends it, but Holzerk's firing that first shot, looking for the second, and Holzerk continues his reign of dominance. Elige with the killing blow, and Complexity are going to Copenhagen.
It's Jason Lake's Juggernaut taking down the European Pegasus of Liquid. They tried to make a return in the NA/RMR, but they get obliterated. Inferno looked promising, but Anubis, but Overpass, it was too much for them to handle. And there will be American representation at the first CS2 major in Copenhagen. First CSGO major for Complexity, last CSGO major for Complexity, first CS2 major for Complexity.
There we have it, Brandon. I couldn't have said it better myself. Complexity pulling out all of the stops, pulling together as a team, firing across all cylinders, reverse sweeping this series and claiming the final spot for the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major. Jacob, talk to me, brother.
What a fashion to win in for Complexity. You know, hands down the better team tonight. I don't think we can discuss that at all. They had the team play, they had the synergy, they had Elige popping off. Grim having a fantastic showing on Overpass as well. And then JT out of nowhere coming in with a fantastic round with the Deagle, Holzerg with the AWP. You can praise every single player for complexity. They were all part of the win today. They all played a role. And as I said, it does feel good when the better team ends up winning. I'm a little bit disappointed on behalf of Team Liquid, and you can obviously see the players as well are taking it too hard. It's a massive loss. It's a massive sting. They were supposed to be this new super team coming out. They were supposed to qualify for Copenhagen. This time around, they weren't good enough, and it's only fair that we sent the better team into the major in Copenhagen.
Oh, that's so sad. A couple of tears coming through. And the handshakes turned into big old hugs here for the teams as well. Skulls, you can see that hit real hard after the solid showing from map 1. It was just downhill, and they all know it. They're all from NA, essentially, here. Both these teams, they've been scrimming together, they've been playing together for a long time, or at least a couple of months since Liquid have been together. But Complexity, they deserve that one. They were serving nothing but punishment in that first half on the CT side. I thought that maybe we'd be getting a little bit closer. Liquid coming out swinging, you know, they got those 4 T rounds. There was a little bit of hope. But then the Tech 9 round, that was just, a little bit too much to come back from. JT, those 3 digs, those crispy old shots. He didn't end up having to do a whole lot, in particular as an individual this game, but those 3 kills provided the impact to get them right across the line. It was Grim and Elige that you need to be looking to. And look, Dust called Grim out earlier, he called Floppy out, and Grim at least heard the message, going huge on those final 2 maps of Anubis and here on Overpass.
Fantastic, fantastic showing across the board for all of the Complexity players. All of the boys definitely put in a shift. Loving the fact, once again, that it is not just the elite show. They have the capability, they have the potential to pull together as a team and certainly deliver. Of course, it's going to be heartbreaking for the Team Liquid boys, but like you mentioned, Pimp, the better team won at the end of the day, and I'm so incredibly excited to see Complexity in attendance, in showing for the Copenhagen Major.
Yeah, so am I. I think they played better Counter-Strike, right? Yeah. It took a little while to get them started today. It wasn't looking necessarily too good on map number 1. Ancient, Anubis was a much better showing. You know, they were dominating in that fashion as well. Overpass, you can argue the same. 13-7. I do feel like I need to say it, but when you're losing 6 out of 6 pistols as well, and you're Team Liquid, you're not putting yourself in a prime position to win any games whatsoever. It was even impressive they won the first map in this series on Inferno. Apart from that, we look at the clutches as well, the man on your screen right here. I know you're saying it's not all about Elise, but when you look as a tournament, you know, as a whole, this is the man who's been carrying the ship. This is the flagship player of your franchise. This is the guy that you signed in order to bring some experience in, bring some know-how in, bring some, I guess, winning powers to your team. And that's exactly what he's showcased throughout the entire tournament. Elise has been a main character, he's been a main story, he's been the guy who's been pulling the strings for Complexity, and I do think it's fair that we praise him for being the most integral part of this qualification for Complexity.
He is the extra star on the flag today. You know, he's the one standing tall, and he is also the individual that kept them in all of those games. He is the one that was making it happen for Complexity.
And he is also the one that is waiting, standing by to have a little bit of a chit chat with us. So Elige, my goat Elige, congratulations are in order, homie. I want to kick things off firstly by saying that, you know, we've seen you give us an astounding performance throughout the entire tournament. Moving on forward into the major now, we've seen your teammates warming into it very gradually. What are the steps to make sure they are matching your performance moving on forward?
Honestly, I don't really know exactly like a good answer for that. I think the main things that I've been saying is just like, we're not really like asking for like anything special. Like, we're just asking for the stuff that we've done in practice, just the things we've done tons of times. This is not the time for something new, and it's just any other type of game. And I think that, you know, just everyone focusing and not feeling that type of pressure is helping a lot. So I feel like I'm like out of breath right now from that game.
It's completely understandable.
Super understandable.
John, obviously there's a lot of history between you, Team Liquid, you, Twist, Nefly, etc. Just how good does it feel to beat those guys in such an important game? Oof.
Oh, I mean, it feels great, 100%. Like, I mean, it definitely feels really good. I mean, I feel really bad for them, of course. I like all of them. They've had like a really crazy project that they've been doing, and I respect them all a ton. But, you know, it's just kind of crappy seeding that, well, okay, it's not crappy seeding. crappy format, guys. Crappy format. Just kind of unfortunate that, you know, we had to both play FURIA, which, you know, obviously they show they're the strongest team here. And then now we had to face off against each other. So, but yeah.
It was a hard run. Every team that you played was like a championship caliber team. All the teams that you played were pretty much the teams that could make it to the major. So you didn't do it the easy way, that's for sure. But you in particular stood out like a sore thumb through the whole tournament, just carrying the boys when they really were struggling. So look, kudos to you for going for that. I'd almost argue you're the MVP of the team with how much you've been doing. But talk to me quickly about this series in particular. Now, Anubis, going into that one, you didn't get a chance to play it so far during the Americas RMR. Did that remind, in particular, Grim, that he is very good at Counter-Strike? Because it feels like Grim was missing for a couple of days, but it felt like some new cogs started to turn when you got to touch Anubis in the series.
The funny thing about Mike is that we had like a boot camp after Katowice, and I just told Mike, like, dude, you need to stop thinking so much. Literally, just stop thinking so much, stop yapping, and start shooting. And he started owning, and then we started the tournament. I feel like he was yapping a little bit, and like that's really the thing. Like, if you just focus and just start shooting, it's incredible, because, you know, that's just how it is, like with IGLs especially. Like, that's why it's very hard for IGLs to frag, is because if you're thinking about like what you should be doing next and all these like little things, if you just focus on shooting, like we have everyone that can like contribute to that stuff, and Mike is so good. Like, you just saw like this last map, he played super incredible, and if he just like focuses on like his shot and how he's gonna like get the kill, how he's gonna play off of his teammates, and instead of like having to do all the extra stuff, because we're good on the extra stuff. We have tons of people that can, you know, contribute to the micros and the macros and all that type of stuff. So yeah, I'm super happy. And also for Halzerg, I think, like, you know, obviously he's been getting flack for a couple months, and he has such incredible talent, and I'm so happy that he had so many good rounds like this tournament. He even unfortunately just got sick a little bit like after the second day. So he just battled through that, played super good. This clutch on the last round was sick, so yeah.
Elige, congratulations again. I'm not going to keep you too much longer. I know you're out of breath. I just want to open up the floor to you to give your thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for everyone that's been watching and supporting, especially since I came to Complexity. It's been very palpable, you know, how much support the community has been giving and like wanting to like see us succeed, and I appreciate that a lot. And, you know, obviously I want to like thank like the team. The team's been playing so good and allowing me to do my thing and allowing me to fail, which has been really nice, and it's kind of like opened me up a little bit. And yeah, I mean, the team's just been playing incredible. Like, I don't know, I'm just like super happy with like the team. My girlfriend, of course, that's always there for me and helping me through tough moments. And yeah, just thank you, everyone.
Well, congratulations, and thank you for taking the time to have a chat with us.
Thank you.
Wow, there we have it.
Yeah.
You heard it firsthand from Elige. If you want to become a better CS player, less yapping, more shooting.
Well, I think it's a fair enough statement. You know, I think Grim showed up on map number 2, in particular on the Overpass, when it mattered the most. He showed up and was a helping hand to Elige in the carry performance he had throughout the entire tournament. Also happy that he shouted out Halzerg. As said, he's aware that he's been flagged. I think Halzerg is aware he's been flagged, and we kind of phrased it as, you know, in Katowice and coming into this tournament that he's playing for his contract. I think it's fair enough that now that they qualified for the major in Copenhagen, off the base of Halzerg playing some solid Counter-Strike, having many clutch moments, and having a lot of impact on the server, it's only fair that we give him the praise when it's deserved. So I think that's a cool thing to do for Elige, and a cool thing to also see him happy. It's not often we get to see Elige smiling and being out of breath. This is one of the few instances.
I was surprised how puffed he was there. He was yapping himself, but this is the time to be yapping, right?
He was screaming, he was celebrating, and rightly so. This is an incredibly huge achievement for them, as well as for many of our other teams as well. So let's go ahead and revisit the results throughout today, throughout the Americas RMRs. Whew. It's been a trip down memory lane, shall we say?
It's been fun, especially for the Brazilian teams in this America's RMR. Pain Gaming made it quick against ODDIK, by far the better team. I think it's only fair they qualified in that regard. M80 versus Legacy, that was a fun game, a tight game. Unfortunately for M80, they couldn't get it done. On the other hand, we get to see coldzera play at another major, so I can't really be too mad about that. And obviously then Complexity taking down Liquid Mac. It's been a fun day of Counter-Strike.
Oh, it's been a crazy day, man. And look, I honestly thought with how Liquid came out in this series that we were going to get that sea of green. I thought there was Brazilian representation across every single team. But then the red, white, and blue stood up, and they really did some work there for the reverse sweep, which is always, you know, a mental battle. And we were talking to Elige, it was all about the mental.
Well, there we have it. The final standings from the PGL CS2 Americas RMR. We now have 4 of our South American representatives qualifying, 1 North American team. Boys, it's definitely going to be an exciting major to witness, and I'm super excited for it. Talk to me, any final words on behalf of the two of you?
No, I think, to be honest, there's not a team that I'm missing per se. You know, obviously having Liquid playing at the major would have been nice. I don't think they deserved it. I don't think they're ready for it just yet. I don't think that Liquid is not going to be a great team for the future as well. We'll let that rest for now. But for now, you have the teams in front of you who all deserve to qualify, who all played their hearts out during the last couple of weeks. So for my money, we're not missing anyone that deserved it. We're not missing anyone who got a little bit unlucky. We got the deserving teams in front of you.
But there are some big names missing, right? From every respective region. There are people that have already suffered heartbreak, and we might end up continuing to suffer that heartbreak moving forward into the major. For me, this has been an experience. A crazy, crazy amount of Counter-Strike has been played over the last, what is it, like 2 weeks here for the RMRs, maybe even 3 weeks if you include the 2 weeks of the EU groups. But man, I cannot wait. That major is just around the corner. It's like 2 weeks away, and then we get to see the best battle it out, and who knows what the seeding's going to hold. Obviously, who's playing who from that group?
That's the thing, right? We're going to have to see about that. Obviously, a massive surprise. Liquid is not going to make it. It's a sting in their repetition as well. Greyhound from the Asian qualifier couldn't really get it done. They have a habit of always doing well in these qualifiers, and then of course Astralis not on that list. You know, big name, especially when you consider it's a Danish major. You have no KDN, you have no Stabi going into it, you have no Astralis coming into it as well. There's a lot of prominent Danish players who didn't make it this time around. So yeah, it's not easy.
You've got Ecstatic, all right? You got Crown.
Let's see for how long. Let's see for how long, you know. But at the very least, it also builds the sentiment that qualifying for a major is not for everyone. It requires an awful lot of effort. It requires you to show up at the tournament, and unfortunately, some of these players from Denmark couldn't get it done.
Well, one thing is for certain, the first ever CS2 major is certainly going to be a banger. It's going to be one to watch. You definitely don't want to miss it. But before we wrap things up over here on the broadcast, I want to give the biggest thanks and the biggest shout out to all of the sponsors, all of my fantastic talent that are watching from the green room right now, all of the PGL crew that have been running the show from behind the scenes and making this production what it is today. And of course, all of the fantastic people that have been watching from the comfort of their homes. Bring on the CS2 major, baby. I can't wait for it, and we'll see you there.